A female, founding elder of the great dynasty, was dug up from her grave after death. Upon emerging from the coffin, she only wanted to possess her descendant and ascend to godhood. However, unexpectedly, while spending time with a man, she quietly fell in love. It all began 300 years ago. The founding emperor of the great dynasty, Xin Yunji, entrusted the female elder Qin Yao with assisting him. With Qin Yao's assistance, Xin Yunji unified the nations, achieving the great dynasty's unparalleled prosperity. After Xin Yunji's death, his consort ascended to godhood. In the celestial court, Xin Yunji witnessed his hard-earned empire being so poorly managed by his descendants. He had no choice but to order the peach immortal, "I am displeased with this generation of my descendants. Go and dig up Qin Yao from her grave for me." So Qin Yao was forced to break out of her coffin, her soul transmigrating into the body of the current empress who shared her name. Qin Yao leaned back leisurely. "That old fool. You dig just because he told you to?" The divine lord instructed that this generation of royal descendants is incompetent. Your task is to assist the current emperor, make him competent, and turn him into an emperor among emperors. Emperor among emperors? That old fool won't let me rest even after death. Emperor among emperors? Dream on. The divine lord also said that if you can make this generation of descendants competent, when you ascend to godhood, he will help you overcome 3 lightning tribulations. That's a full 3 tribulations. The wicked woman thought. The lightning tribulation during ascension is indeed terrifying. Many have perished from it, but it's just assisting an incompetent emperor after all. In my previous life, I assisted 2 incompetent emperors before and after. This one will complete the deal. A maid approached and asked, "Your Majesty, who were you talking to?" "I wasn't talking. Lure, you must have misheard." Then she asked, "Lure, where does the emperor pass by these days?" "The emperor's procession passes by the misty rain pavilion in the imperial garden every day." Then the woman stood up and walked out. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "Of course, to vie for favor." "What? I didn't mishear?" "Your Majesty hasn't cared about the emperor for years, and now suddenly wants to vie for favor." From afar, she saw her rival had been waiting for a long time. 300 years have passed, and these harem women still rely on chance encounters to attract the emperor's attention. How unoriginal. "Your Majesty, that's Consort Hui ahead. Should we still go?" "Why not?" Before Qin Yao got close, the woman mockingly said, "I wondered who it was. I heard the Empress fell into the water late at night a few days ago. I wonder if it had anything to do with the imperial advisor." It really makes one's imagination run wild. Qin Yao looked contemptuous. This woman's appearance was ordinary, her figure unremarkable, and her mind seemed not too bright. Not worth engaging in palace intrigue with. Seeing Qin Yao's dismissive look, the woman angrily said, "Can't you hear me talking to you? Did your brain get waterlogged when you fell in the lake, Your Majesty?" "Lure, why do I hear a mad dog barking?" The woman slammed her palm on the table. "Qin Yao, who are you calling a mad dog?" "Lua, listen," it barked again. "This damn bitch. Did she take the wrong medicine? She used to be so subservient when she saw me. Has she gone mad today, daring to insult me?" Seeing the two arguing endlessly, "Your Majesty, should we go take a look?" The man turned, his gaze sharp as he glared at Hussein, immediately frightening the eunuch out of his wits. Looking at the emperor in the distance, the woman put on a coquettish face. "Your Majesty, you've come." Qin Yao hadn't yet recovered. "Your Majesty, it's the emperor. We should go over quickly too." The maid hadn't yet reacted. The woman's eyes were already gleaming as she walked towards the man. This must be the current Emperor Shui Yuanin. The aura of an emperor behind him is so strong. For a wandering spirit like me, it's like the finest emerald among jades, the cream of the crop. If I could absorb this yang energy, becoming a god or immortal would be within reach. Why bother with lightning tribulations? The woman licked her slightly upturned lips. "I'm going to sleep with this man." The scheming woman provoked. "How can the Empress stare at Your Majesty like that? It's truly improper." As she spoke, she tried to lean into the man's arms. "Your Majesty, you must control her." The man quickly dodged, looking displeased. "How dare you touch me?" Seeing her charm fail, she thought, "Never mind, the Emperor doesn't like it anyway. The Empress will have a good show now." Qin Yao's hand unconsciously caressed the man's shoulder. "Your Majesty, will you come to my chambers tonight?" The man looked puzzled. This woman usually dislikes vying for favor the most. She even avoids me when she sees me. Today, it's like the sun rising from the west. The Empress's behavior truly confused the Emperor. "Empress, what are you doing?" Looking at the Emperor's sharp gaze. These young descendants nowadays are so strong at such a young age. It's truly inappropriate. She thought to herself, how did those seductive concubines in the harem back then enchant that old man, Xin Yunjin? "Your Majesty, what am I doing? Can't you tell? Since I entered the palace, Your Majesty hasn't come to my chambers even once. I've been thinking of Your Majesty constantly. That's why I'm just being honest. Xin Yunji's descendant's physique is truly satisfying. Sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss at all." The Emperor grabbed Qin Yao's hand and said, "Is that so?" "Yes, it is. When will Your Majesty come to my chambers? When does the Empress want me to come?" He thought, this woman's behavior today is truly strange. Could it be that her brain was waterlogged when she jumped into the lake that day? Or does she have ulterior motives? What trick is she trying to pull? There's no time like the present. "Your Majesty, I think tonight would be good." "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Although it's somewhat inappropriate for an ancestor to sleep with a descendant, how can one refuse an emperor's young energy when it's right there? The Emperor looked at the Empress with confusion. "Eunuch, tell the imperial physician to go to the Empress's Phoenix Palace and examine the Empress carefully. See if her brain was affected when she jumped into the lake the other day." "Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant will arrange it right away." The noble consort, seeing this situation, thought her chance had come. "Your Majesty, will you come tonight?" This concubine will wait respectfully. The Emperor didn't even bother to look at her. The noble consort's question went unanswered. The Emperor turned and said, "By the way, Empress, I'm not interested in women who have others in their hearts. Just be a good Empress. Don't seek death anymore. Otherwise, I might misunderstand you." Without the original's memories, the Empress was very confused. "Others in my heart." Watching the Emperor's receding figure, she thought, "My heart is bitter. My imperial young energy." Back in her chambers, the Empress asked Xiao Lu, "What did Shui Yuanin mean by saying I have someone else in my heart?" Xiao Lu was also surprised. "Your Majesty, do you really not remember? The incident where you jumped into the lake to commit suicide for the imperial advisor." The Empress was also at a loss for words. "Jumped into the lake to commit suicide? For the imperial advisor?" "Yes. That day you confessed your feelings to the imperial advisor. He said, 'I have no such intentions towards the Empress. Please don't be so persistent in the future.' Then, how can you be so heartless? After saying that, you jumped into the lake with a splash." This Empress actually made the Emperor cuckold. And even so, the Emperor didn't kill her. It seems Xin Yun is truly incompetent. Since he's not up to it, I'll find a way to make him perform. After saying that, she asked Xiao Lu to prepare a set of eunuch's clothes. She then went to the Emperor's bedchamber. So many guards. Good, this Emperor values his life. It's not easy to sneak in here. She saw the Emperor taking a bath. Looking at Xin Yun's athletic body, the Empress's saliva started to drip. She thought to herself, this descendant's body is excellent. Sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss at all. Not at all. "You come here?" Who is he calling? "Come here, don't make me say it a third time." "Are you calling me? You shouldn't have recognized me, right? What are your Majesty's orders?" The Emperor's eyes were full of mischief. "Oh my, you're quite a handsome little eunuch, aren't you?" He thought to himself. What is this Empress up to now? It seemed the Emperor had recognized the Empress. In eunuch's clothes, the Empress ordered everyone to leave. She thought, could it be that the Emperor likes this? Is he into men? The Emperor reached out with his large hand and threw the Empress directly into the bath. She swallowed several mouthfuls of the Emperor's bathwater. The Emperor then pulled the Empress out. He angrily rebuked her. "Empress, why aren't you staying in your own palace? Why dress up as a eunuch and come here? What's the meaning of this?" "Oh, so you recognized who I am? I thought if you were into men, it would be more exciting to seduce you." This disrespectful descendant is truly outrageous. For the sake of the Emperor's young energy, I endured and said seductively, "Your Majesty, why did I come here?" "Don't you know best, Your Majesty?" The Emperor pushed the Empress away. "Qin Yao, what exactly is your purpose? This descendant is truly rough. In for a penny, in for a pound. Even if I die today, I must get a taste of the Emperor's young energy." Saying this, She directly kissed him and bit hard. This pure dragon energy is thousands of times better than the offered incense. Let me absorb a bit more. Consider it your filial duty to me, you disrespectful descendant. The emperor forcefully pulled away, wiping his lips. The empress stuck out her tongue, looking unsatisfied. Is anyone there? What are your majesty's orders? The old eunuch looked shocked. What's going on? Take the empress back to Phoenix Palace and keep her under strict guard. From now on, without my permission, she's not allowed to step out of Phoenix Palace. Yes. The empress looked helpless. No need, no need. That's too much trouble, your majesty. I'll walk back myself. Empress, please stop talking. Can't you see the emperor's face is dark enough to drip ink? The emperor threw out a bathrobe. The empress should maintain the dignity of an empress. It's good to have some clothes to wear. This original body is really too weak. If after jumping into the river to save the superior, I caught a cold, it wouldn't be worth it. This concubine thanks your majesty for your consideration. The imperial advisor received news of the empress disguising herself as a eunuch and forcibly kissing the emperor. This is excellent. On the day she fell into the water, it was the emperor who saved the empress. It seems the emperor saved her. He had a change of heart, but remembering the emperor's eyes that day, I'm still a bit scared. The next day, little tadpole appeared. Woman, your seduction skills are lacking. Even with Luo Tiendo like that, nothing happened at all. That Luo Tiendo was just an accident. Next time I'll bring some aphrodisiac and go again. I'll definitely succeed in one strike. No need to explain. If a woman can't do it, she just can't. Accept your fate. Noble consort has arrived. What is this woman doing here? Empress, you're in quite a good mood, aren't you? Sister, your face powder is a bit thick. Did you hurt your face chasing after the emperor yesterday? You dare to mock me? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Don't tell me I have to do it myself. You're going against me like this. Aren't you afraid the emperor will blame you? The Qin family has long since fallen from power. They're not even as good as my father. I don't believe the emperor will really blame you. My words don't work anymore. Ruin this vixen's face. Let's see how she seduces the emperor then. A group of people rushed forward, about to tie up the empress. Just then, the emperor arrived. The empress quickly ran into the emperor's arms. The emperor was angry, looking at the empress before him. Who gave this woman the courage to repeatedly offend me? Your majesty, those people were trying to harm me. I was so scared. I don't see any fear at all. You're putting on quite an act. The old eunuch was very pleased. Look at those concubines. If they could all be like the empress, little princes and princesses would be running all over the palace by now. However, the next second, the old eunuch's eyes widened like eggs. The empress was suddenly lifted up by the emperor. Oh my! This disrespectful descendant. How dare he treat me like this in front of so many people? This is too embarrassing. Oh dear. Mistakenly thinking this woman had no shame, he didn't expect her to be so cute when embarrassed. Seeing the emperor's actions, the noble consort immediately became cowardly. Deshan dragged these people out and beat them to death. Yes, the emperor is killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He's warning me. How dare he capture demons? Feeling that Shui Yueying's aura was too heavy with killing intent, it would surely affect his imperial aura and indirectly affect himself. Your majesty. What does the empress want to say? I want to see what tricks you can pull now, you disrespectful descendant. How dare he look at me with such a mocking gaze? Your majesty, they didn't actually harm me. Just giving them a dozen or so lashes should be enough. Tisk, why isn't this guy reacting? Oh, your majesty, please agree to your concubine's request. Can you spare them? If it weren't for the unobstructed path to ascend and become a god, I wouldn't bow my head to this descendant. Why does the empress think I would let them go? Suppressing my anger, I put on a pitiful expression. Isn't it enough that your concubine is begging you? So the emperor will agree to my request. Looking at this smiling face, the emperor reluctantly said, "It's very ugly." What did you say? The empress's smile is truly unbearable to look at. The empress, burning with anger, took deep breaths. Deep breaths. You are a founding elder with immense power in the court. Endure it. You must endure it. The empress, who had been constantly comforting herself, never expected the emperor to add, "Empress, in the future, don't smile casually at others like that. It might tarnish the royal family's image. If I don't smile, may this descendant be destroyed." Then he let go of her hand. "Rest assured, your majesty, your concubine will definitely not smile at you in the future. Did I tell you to let go?" Upon hearing this, the entire scene fell silent. Is this still the once proud emperor? Seeing this strange atmosphere, the emperor was stunned. What did I just say? I must have been influenced by this woman. Just do as the empress said. The emperor turned and left. The old eunuch gave a thumbs up. Empress, you're really amazing. This old servant admires you. This old eunuch is truly bizarre. Empress, do you want to watch these people being punished or? No need, no need. You can take them away and deal with them. I don't want to watch. I've seen enough in my past life. At this moment, Little Green ran over, anxiously asking, What happened to you, Your Highness? Your Highness, are you hurt? It's nothing. Why aren't you leaving yet? The noble consort didn't forget to warn before leaving. I may have lost to you today, but Empress, don't be too smug. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem. Who knows which sister the emperor might fancy one day? Sister, mind your own business. My affairs are not for you to worry about. Thinking to herself, where Xianyuan Yin's heart lies has nothing to do with me. I'm simply coveting his imperial aura. The Empress has changed quite a bit since falling into the water. Can the Emperor really not see it? I will definitely win back the Emperor's heart. We'll see. Emperors have always been fickle. Yet these women refuse to believe it, throwing themselves like moths to a flame. It's pitiful and lamentable. At this time, Little Lee asked worriedly, Are you really all right, Your Highness? Don't worry, I'm fine. I need to rest for a while. Call me if anything comes up. This servant understands, Your Highness. As the Empress said. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Yin was puzzled, thinking about the Empress's coquettish behavior. After falling into the water, did she really change her nature, or was she always like this with the imperial advisor before? Someone come. What are your majesty's orders? The Empress's health hasn't improved since falling into the water. I specially permit the Qin couple to enter the palace to visit her. The old eunuch was confused. The Empress's health hasn't improved, but she was bouncing around just 2 days ago. Do you have any objections? This old servant wouldn't dare. I'll go make arrangements right away. Whether that woman is in good health or not is unclear, but it seems that since falling into the water, her problem seems to have been cured. She's no longer chasing after the imperial advisor to protect herself. No one knows Qin Yao better than the Qin couple. If this woman isn't really Qin Yao, she'll surely reveal flaws in front of the Qin couple. What's it like to flirt with the emperor in front of your father-in-law and mother-in-law? The Empress returned to her chambers and was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Little Green ran in. Your Highness, wake up quickly. What is it? What's making you so happy? Great news, Your Highness. The Emperor, thinking of your recent fall into the water and that you're not fully recovered, has specially permitted the Master and Madam to enter the palace to visit you. Qin Yao suddenly jumped up. What? Your Highness, please get up quickly. The Master and Madam are already waiting in the main hall. Qin Yao thought to herself, Green Willow has always been simple-minded. A few casual words, and she doesn't doubt my identity. But the Qin couple won't be so easily fooled. What if they notice something amiss? I can't exactly say I'm their ancestor, can I? As soon as Madame Qin saw Qin Yao, she flew over and embraced her. My dear Yao, you've suffered so much. At this moment, Master Qin quickly walked up. Greetings, Empress. No need for formalities. In my past life, I had no family ties. How am I supposed to handle such a warm family scene? Help! Father, Mother, please sit down. Just then, they heard the old eunuch shouting outside. The Emperor has arrived. Everyone was surprised. The Empress muttered, Why is he joining in on the excitement? Everyone stood up to welcome him. Your concubine greets your majesty. You may all rise. These days, every time I see her, she throws herself at me. Seeing her so proper now, it actually makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Your Majesty, I have failed in educating my daughter. Yao's past actions were reckless. If there were any offenses against your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. The Empress was stunned. What did I do? Is he talking about the imperial advisor? Look how reckless you were before. Oh my, why is he looking at me like that? Heaven knows, I'm not the one who made you a cuckold. I only cling to your imperial aura. Rise, Minister. The Empress hasn't done anything unpleasant lately. This subject thanks your Majesty. The Emperor slowly sat down. He thought, in front of her parents, let's see how this woman stirs up trouble. However, the next second, the Emperor froze. He saw the Empress gracefully walk over and sit on his lap. How dare you? Father, Mother, don't misunderstand. Since falling into the water, your daughter has been in a half-dream state. Now, enlightened by the Buddha, my heart belongs only to the Emperor. If you want to act, I'll play along fully. The Empress speaks the truth. I've always had the Empress in my heart. The Qin couple, watching their daughter's intimate behavior with the Emperor, were petrified on the spot. My daughter and the Emperor, when did their relationship become so good? Didn't he always despise her approaching him? Has he gone mad with jealousy today? Yes, I want to sleep with him. But this is the first time in so many years that someone has been so close to me. I really want to kill him. Yao, why have you gone quiet? Is it because Minister Qin and his wife are here? So you're feeling shy? Unfilial descendant. Let go of your ancestor. Your Majesty, I thought you had more skill than this. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Qin Yao hurriedly moved away. Your panicked look is quite amusing. It makes me want to tease you more. Your Majesty, my parents are still here. The Empress's behavior reminds me of a cat that Persia gifted us some days ago. Oh really? You dare compare me to a cat? If there weren't others here, I'd finish you off. What? Your Majesty, you say you want to eat the dried fish I feed my cat at home? But, that's for the cat. The Emperor's face was full of confusion. I've even the score. This woman really doesn't want to lose at all. Father, mother, you heard it. The Emperor wants dried fish. It seems I'll have to trouble you to bring the dried fish I left at home to the palace. The Qin couple was stunned. Well, it's getting late. We should take our leave now. The Emperor thought, I've already provoked her today anyway. Let her have her moment. Dried fish it is. Father, mother, let me see you out. Waving, she said, goodbye, come visit often. She sighed in relief. Thankfully, she didn't give herself away. Just as she stepped into the main hall, she bumped right into the Emperor's embrace. Is the Empress satisfied with my noble gesture? The Empress was so angry she could grind her teeth. Your concubine is naturally very satisfied. Good, then I'll return to the palace. Suddenly, the Empress grabbed the Emperor's arm. Her red lips went straight for a kiss. Then she bit down hard. The Emperor pushed her away, wiping the blood from his lips. He glared at the Empress. Your Majesty, I'm even more satisfied now. How about that, unfilial descendant? You can't do anything to your elder, can you? Go ahead, scold me, bite me. The Empress's kissing skills are really terrible. By this time, the Emperor had already left for his palace. The Empress finally reacted. Unfilial descendant, you dare mock me? I'll make you know my power sooner or later. Little Green used all her strength to hold back the Empress. Your Highness, please calm down. In the Phoenix Palace, the Empress was reading a book. Little Green came in and said, Your Highness, the Emperor has sent a cat. Earlier, when Your Highness told the Emperor you liked cats, he immediately sent this old servant to bring a cat to you. The old eunuch was very pleased, seeing the Emperor and Empress's relationship progressing so quickly. He wondered whether the first child would be a princess or a prince. The Empress stared at the kitten. First he compared me to a cat, and now he deliberately sends a cat to mock me? Although she was furious, the moment she took the cat, looking at the adorable kitten, she thought, this cat is quite well behaved. Much better than that unfilial descendant Xin Yunin. Thank you for your trouble, eunuch. I like this cat very much. Please convey my thanks to His Majesty. I'm glad Your Highness likes it. The Emperor truly cares for you. This is a red date cake I had specially made for His Majesty. Please take it to him as well. The old eunuch stared at the half-eaten red date cake, stunned. Specially made for His Majesty? But half of it is already eaten. Seeing the old eunuch's expression, the Empress's acting skills kicked in. I've heard that red date cake symbolizes having children early. If I eat half and His Majesty eats the other half. By this time, the old eunuch was in tears. I understand now. Your Highness is so good to the Emperor. I'm so moved. The Empress was speechless. How can you believe everything I say? Stop crying, please. The mischievous Empress thought of a way to sleep with the Emperor, drugging him. Dressed in a eunuch's uniform, the Empress stealthily pushed open the door of the Imperial Hospital. She was rummaging through something when suddenly, little Tadpole appeared. Woman, why are you here in the middle of the night, dressed like this? What are you up to? I'm preparing some sleeping drugs. Sleeping drugs? What for? Drugs to make people lose their senses. In short, sleeping drugs. You're too scary, Minnie. You're just inexperienced. Xin Yunin, just you wait. Suddenly, the Imperial Advisor pushed the door open. Is this Imperial Advisor Lin Ci? Looking at the advisor's elegant white-robed appearance. No wonder the original owner of this body was so infatuated with him. However, the Empress remained very calm. Her heart was like still water. Imperial Advisor, do you have business with me? The advisor bowed and said, "That day, Lin Si spoke too harshly. I hope your highness won't take offense. The past was just the original owner's one-sided affection." This apology caught the Empress off guard. The next moment, the Empress coldly said, "I accept the Imperial Advisor's apology. All that happened in the past was just my momentary delusion." The Empress would no longer. Hearing this, the advisor was stunned. Come to think of it, I should apologize to the Imperial Advisor. But that day when I fell into the lake, I had a near-death experience, so I've already died once. So I'll skip the apology. Let's end our grievances here. Hearing this, the Imperial Advisor was very shocked. Is this still the Empress I know? I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Watching the Empress's retreating figure, he thought how much she had changed from before. Meanwhile, the Emperor was listening to a black-clothed man report on the situation at the Imperial Hospital. He met Lin Si at the Imperial Hospital, but there was no joyful interaction. The Emperor was savoring the red date cake sent by the Empress. This mischievous woman, the black-clothed man continued. Moreover, the Empress was cold towards the Imperial Advisor, unlike her previous enthusiasm. The Emperor thought about the Empress's contemptuous behavior. Could what she said today be true? Did you see clearly what medicine the Empress was making? The black-clothed man hesitated. Your Highness seemed to be making. It seemed to be Hawan powder. Hawan powder? Knowing the Empress was preparing Hawan powder, he thought she was planning to drug the Imperial Advisor. Thinking of the Empress's resistance when he tried to get close to her, he believed this was her playing hard to get. Suddenly, the red date cake in his hand lost its appeal. The Emperor couldn't sit still anymore. He directly ordered, "Keep a close watch on the Empress. Don't let her step out of Phoenix Palace, even half a step. Your Highness, the Emperor hasn't seen you for 3 days. Aren't you worried at all? Perhaps he's busy with state affairs. Besides, what's the use of me worrying? I've been trying hard these days. Well, it seems I'll have to sneak out for a bit." Night fell. The Empress stealthily climbed over the wall. Then she was stopped by 2 guards. "Your Highness, please go back. His Majesty ordered not to see you." Fine then. The Empress found a dog hole and poked her head through. "I don't believe they guard even a dog hole." As she finished speaking, the fierce big black jumped out. The Empress instantly cowered. "Xinyanin, you win." Back in her chambers, the Empress relaxed. If he's not in a hurry, why should I be? On the other side, the Emperor was grinding his teeth. The old eunuch saw the Emperor's furrowed brow, not knowing who had upset the Emperor these past few days. He thought the relationship between the Emperor and Empress had improved, and the palace would soon have little princesses and princes. But for 3 consecutive days, His Majesty hadn't visited the Empress. He needed to think of a way to help the Empress. "Your Majesty, tomorrow is the Triennial Spring Festival. Have you decided which consorts to bring along?" The Emperor showed a sorrowful look. "Who should I bring? Do I have to bring her?" She went to such lengths for Lin Si, even preparing Hawan powder. It's truly unforgivable. A woman with another man in her heart. I don't even want to like her. At this moment, the old eunuch interrupted the Emperor's thoughts. He asked, "Your Majesty, will you bring the Empress?" The Emperor's eyes lit up. "Of course I will." Then he suddenly turned and muttered to himself, "What's wrong with me? Then this old servant will send someone to Phoenix Palace to inform the Empress." The Emperor, full of energy, led the court officials to participate in the Triennial Spring Festival. He secretly glanced at the lazy Empress. Seeing the Empress shivering from cold, he coldly said, "If you feel cold, go sit in the carriage." The Empress opened her drowsy eyes. "I'm old now, inevitably feeling the cold. I haven't absorbed dragon energy for several days. How can I not feel cold?" The Emperor frowned. "Oh," the Empress awkwardly said, "since I fell into the lake last time, I've been left with some lingering illness. I'm especially afraid of cold now." Keep pretending it's useless. "I won't care about you. Although he said this, he still took off his cloak and put it on the Empress. This action surprised the Empress. Arriving at the carriage, she sighed. 2 cloaks. I'm not that weak now, but that person is tall and strong, should be fine now. But most importantly, I finally get to see him. This sleeping drug can finally be put to use." Suddenly looking up, she saw the Imperial Advisor standing opposite. She thought, does such a big man also ride in a carriage? "Sir, why do you need to participate in this spring festival? If the Empress takes the opportunity to pester you again, how will you respond?" The Imperial Advisor sighed. "She won't anymore." Seeing this scene, The emperor gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to immediately dismiss the imperial advisor. In the carriage, the empress was sound asleep. Little Tadpole appeared again. Woman, don't sleep. Those two consorts who slept with the emperor are planning how to embarrass you, to make the emperor completely disgusted with you. Don't bother. Spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue. Isn't sleeping sweetly nice? Little Tadpole was exasperated. Woman, how can you engage in palace intrigue like this? We've arrived at the wonderful tent. Why aren't you getting off yet? Indeed, it's been too long since I absorbed dragon energy. I don't even have the strength to speak. I can't go on. I need to absorb dragon energy. Seeing the Empress's sickly appearance, he snorted coldly. Just now you were flirting with the imperial advisor, and now what trick are you playing? Your Majesty, your subject is very tired. Could you carry me out? The emperor said discontentedly. Walk by yourself, looking at the pure energy emanating from the emperor before her. The empress's sensual red lips directly planted a forceful kiss. The two in the carriage were mutually devouring. Comfortable. This vessel is truly so comfortable. Qi Yao, the empress, softly responded. Puzzled, she said, this time it wasn't bitten through. How come this ungrateful descendant is unhappy again? Your Majesty, this time I didn't bite through. You can't wrongly accuse me. You took liberties with me, and now you're feeling wronged? Wronged? I don't feel wronged at all. I just don't want your Majesty to misunderstand me. At this moment, the old eunuch's voice sounded. Your Majesty, Empress, are you unwell? Should this old servant call for the imperial physician? No need. The Empress is already fine. The Empress extended her delicate jade hand, interlocking fingers with the Emperor. Your Majesty, shall we go out? The Emperor snorted coldly again, then bent down to pick up the Empress, lifting her feet off the ground. The Empress exclaimed in surprise. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Emperor said discontentedly. Be quiet. Your Majesty, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself. The Emperor showed a fierce expression. Oh, if you like carrying me, then carry me. It saves me from moving anyway. Lying in the Emperor's arms, the Empress sighed. The dragon energy is so comfortable. Just as they got off the carriage, the Emperor's consorts were all grinding their teeth. All the court officials were whispering. The Emperor carried the Empress straight to his own tent. Your Majesty, this seems to be your tent, right? Your Majesty, why did you bring me to your tent? Just now in the carriage, you were so eager to seduce me. Now, whose tent do you want to go to? The Empress avoided the Emperor's gaze, muttering softly. Why are you looking like you're going to eat someone? Qin Yao, don't forget your identity. The Empress instantly changed her expression. My identity? Isn't my identity the founding elder of the great dynasty? Looking at the Empress's expression, indeed, this woman only had the imperial advisor in her heart from beginning to end. Qin Yao, you are my Empress. I know that. So what? The Emperor let go of the Empress. Since you are my Empress, you should adhere to the duties of an Empress. This ungrateful descendant, just now you were all smiles. How did you change so suddenly? Has water gotten into your brain? The Emperor's eyes flashed dangerously. If you're still of two minds, harboring other men in your heart besides me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Huh? How am I of two minds? Heaven knows, I'm single-mindedly trying to sleep with him, take the Emperor's dragon energy, and ascend to godhood. Don't wrongly accuse me, hey. The Empress slowly approached the Emperor, sweetly saying, Your Majesty, how could I? In the past, I was wrong. Now I've come to my senses. In my heart and eyes, there's only your Majesty. There's no room for anyone else. Glib tongue. Every word I say is true. Why does your Majesty always not believe me? The Emperor wanted to say something more, but was already pushed down onto the bed by the Empress. The Empress thought, the more this ungrateful descendant is willing to get close to you, the easier it is for me to achieve my goal of absorbing dragon energy. The Empress gently caressed the Emperor's handsome face with one hand. What does this woman want to do now? The Empress revealed a greedy look. What to do? I really want to sleep with him just like this. Your Majesty, I want to do it again. Everyone might be thinking indecently by now, but it's just this, and also this. The Emperor's taste is truly excellent. The Emperor had a trapped expression. This woman, after absorbing the dragon energy, the Empress was in high spirits, looking smug. But the Emperor wasn't about to let her off so easily. He pushed the Empress down onto the bed, pressing her beneath him. Who gave you the courage to repeatedly take liberties with me? The Empress gently caressed the Emperor's face, saying coquettishly, Doesn't your Majesty like this? The emperor looked irritated, thinking this woman had made such rapid progress in just 3 days without seeing her family. Where did she learn all this from? The empress looked innocent. Well then, if your majesty doesn't like it, I'll stop. I won't do this anymore in the future. However, the next second, the emperor directly forced a kiss on her. After a while, the emperor snorted coldly. It seemed to be a counterattack to the empress's seduction. He angrily said, "Stay obediently in the tent," then turned and left. The empress sat alone, pondering. So, does he like it or not? At this moment, the little tadpole popped out, responding, "Isn't that obvious? Of course he likes it. You don't understand anything." The little tadpole was so angry. "Don't look down on me, okay? Have all those domineering CEO novels I've read been for nothing? So you still haven't experienced it personally, right?" The little tadpole was forced to spit blood. The next day, the triennial spring hunt was held as scheduled. All civil and military officials gathered. "Your Majesty, according to the tradition of past spring hunts, the one who hunts the most can receive 1,000 taels of gold. If your Majesty has other treasures to bestow, we ministers, these are all worldly possessions. Does the Empress have any good ideas?" The Empress, who was leisurely drinking tea, was stunned. "What?" Everyone's eyes were on the Empress. The Empress immediately switched to her simple-minded persona. "Oh, the prize, Your Majesty. I do have a good idea, but I'm afraid Your Majesty won't agree." The Emperor showed an expectant look. "Just say it first." "Let's hear it." "Your Majesty, I think if someone wins this hunt, perhaps Your Majesty could grant them one wish." The Emperor didn't know the Empress's hidden agenda. He frowned. All the consorts broke out in cold sweat. At this time, the noble consort stepped forward and said, "Sister, His Majesty is the Son of Heaven. What you suggest about granting a wish, isn't it somewhat inappropriate?" The Empress thought, "That's true. Exchanging a hunting victory for a promise from the Son of Heaven is indeed inappropriate. Forget it, I was too hasty after all." She then said, "Sister thinks more thoroughly." I was too abrupt. The noble consort was stunned. Had the Empress become so easy to talk to? Looking at the graceful and proper noble consort, the Empress thought, indeed, whether 300 years ago or 300 years later, men generally prefer this kind of graceful and gentle woman. The Empress couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps loneliness is my only destination. After all, being invincible is so lonely. The Empress looked dejected. The Emperor caught all of the Empress's expressions. What is this woman feeling dejected about? Does she think I won't agree? He then said, regarding the prize, we'll do as the Empress suggested. The Emperor's consorts were shocked. How could it be? How could the Emperor favor the Empress so much? The Emperor approved. Regarding the prize, the Empress immediately jumped up. Your Majesty, are you serious about this? She thought, this is unlike him. He's so agreeable this time. I must seize this opportunity. Of course, I always keep my word. The Empress grasped the Emperor's hand with her delicate fingers. Your Majesty, I also want to participate in this hunt. The Emperor was stunned. The Empress was unusually excited. I want to participate. The Emperor shook his head slightly. You're half dead just sitting in a carriage, and you want to participate in the hunt? Of course, I just kissed Your Majesty twice. I can do it. Please let me participate, won't you? The old eunuch watched this scene with a gratified expression. Little Green shyly covered her eyes. The Emperor was puzzled. Kissing me makes it possible? Does this woman even know what she's saying? The Empress was calm. 300 years ago, I could sway the entire court. It wasn't just through strategy. Back then, I fought on battlefields, walked through mountains of corpses and seas of fire. A mere hunt is nothing to worry about. But Your Majesty, if you're really worried, you can let me kiss you again. I promise I'll bring back all the lions, tigers, and bears from these mountains for you. The Emperor was speechless. Did this woman's brain get waterlogged when she fell into the water that day? What nonsense about kissing making it possible? It's absurd. He slowly walked up to the Empress and asked, are you some kind of succubus? If that's what Your Majesty thinks, it's not impossible. I think with the Empress's frail body that could fall over in a breeze, it's better not to force yourself. If you want any game, I'll hunt it for you. The Empress was embarrassed. Your Majesty, how can that be? The Emperor looked troubled. He really didn't understand what this woman was up to. Not catching any game was a small matter, but if something were to happen, wouldn't he be the one to suffer in the end? Please, Your Majesty, just trust me this once. She thought, if he doesn't agree, wouldn't suggesting the prize be like making a wedding dress for someone else? Seeing the Emperor unmoved, The Empress turned red with anger. You ungrateful descendant, with such a heart of stone. I've gone this far, and you're still unmoved. You're forcing me to use my trump card. Then she pinched her thigh hard, and tears as big as soybeans started flowing, looking very aggrieved. Seeing this, the Emperor's heart softened. He quickly wiped the Empress's tears. Why are you crying? It's just not agreeing. The Empress was already rejoicing inside. I can still handle you. Really, Your Majesty? If you cry again, I'll take back what I just said. The Empress was visibly excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then she lightly touched the Emperor's lips, just for a moment. Your Majesty, you're so good to me. While the Emperor pretended to be displeased and said, You're becoming more and more unruly these days. But in his heart, he was actually delighted. Then the Empress kissed the Emperor's cheek again, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to win first place. The Emperor feigned composure, his face red. You better not disappoint me. At this moment, the entire court was in an uproar. This, in broad daylight, in front of everyone. Isn't this bewitching the ruler? The demon Empress. Am I seeing things? The Empress, she's really changed her ways. But the Imperial Advisor was in a daze. Peerless beauty, charming and flamboyant, captivating hearts. This was her true form. The Emperor led a group of consorts and guards through the forest. Everyone, stay close and don't wander off. The consorts replied in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress forced a smile. Of course, Your Majesty. I will definitely stay close and not wander off. The next moment, the Emperor drew his bow, an arrow. He shot and hit a swift, clean cicadeer. Seeing all the game along the way being taken by the Emperor, the Empress thought, At this rate, how can I show off my skills? No, I need to find a way to act alone. The Empress prepared to leave the group. She decided to go solo, so she pretended to be extremely tired. Consort Hui asked concernedly, Sister, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to rest for a while? It's this useless body of mine. I'll go rest for a bit. The Emperor asked worriedly, Is something wrong? It's nothing serious. If Your Majesty is concerned, just leave 2 people to protect me. She finished with a bright smile. This woman's acting skills were truly refined. Anyone else would easily be fooled by her. Let's see what you're up to. Watching the Emperor slowly leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. May you return with a full harvest. Empress, the Emperor went that way. Before they could finish, the Empress had already galloped away on horseback. That's right, the tiger's roar came from this direction. I found the silver ingot. What an unexpected bonus. There's even a big black bear. Then the Empress drew her bow, her movements agile and heroic. She shot 3 arrows at once, all hitting the black bear. The bear immediately fell. The fierce tiger roared and pounced towards the Empress. The Empress, nimble in movement, dodged aside. Then her sword was already aimed at the tiger, ready to strike. At that moment, a whistling sound was heard as an arrow shot from afar. It hit the tiger's head directly. The Empress was stunned. Who dares to steal my glory at this crucial moment? The Imperial Advisor rode up on a white horse, his long hair flowing. Thank you, Imperial Advisor, for your assistance. Though she said this, her heart was conflicted. The last one was taken by this miser. Does she have to share this tiger with him too? The Imperial Advisor jumped down from his horse. He said, It's nothing. I pay my respects to the Empress. No need for formalities, Imperial Advisor. Your help was timely, but I'm deeply grateful. Your Majesty's 3 arrows were most precise. Even if I hadn't intervened, Your Majesty would surely have subdued the tiger. The Empress was internally conflicted. To share or not to share, she really didn't want to. As for this tiger, shall we split it 50-50? What do you think? Hearing this, the Imperial Advisor was stunned. The Empress made a difficult decision. 60-40 then. After all, I am the ancestor. I can give a little to the younger generation. This male tiger was first discovered by Your Majesty. My arrow was unnecessary. Your Majesty need not share the game with me. Since the Imperial Advisor insists, I'll keep it then. For today's matter, consider that I owe you a favor. As the Empress was happily processing the game, Xiao Sun whispered in the Imperial Advisor's ear, The Empress seems to have really stopped clinging to you, sir. That time Xiao Lan fell into the water changed the Empress. This is for the best. But the Imperial Advisor looked very dejected. After all, that time he jumped into the lake to die, the guard nearby said. Empress, shall we leave? Sometimes you also need to carry the game. Let's return to the camp now. Thank you, Imperial Advisor. Before she could finish, the Emperor rode up with great force. He angrily said, Did I miss something? Does the Empress have something to say? It seems this woman still treats my words as wind in her her ears. The imperial advisor bowed. Your Majesty. The Empress looked confused. Your Majesty, why are you here? But she thought, in just this short time, which idiot has angered this unfilial descendant again? The Empress stepped forward and tugged the Emperor's arm. Your Majesty, look, the Empress said proudly. This is the bear and tiger I promised you. Oomph. You provoke me repeatedly, and now you're caught in a private meeting with the imperial advisor, yet you still act so clueless. Are you really stupid, or are you just trying to provoke me because you can't win over the imperial advisor? The Emperor gripped the reins tightly. He shook off the Empress's jade hand. The Empress is truly something. Then he rode away. The Empress was confused. What does he mean? Have I offended him again? Noble Consort Gay then sidled up. Sister, how come you're with the imperial advisor? Consort Shu chimed in. Listen to what Sister is saying. Empress, Sister's love for the imperial advisor isn't new. Do they need a reason to be together? I and the Empress merely met by chance. Please be careful with your words, Your Highness. Hearing this, Consort Shu became angry. What else do you want to say? But Consort Hui stopped her. Sister has always been tolerant. Don't stoop to Consort Shu's level. It's about time. Sister, shall we go back together? The Empress gave a meaningful smile. All right, Pang whinnying. The Empress stood nearby, carefully examining the game. Cicadere, rabbits, wild boar, and so on. It seems no one's catch can threaten mine. The Emperor beside her remained silent. After counting the game, the Empress gracefully moved to the Emperor's side, thinking, hee, victory is in sight. Now I just wait for the game count to finish, and I'll be announced the winner. The Emperor beside her looked as if his face could drip ink. His whole body emanated a cold aura. Oh my, you startled me. The Empress gently moved away. All right. If this descendant doesn't want to see me so much, I can avoid you if I can't handle you. She then stood up, preparing to leave. At this moment, the Emperor grabbed the Empress from behind and pulled her into his arms. The Empress unexpectedly fell into the Emperor's embrace. Where does the Empress think she's going? Your Majesty, I thought you didn't want to see me now. The Emperor thought, this fickle woman, previously provoking the imperial advisor, now provoking me. Who is she going to provoke next? The Emperor showed a mocking smile. Oomph. So the Empress isn't entirely useless. At least she has some self-awareness. The Empress was speechless. Then she comforted herself. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. You need to show the dignity of an ancestor. Most importantly, the imperial dragon aura. Gently pushing the Emperor away. As your Majesty says, can you release me now? I'll go sit elsewhere. Not here, being ambiguous. The Emperor glared, gripping the Empress's delicate jade hand. As the Empress, you should fulfill your duties as such. Sit obediently by my side. You're not allowed to go anywhere. The Empress suppressed her anger and forced a smile. All right, your Majesty once said that the Empress looks ugly when she smiles. Empress, don't smile at me like that. What's wrong with this unfilial descendant? So displeased. Humph. To please him, those concubines act all soft and coy. Now he repeatedly calls me ugly. Even my good nature is wearing thin, okay? I am exhausted. Since you, Xian Yuaning, don't like it, I won't pretend anymore. If nothing else works, I'll have to resort to the last measure. Leaves fly on a windy night, sleeping drug. The Emperor watched as Qin Yao's smile gradually disappeared. Change face, huh? Was this woman's previous flattery and coyness just an act too? What is her true self? At dinner time, the old eunuch saw both of them frowning. Why are they unhappy again? Your Majesty is really going to be the death of this old eunuch. At this time, the officials outside the tent had finished counting the game and were preparing to report the results. The Empress looked excited. It's finally starting. She seemed to have made up her mind long ago. This prize is mine. It wasn't in vain that I owe the imperial advisor a favor for no reason. General Su, 1 cicadere. Censor Zhang, 2 rabbits and 1 bamboo viper. The Empress hunted 1 brown bear and 1 tiger. In this hunt, the Empress is victorious. The officials whispered among themselves. Did the Empress really hunt that tiger and bear? How is that possible? Hasn't the Empress always been unskilled in martial arts? Even the bravest generals wouldn't dare to face such beasts alone. How could Her Majesty hunt them? The young Sun whispered beside him. Sir, did you hear? It's the Empress, sir. The Empress won the prize. She won't come after you, will she? The imperial advisor put on a helpless expression. I guess she's probably gotten what she wanted. The Empress jumped up excitedly. Your Majesty, I won. Your Majesty, I want you to promise me. Why is the Empress in such a hurry? The Empress looked confused. Bring up the golden sable. The Empress was shocked. Golden sable? Yes, Your Majesty. The golden sable is the king of all beasts. One golden sable is worth all the game here. Wait, Your Majesty. I remember the hunting rules state that Your Majesty's catch cannot be included in the competition. Who said I'm claiming this golden sable for myself? I hunted it as a gift for noble consort Gay. Noble consort Gue blushed. I thank Your Majesty. Nonsense. My beloved has been managing many affairs of the harem for the Empress and has accompanied me for years. Such hard work. I fear this mere golden sable might not be enough for my beloved. He finished, not forgetting to glance at the Empress. The Emperor played dirty, directly giving his hunted golden sable to noble consort Gay, preventing the Empress from winning. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I put in so much effort for this prize, and now with just one sentence, you've made all my efforts today worthless. What? Is the Empress dissatisfied with my arrangement? But he thought, should I let her win the prize and let her and the Imperial Advisor? He then announced, today's hunting prize is something that can fly. The Empress suppressed her anger. Your Majesty, isn't this a bit unfair to me? The Emperor, already provoked, replied, since when does my favor need to be fair? As the supreme ruler, Your Majesty indeed doesn't need to be fair with me. I've lived 2 lifetimes catching demons, but this is the first time I've been played for a fool. Xin Yuanin, you just wait. The Emperor was stunned. I'm not worthy to be fair with you? Little tadpole popped up at this moment. Woman, calm down. You're his Empress now. As they say, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Calm down. What to do? What to do? Don't you dare kill off the Divine Lord's descendants. This peach doesn't want to be killed by the Divine Lord. Noble consort Gue slightly composed herself. Then she provoked, Your Majesty, if sister really wants it, I'm willing to give this golden sable to her. I only wish for Your Majesty's well-being. That's enough for me. Noble consort Gue is so generous. What does the Empress think? The Empress sneered, Sister, what a good act. I appreciate it, but there's no need. This is Your Majesty's favor to you. How could you give it to others? She finished with an angry glare at the Emperor. Then she stormed off, watching the Empress's retreating figure. Is she really angry? In a quiet forest, the Empress leaned against a big tree. Woman, are you still angry? How about I sing you a song? Little Apple or Happy Breakup? Which one do you want to hear? No thanks. All right, woman. Let's not bother with that dog, Emperor. Getting angry will make you old. It's not worth getting angry about. That's not true. I should have the spirit of the ancestors, right? I'm very open-minded. Woman, you... At this moment, the sound of fighting came from afar. Everyone attack. Should be quiet. Let's go take a look. The Empress immediately leaped down, with Little Tadpole following closely. The Empress was chatting with Little Tadpole when they suddenly heard fighting sounds from afar. They rushed over quickly. They saw an imposing figure standing by the lake. Woman, it looks like the dog Emperor. Yes, it is. Why is he here? Then they slowly approached. The Emperor showed a vigilant look. As the Empress approached, a sharp sword was already at the Empress's snow-white neck. How can it be you? What are you doing here? He then slowly withdrew the sword. Seeing the blood on the Emperor's shoulder, Your Majesty, are you hurt? It's just a flesh wound, nothing serious. Were they assassins? The Emperor took the Empress's hand. Follow me first. They came to a dense forest. Your Majesty, why are you here? She thought, shouldn't he be at the camp, flirting with those beloved consorts? Why did he suddenly appear here and encounter assassins? I was just taking a walk. His face was full of loneliness. Now he doesn't care about my injury at all. Indeed, he has never cared about me. The Empress laughed foolishly. Oh, Your Majesty, you're really something. The Emperor was speechless. Then he grabbed the Empress's delicate hand. Tell me what you want. The Empress showed a shy, girlish expression. Your Majesty, why are you asking this? I'm not Your Majesty's beloved consort. I dare not hope for Your Majesty's favor. As she spoke, she had already treated the Emperor's wound. You helped me. What do you want? I'll grant it if you truly can't let go of the Imperial Advisor. I can let you and the Imperial Advisor leave the palace. To fulfill your wish, it's not impossible. Will Your Majesty keep your word? Even if I want something, will Your Majesty agree? The Emperor was stunned, his eyes widening bigger than eggs, his face full of disbelief. Chi Miao, do you know what you're saying? Oh well, Indeed, he doesn't like to hear these words. It's good I didn't have high hopes. It's fine if your majesty doesn't agree. I'm not an unreasonable person. After all, your majesty is so affectionate with noble consort Hui. You certainly don't want her to misunderstand. I understand. The emperor's next move was to directly cover the empress's mouth. His action left the empress speechless. The empress's eyes widened in surprise. Yao Yao thought, this is when I should close my eyes. The empress was confused. Why should I close my eyes? Soon, the empress's rapid breathing could be heard. This isn't called. What's happening now? He's actually kissing me on his own initiative. The emperor gazed at the empress lovingly, slowly approaching, playing with the empress's hair. How about one more time? The empress was in a daze. She pushed the emperor away. Wait. Then she felt the emperor's forehead. Strange, it's not hot. Could the injury be too severe? Has a fever damaged your brain? Your Majesty, are you all right? Where are you uncomfortable? Should I help you back to the camp? Let the imperial physician check your pulse. Yao Yao, don't speak. Then he pulled the empress into his embrace. Cry. I've shown you my feelings like this. Your concern is genuine. But apart from that, there's nothing else. Indeed, your words about wanting things are just empty talk. The emperor slowly stood up. No need to find the imperial physician. Then he turned to leave. But he turned back and said, Qin Miao, if you love the imperial advisor, you can leave with him in a year. In the palace, you don't need to worry. As for Minister Qin, you can explain the reason to your family yourself. I can fulfill your wish. But the royal family's face cannot be damaged. At that time, I will announce to the world that you died of severe illness. The empress was confused. Wait, this is nonsense. Fulfilling my wish with the imperial advisor? What's all this about? Your Majesty, when did I say I liked the imperial advisor? The empress likes the imperial advisor. Everyone in the palace knows this. Sigh, can we move on from this, Your Majesty? Since I woke up after falling into the water, I've said more than once that I don't like the imperial advisor anymore, Sigh. Have I not made it clear enough? Why does no one believe me? The emperor held the empress's wrist. The empress has loved the imperial advisor for years. How could it be possible that just waking up after falling into water, you could let go so quickly? Do you think I'm that easily fooled? The empress sighed deeply. Your Majesty, I really don't like the imperial advisor. Looking at the thick imperial dragon aura behind the emperor, in my heart and eyes, there's only Your Majesty now. I now only like Your Majesty alone. For the sake of the imperial dragon aura, she had to kiss the emperor first. Zhai said in her heart and eyes, there's only the emperor. The emperor was shocked after hearing this. Is this woman for real? Does the empress no longer love the imperial advisor? Yes, Your Majesty. Why are these descendants always obsessing over those useless love affairs? Can they be eaten? Or can they warm the body? Is there really only me in the empress's heart? The empress was innocent and sincere. Yes. Is Your Majesty joking? The path to ascend and become a god in one go is on you. How can there not be only you in my heart and eyes? The emperor helplessly nibbled on the empress's earlobe. You're such a little liar. The empress's cheeks instantly turned red. I'm not. Your Majesty, you're wronging me. You say I'm the only one in your heart and eyes, but your eyes show no love for the one you claim to adore. Can you not hold me so tightly? I can hardly breathe. Are you part dog, biting my ear? Never mind, it's not easy. I've coaxed him. Let him hug me. Your Majesty, could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm having trouble breathing. The emperor glanced at the empress. Then he tightened his arms even more. No, I'm afraid you'll run away again. How could I run away? I wish to be with Your Majesty every moment. How could I bear to leave? But in her mind, she thought, did his brain get injured along with his body earlier? Let go of me quickly. I'm about to suffocate. She gently patted the emperor's back. You can let go of me now. I really can't breathe. After a while, the emperor slowly loosened his grip. What did this guy eat to grow up with such strength? The emperor sat down on a large rock and opened his upper garment. The wound from the 11th prince hurt a lot. The empress was surprised. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Am I hallucinating from lack of oxygen? The 11th prince? Doesn't it hurt? If it hurts, should I take you back to see the imperial physician? No need. Come sit here. Yao, let me lean on you for a while. I'm very tired now. This disrespectful descendant. When will it end? Fine. He's had it tough too. I'll let him lean for a while, but I'm still taking advantage. The dragon aura is right there. Might as well absorb it. The little tadpole angrily said. He was just flirting with those other women, and now he's deceiving you again. What a scumbag. For a long time, shouts could be heard from afar. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, where are you? Hearing the shouts, the Empress slowly opened her hazy eyes. Oh, how did I end up lying on the Emperor's lap? Your Majesty, don't move. It will worsen your wound. The Emperor held the Empress's delicate hand. Then will Yao Yao help me? The Empress looked disgusted. You're the Emperor with 3,000 beauties in the harem. Why do you need help just to expose your upper body? So fussy. It's done. Your Majesty can. Yao Yao is so good. Then he gave everyone another dose of PDA. From afar, noble consort Hui couldn't stand it anymore. Your Majesty, are you all right? The Emperor glanced at her unhappily. This concubine greets Your Majesty. The Emperor looked impatient. Get up. But his hand was still around the Empress's slender waist. The more he resisted before, the more eager he is now. The Empress looked confused. Did he just kiss me again? Wait, shouldn't he be the one being teased and taken advantage of? Why is it me? How did it become me? Noble consort Hui looked lovingly. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Why don't you ride in the palanquin with me back to the camp? At this moment, the guards brought 2 fine horses. The Empress prepared to leave. The young ones were looking at each other lovingly. As their elder, I should give them some space. So she prepared to ride away on horseback. The Emperor grabbed the Empress's delicate hand. Ride with me on one horse. Please don't, Your Majesty. You're making enemies for me. Your Majesty, wouldn't this sadden noble consort Hui? Noble consort Hui. Her face turned green. The Emperor didn't care. Come up, Qin Yao. She had no choice. She could only extend her delicate jade hand. With a leap, she sat on the horse. Your Majesty, this position might hurt your wound. Seeing Qin Yao's concern, the Emperor was very happy. He leaned close to her ear. Is Yao Yao worried about me? Yes, I am concerned. The Emperor thought to himself. I haven't slept with her yet. Nothing can go wrong. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I'm not that fragile. The Empress rolled her eyes. Who was it that was whining about pain earlier? The Emperor looked satisfied. One step at a time. It shows she's really let go. Imperial Preceptor. Even though I don't have a place in your heart, there's still time. If Yao Yao is tired, you can sleep in my arms for a while. There are so many people in the world who want to kill me, but I don't take it to heart. Before, I was alone and had no attachments, so I didn't care about life or death. The Emperor looked longingly. But now I have Yao Yao. The Emperor softly called out, Yao Yao. I'm here. Yao Yao smiled awkwardly. Hearing this, Qin Yao immediately perked up. From now on, Yao Yao can only smile like that for me. I won't dislike you. Haha, well, thank you so much for that. Back at the camp, the civil and military officials began drinking and feasting. Many concubines tried to please the Emperor. Your Majesty, eat this. The meat is tender. Your Majesty, eat this. I just got it for you. Only the Empress ate contentedly by herself. Sister, this is flower tea I specially brought from the palace. It's very refreshing and helps with greasiness. Would sister like to try some? You're so thoughtful, but I don't like sweet flavors. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your kindness. The Emperor kept staring at the Empress. Is it good? Don't you have food in front of you? Why are you staring at me? She then slowly put some meat to the Emperor's mouth. Your Majesty, would you like to try? The officials whispered among themselves. This isn't proper. It might anger the Emperor. The Empress belatedly realized that feeding him like this might indeed be inappropriate. But the Emperor happily took a bite. Not bad, not bad. It's delicious. The Empress was surprised. The Emperor rubbed her little head. Why are you panicking? You're mine. Empress, don't feel embarrassed. The Emperor fondled her lovingly. The Empress thought, why did I add meat for no reason? It's making this guy touchy-feely. At this moment, the little tadpole reminded her, woman, you're in trouble. He's taken you as his imperial vessel. You must not fall in love. Emperors have always been heartless. Woman, you can't handle this. Fall in love? That won't happen. This old lady won't fall in love. This old lady only wants to ascend and become a deity. Yao Yao, try this. The imperial preceptor watched their intimate behavior, knowing the Empress had let go of her obsession with him. Although they only had a few years together after falling into the water, his light gaze couldn't deceive anyone. How could he be so carefree? Suddenly, the Emperor's gaze turned to him. Imperial preceptor, you're not young anymore. Do you have someone you fancy? When do you plan to marry? At these words, the entire place fell silent. You could hear a leaf drop. Qin Yao also looked curious. How could someone as otherworldly as the imperial preceptor be in love? Thank you for your majesty's concern. I have no interest in love, let alone women. Qin Yao covered her mouth and smiled. Look and listen, this is a kindred spirit. Then she gave him an admiring look. Love and romance are such headaches. The emperor watched this scene, his heart filling with jealousy. Does she admire the imperial preceptor that much? The cup in his hand shattered with a crack. The cup didn't know what it did wrong. It just silently bore the brunt of it. All the civil and military officials were panicked. In the quiet of the night, the banquet had ended. The Empress took out the aphrodisiac she had prepared long ago. Finally it can be put to use. I'll do him tonight. Then she sneaked towards the Emperor's tent. This unfilial descendant was quite diligent, still reviewing memorials at this hour. The Emperor noticed, Qin Yao is here. Yao Yao is here. At this point, the Empress seemed very excited. Your subject has arrived. My imperial dragon energy. The old eunuch and literally squatting outside the tent were especially excited. The Emperor and Empress. Tonight they must surely. The Emperor held the Empress's delicate jade hand. He directly sat her on his lap. The Empress, all coquettish, took the initiative to ask, Does your majesty want a drink? I must take him down tonight, lest this unfilial descendant becomes unpredictable. The night is long. Anything can happen. The Emperor lightly tapped Qin Yao's nose. What does Yao Yao want to do? What does your subject want to do? Doesn't your majesty know? Then she slowly closed her eyes. I don't believe it. I'm offering myself so proactively. You can't possibly remain unmoved. Unless you're impotent. You're clearly in my arms, yet I can't feel any affection for me in your eyes. Your eyes only show the most direct desire. If I really want you tonight, would you just leave me? Why does Yao Yao want to serve in bed? If I say getting the dragon energy would let me ascend to godhood, this unfilial descendant might arrest and burn me. Your majesty, in your subject's eyes and heart. The emperor saw through her at a glance and sighed lightly, very helplessly. Yao Yao, do you want to hear the truth? The empress was speechless. How could this guy be so vigilant? Angered, she jumped straight off the bed. As your empress, what's wrong with wanting to sleep with you? Why is it so difficult to sleep with you? Helplessly, she could only make up a half-true, half-false lie. Your majesty, actually your subject has a disease. Only intercourse can cure it. The emperor pondered for a moment. Is there such a disease in this world? That day in the carriage, she was so weak. Was it because of this illness? The emperor held the empress's slender waist. If the disease is cured, will you leave the palace? The empress looked bewildered. Can this guy read minds? She originally thought the harem was boring and planned to leave after getting the dragon energy. Looking at Qin Yao's expression, he hugged the empress tightly. This servant is very afraid of your majesty. Her heart is uneasy. She fears losing. If she were still like before, if she hadn't come to provoke me time and again, I certainly wouldn't have been moved. Yao Yao, I am fond of you. Will you not leave me? Hearing the emperor's sudden confession, the empress thought she was drunk and hallucinating. The empress was very shocked. What did this descendant say? He likes me? The emperor thought Qin Yao hadn't heard clearly, so he became more serious. Yao Yao, I like you. The emperor wanted to say more, but Qin Yao interrupted him. Your majesty, you don't need to say more. Your subject Yao Yao truly understands. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. Tell me, your majesty, have you said these words to other consorts? Little Tadpole was right. This guy is just a philanderer, but I can understand. An emperor has the world in his heart. Having a few women is nothing. The emperor heard this and immediately expressed dissatisfaction. I only said it to you. Seeing the emperor fuming, a dignified emperor throwing a tantrum like a child because of me. As an ancestor, how can I be so shameless? Your majesty, listen to your subject. Our generations don't match. We can't be together. The emperor directly hugged Qin Yao from behind. Yao Yao, I'm only 5 years younger than you. What generation gap? Are you saying I'm too old for you? The empress blushed, not knowing how to explain. I'm over 300 years older than you. So she prepared to reveal the truth. Your majesty, do you know about the Qin family ancestor from the Great Dynasty, old Qin Yao? Of course I know about the Great Dynasty. Historical records mention a woman named Qin Yao from the Qin family who made great contributions to founding the Great Dynasty and creating its golden age. Your majesty, what if your subject says she is that Qin Yao mentioned in history? Would your majesty believe your subject? Yao Yao, the Qin family ancestor, is a great dynasty hero. You shouldn't joke about it casually. Your Majesty, every word your subject says is true. Don't you feel that since your subject woke up after falling into the water, she's like a different person? The emperor's face showed a serious expression. If your Majesty doesn't believe, you can ask your subject about some unknown details of the great dynasty. Your subject will surely answer correctly, even clearer than historical records. The Empress looked smug, like the dark history of that old fellow Xinyuan Jin and such. The emperor directly hugged Qin Yao. Tonight's matter, I spoke nonsense. Don't mention it again in the future. Your Majesty, you don't believe your subject? Your subject really is that. The emperor quickly kissed her, sealing her lips. The emperor's heart was in turmoil. Yao Yao, be good. Don't say these things anymore in the future. I don't believe and don't want to believe. If you're just my empress, don't worry about the future. Even if you leave, I can find you anywhere in the world. If what you say is true, how can I not believe it? Qin Yao was very frustrated. I've been completely honest. This shouldn't be happening. Did he not hear me clearly? Although reincarnation after death sounds absurd, with all that's happened recently, how can he not see the truth with his intelligence? Qin Yao raised her small hand and poked the emperor's chest. Your Majesty, your subject wants to... Don't speak. Her mouth was sealed again. Hey, haven't you kissed enough? We've had our fill of dog food. Is this guy going to keep at it endlessly? Then she pushed the emperor away. I've decided Yao Yao is my empress. Yao Yao can only be my empress. Don't even think about leaving me. Oh, so domineering? Then will your Majesty sleep with your subject? The emperor directly picked her up in a princess carry. He walked straight towards the bed. The empress was overjoyed. This happiness came too suddenly and intensely. Yao Yao really wanted to cry. Of course I've wanted to for so long. Then with a smack, she kissed the emperor hard. The emperor's dragon energy surged. But after that, the emperor didn't make any further moves. Qin Yao was speechless. Your Majesty, it's a dark and windy night. A man and woman alone on a bed. Don't you plan to do anything to your subject? Of course I really want to. The empress looked at him expectantly. Hurry, your subject is ready. I want you to rest well. The empress was speechless. She suddenly sat up. Your Majesty, your subject wants to sleep together. Don't even think about it. No way. We've come this far, and we're just going to chat under the covers? How can this guy be so? You want to sleep with me and then leave? I won't allow it. Your Majesty, you say you like your subject, but won't touch her. What kind of logic is this? The emperor hugged Qin Yao tightly. We'll do it later. Next time, I'll definitely touch Yao Yao properly. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Qin Yao angrily turned over. Your subject thinks you're really shameless. Then the night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yao, listen to your mother. From now on, be good to the emperor. Don't make any mistakes, understand? Mother, your daughter understands. Don't worry, I will serve the emperor well. Yao, you're in the palace and you're the empress. Many things are beyond your control. While the emperor favors you, you should give birth to princes and princesses as soon as possible. Plan for the future. Mother, please don't worry. Your daughter understands. The mother and daughter parted reluctantly. We don't know when we'll be able to visit you in the palace after today. Take good care of yourself. Don't worry about the family. I will, mother. Watching the carriage leave, the parental love of the Qin couple. It was the strongest sense of belonging I've felt in both lives. She sighed deeply. The Qin couple and her two older brothers loved this youngest daughter dearly. Yet she was so stubborn, became disheartened, and jumped into the lake to die. What a tragedy. At this moment, the emperor appeared from afar. What is Yao Yao thinking about? The empress looked sad, thinking about Qin Yao. I wonder what Yao Yao and her mother-in-law talked about just now. My mother told your subject to give you a child. I want to see how you respond to this. The emperor was speechless for a moment. Yao Yao, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't rush to catch the demon. I'm more anxious than ants on a hot pan. No rus? No rus. You're not in a hurry, but I am. As the two were playing around, the concubines approached. Greetings to your Majesty and Empress. Qin Yao smiled coyly. Three of them coming together. They must be here to catch their breath. Your Majesty, your beloved concubines are here to see you. Your subject won't disturb you and your sisters. Your subject is truly the most tolerant and generous empress in history. The most tolerant and generous empress ever. She then turned to leave. Yao Yao, don't go. Then he thought, is Yao Yao jealous? The little tadpole also popped up. Woman, look at this. You're still here, and he's already flirting with his concubines. The little tadpole said sweetly, Woman, Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. Don't worry, I won't fall in love with him. I'm not at all reassured. Look at that dog emperor. When he kisses you, you're so intoxicated. His kissing skills are indeed not bad. This palace quite likes it. I didn't experience it in my past life, so I'm enjoying it in this one. Plus, there's the dragon energy bonus. It's not a bad deal at all. The little tadpole asked worriedly. So, woman, have you fallen in love with him? How is that possible? This palace is only interested in his body. When Xinyuan talks about the stars and moon with me, this palace doesn't believe a word. Who can guarantee he hasn't said the same to other concubines? All emperors are like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up alone in my previous life. After some time, they returned to the palace. Upon waking up, Xiao Lu rushed over in a panic. Your Highness, you're finally awake. How did this palace fall asleep again? I don't even know when we returned to the palace. Xiao Lu sobbed. The emperor said you were tired from the journey and didn't want to wake you. Then why is our Xiao Lu crying? Your Highness, it's like this. A few days ago, the cat the emperor gave you went missing. I heard from people in the palace that noble consort took the cat away. I secretly went to check and saw noble consort abusing the kitten. The empress's good temper instantly flared up. She stood up abruptly. Meanwhile, in noble consort's chambers, Xiaolu, bring me my dagger. Noble consort was preparing to cut off the cat's paws to feed to the dogs. Looking at the dying kitten, she said, only this can ease the hatred in my heart. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. The empress appeared with a furious expression. Noble consort trembled in fear. The empress immediately grabbed the dagger, revealing a fierce face. Well, who do we have here? It's the empress visiting my chambers. Barging in by kicking the door, the Qin family sure has good manners. Oh my, I almost forgot. This damned cat belongs to the empress's chambers, right? It disturbed me. Before she could finish speaking, the empress grabbed her by the throat, then slowly lifted her up. Noble consort's face was full of disbelief. You bitch, how dare you? The people around were already trembling in fear, and they immediately fell to their knees. Lure, go bring the kitten here. Then the empress kicked noble consort far away, causing her to cry out in pain. Xiao Lu, with tears in her eyes, held the injured kitten. Don't cry. Take this jade pendant and go to the imperial hospital. This is the jade pendant Xinyuan Ying gave me. It should be useful. Yes, your servant will go right away. Noble consort was furious to the extreme, her mind clouded with anger. Qi Miao, you bitch. She grabbed the dagger and charged forward. Qi Miao, I'll kill you. Envy, jealousy, and hatred made her lose all reason. The audacious noble consort lunged at the empress with the dagger. The empress didn't even bother to dodge. A mere dagger thinking it can harm me? How presumptuous. Suddenly, a timely figure appeared, firmly embracing the empress. It was the emperor. In the rush to protect her, he was stabbed by noble consort's dagger. Blood flowed freely. Everyone was stunned. Your Majesty. They quickly restrained noble consort. Your Majesty, I didn't mean to. Arrest everyone in noble consort's palace. Don't let a single one escape. The emperor was in a panic. Yao Yao, are you hurt? Qin Yao was surprised. Your Majesty, your subject is fine. The emperor held Qin Yao tightly. It's good you're all right. Don't be afraid. Noble consort was terrified. How did this happen? What kind of sorcery did she use to bewitch the emperor so completely? Your Majesty, you're injured. It's just a flesh wound, nothing serious. As long as Yao Yao is safe. Qin Yao looked worried. Your shoulder injury from a few days ago hasn't healed, and now you've got a new wound. Your Majesty, don't you care about your life? I've fine. Don't worry. The empress grabbed his hand as he tried to touch her again. She pouted. Don't move around when you're injured. But the emperor still couldn't resist patting her head. The old eunuch nearby chuckled secretly. In all the world, only the empress dares to speak to the emperor like that. And not only is he not angry, he's grinning at her like a fool. Deshan, have the Minister of Rights come to the palace to explain how he raised such a good woman. No, your Majesty, please. Your subject knows her mistake. But the emperor ignored her pleas and had her taken away to prison. A quarter of an hour later, the Minister of Rights knelt trembling before the emperor. Your Majesty, this old subject has failed in educating his daughter. I deserve death. The emperor, however, had no intention of pursuing the matter further. "How long have you been in office, Minister?" The Minister of Rights, being an experienced official, immediately understood the emperor's meaning. "This matter calls for my voluntary resignation. Your Majesty, this old subject has served for over 20 years. I am now advanced in years. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to retire and spend my remaining years in my hometown." "Minister, you have served the country well, with great merit. Now that you're elderly, I won't refuse. Your Majesty, what should be done about noble consort? After tonight's events, have her sent back to the Minister of Rights' residence. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hospital, is the injury serious?" "The cat's injury is not life-threatening, Your Highness. With internal medicine and external treatment, it should recover in half a month." "Is that so?" Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with tears, extremely anxious. "Doctor, please, you must save him. Your servant begs you." "Don't worry, it's not in serious danger. However, due to the abuse it suffered, it may be difficult for it to trust humans again. You'll need to care for it carefully and avoid any further stress." "Really? Why are you still crying? My master said it's fine now." "Stop crying." Xiao Lu's cheeks turned red. I'm just happy. This palace thanks the Imperial Advisor for saving my cat. Your Highness need not thank me. It's my duty. The Empress Dowager dislikes concubines keeping pets, so the Imperial Hospital doesn't have veterinarians. It's fortunate that the Imperial Advisor took on this task. But how do you know these things? Come to think of it, the Xinyuan royal family doesn't believe in ghosts and spirits. I'm curious about where your title of Imperial Advisor comes from. This subject grew up in a mountain valley, learning medicine from my master. My junior sister liked to keep birds and beasts, so I learned some veterinary skills. Learning medicine in a mountain valley? Medical families are known for their indifference to fame and fortune. So, why did he enter officialdom? Here we go again. My old habit from my previous life is acting up. Always can't help but think about court politics. I shouldn't think about these things. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, looking flustered. "Greetings to the Empress and the Imperial Advisor." "Rise. Is there news from the Emperor?" "Your Majesty, the Emperor." The Empress's heart tightened. Could Xinyuan Ying's condition have worsened? The Empress looked worried. "Let's go to the Imperial study." The Empress, who had hurried over, snorted and pushed open the door. She saw the Emperor sitting there, perfectly fine and unharmed. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. The Emperor beckoned. "Yao Yao, come here." "Ugh, I've been tricked." Qin Yao realized she had been played by him. She was fuming. "You Xinyuaning, just wait until I get the chance. I'll definitely drain you dry." "Drain dry." The Emperor grabbed Qin Yao's delicate hand. With a gentle tug, he pulled Qin Yao into his arms, his eyes full of affection. "Your Majesty called for me? Is there something important?" "I just simply missed Yao Yao." As he spoke, he nuzzled against Qin Yao's snow-white neck, like a pure little puppy. Qin Yao looked disgusted. "Your Majesty, we've only been apart for an hour." "Yao Yao, the ancients say a day apart feels like 3 autumns." But in his heart, he thought, how could I possibly let you meet the doctor alone in a room? "Your Majesty, your arm injury hasn't healed yet. Why not rest for a while before handling affairs?" "Yao Yao, are you so concerned about me?" Seeing the Empress's concern, the Emperor grinned like an idiot. "Yao Yao, it's fine. These are just minor injuries." He said this and kissed her fiercely. Qin Yao was speechless. Since she couldn't refuse, she could only enjoy it fully. After a while, the Empress sighed softly and pushed the Emperor away. "If it's like this, you might as well take the next step." Yao slowly turned her head and glanced at the desk. So many documents he needs to review and annotate. Yue was right. He really is a diligent and caring emperor. Never mind, I'll consider it ancestral care for descendants. "Yao Yao, don't you miss me?" The Emperor's eyes were full of affection. "Your Majesty, aren't you still holding me?" "I'm still in your arms." "What more do you want?" The Empress thought, what's wrong with this unfilial descendant? Since getting injured, he's becoming more and more childish. Were those cold expressions before all an act? The Emperor gently bit Qin Yao's snow-white earlobe. "I miss you. I want to keep you by my side at all times." The Emperor showed an unquestionable expression. "Yao Yao, you are mine." Qin Yao rolled her eyes. "A few days ago during the hunt, you were all lovey-dovey with noble consort Xian and others. You must have said these words to many people. Still trying to fool me." Yes. This concubine is your Majesty's Empress, so of course I'm yours. Not just me, but all 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 consorts are yours." The Emperor was at a loss for words. "Yesterday's incident with noble consort was my fault. I should apologize to Yao Yao." I've already sent someone to noble consort Xian's palace to announce that Yao Yao will be in charge of all 6 palaces. That phoenix seal, I've never given it to anyone else. Not even to noble consort Xian. No, your majesty, you misunderstood. This concubine didn't mean that. Sigh. I just made a small complaint, and he's taking it seriously. This concubine doesn't want to manage the harem. Your majesty, please take back your order. Yao Yao, why don't you want to manage the harem? Qin Yao thought, I just want to sleep and eat. I don't want to do such mentally and physically taxing work. Does Yao Yao still want to leave me? No, it's not that. Managing the 6 palaces is tiring and troublesome. This concubine just wants to rest and... Before she could finish her sentence from her previous life, her mouth was sealed with a kiss. Yao Yao, don't even think about leaving the palace. Yao Yao, you are mine. Then he picked up the Empress, changed position, and continued kissing. Hey, haven't you 2 kissed enough yet? Everyone's had their fill of dog food already. In the Empress's palace garden, the Empress seemed lost in thought, as if pondering something. Little Green ran overexcitedly. Your Majesty, Axon said that Mauer is much better now. In less than half a month, Mauer will be fully recovered. The Empress pinched Little Green's chubby little face. You and Axon seem to get along well. Your Majesty, what are you saying? This servant and Axon aren't. At this moment, a palace maid ran over in a panic. Your Majesty, noble consort Xian is leading the other consorts and concubines towards our Phoenix Palace. Are they coming to cause trouble this time? Your Majesty, should this servant inform the Emperor? This small matter, I can handle it. They're just a group of scheming women. When hundreds of thousands of troops were eyeing us covetously, I could handle it. Why should I fear these? Noble consort Xian, consort Shu, consort Liang have arrived. We pay our respects to the Empress. All rise. Little Green brought a chair. The Empress sat lazily, crossing her legs. Speak. What's the matter? Your Majesty, what does this mean? Not letting us inside to talk on such a hot day. The Empress carefully examined everyone. The consorts felt uneasy under her gaze. Your Majesty, why are you looking at us like this? Did we say something wrong? The Empress showed an appreciative look. This child is interesting. No pretense, says what she thinks. Adorably foolish. Oh, nothing. I just find you cute, sister. Consort Shu was puzzled. What does she mean? Why is she complimenting me? Consort Shu's heart was racing. Her face flushed. Sister, you're even cuter like this. Come, let me touch you. Undeniably, the Empress knew how to flirt. Your Majesty, Consort Shu is straightforward by nature. She didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive her. It's fine. Sisters, do you have something to discuss today? The harem will be managed by you from now on, so we've brought the account books from recent years for your review, sister. Qin Yao looked displeased. After falling into the water, I haven't fully recovered. The harem affairs should still be managed by you, sister. Sister, this might not be appropriate. After all, it's the Emperor's verbal order. Noble consort Xian was incredulous. Isn't this what she wanted? I'll persuade the Emperor myself. You needn't worry. How it was before, let it remain so. It's getting late. You should all return now. In my previous life, I stood high enough. This life, I'll take it easy and ascend to godhood sooner. After sending off the consorts and concubines, the Empress was about to enter her chambers when she suddenly heard a eunuch's voice from behind. Greetings to the Empress. Qin Yao looked impatient. Who is it now? This was sent by General Qin and Madame Qin to the palace gates. They insisted we deliver it to your Majesty. Is it from my parents? Qin Yao opened it to find a statue of Guanyin, the goddess of fertility. The other item made Qin Yao gasp. It was a detailed instructional manual on intimate acts. Qin Yao's cheeks turned red as she looked at it. She didn't know how many positions were in it, but it was a thick book. At this moment, Little Lee suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, why aren't you looking at it? This is just some private talk from my mother. I'll look at it in my chambers. We shouldn't corrupt the children. Yao sneakily closed the door. In my past life, I was too busy building an empire. I never learned about these things. Now that I'm going to sleep with Xin Yuan Ming, I should at least understand these methods. Yao was reading with great interest. This position seems quite challenging. As Qin Yao was seriously reading, the Emperor appeared silently. What's challenging? Qin Yao quickly hid the book, feeling guilty. Oh, Your Majesty, why are you here? I just finished work and came to have dinner with Yao Yao. he said, affectionately rubbing Qin Miao's head. Will your majesty stay in this concubine's chambers tonight? Qin Miao thought, now I have the love potion and the knowledge. I just need to train you. Sure, I was planning to stay anyway, but hearing you say it makes me even happier. As they were having dinner, the emperor suddenly said, Yao Yao, do you want children? Qin Yao was stunned for a moment. Looking at the Guanyin statue in front, she wondered why they put it there. So, your majesty, why don't we tonight? The emperor pretended his shoulder injury hadn't healed, deliberately changing the subject. Is the food to your liking today? Since your majesty's injury hasn't healed, let this concubine serve you the meal. She quickly filled the emperor's mouth with food. The emperor couldn't speak while eating, so she kept feeding him quickly. Yao Yao, I can't eat anymore. Qin Yao glared at him fiercely. A grown man like you, what's with that excuse? You must eat more. The emperor could only keep eating. He drank another large bowl. Don't worry, your majesty. If you're too full, this concubine will accompany you for a walk in the imperial garden. You can rest later. The old eunuch looked pleased, with tears in his eyes. Finally, there was a caring woman. While the emperor and Qin Yao were having dinner in Consort Liang's palace. Is the emperor in the empress's palace? Yes, it's true. The empress is personally serving the emperor's meal. Your Highness, should this old servant send someone to invite the emperor? We could say you're unwell. Consort Liang smiled eagerly. No need. Take my sachet to Consort Shu's palace. He won't disobey then. Later that night, Qin Yao changed into a sexy outfit, full of exotic charm. I don't believe he won't listen now. Your Majesty, what are you looking at? Seeing the emperor holding her little book of positions, she was startled. Never mind, I was planning to sleep with him anyway. If he's seen the erotic art, it's not a big deal. As she walked over, the emperor embraced Qin Yao's slender waist. Qin Yao gently pushed the emperor, her face flushed. Why are you shy now? So when I came earlier, her nervousness was because she was secretly looking at erotic art. I thought, as long as he's not thinking about the imperial advisor or leaving, Your Majesty, this concubine is indeed shy. I've lived 2 lifetimes but never touched a man. Unlike Your Majesty, with your 3,000 beauties in the harem, you're experienced. Why are you looking at this concubine like that? Have I wronged you? Seeing the Empress's expression, the Emperor was unexpectedly delighted. Yao Yao, are you jealous? Qin Yao was stunned. I am? What's wrong with me? Xin Yuan Ming has 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 concubines. I used to strategize for them. Why am I upset now? Qin Yao was in a daze. Seeing her unable to explain herself, knowing that Qin Yao had a place in her heart, he said, I won't force you. I just hope you can recognize your own feelings soon. Don't run away anymore. The Emperor gazed at Qin Yao with burning eyes. Qin Yao avoided his gaze. Yes, what am I really worrying about? Seeing her hesitation, the Emperor directly kissed her. As they were lost in passion, in the heat of the moment, Qin Yao suddenly stripped off the Emperor's clothes. Your Majesty, this concubine didn't mean to. How did I end up taking off all his clothes? I've truly lost face for 2 lifetimes. Suddenly coming to her senses, wait, this isn't right. I was planning to sleep with him anyway. Why am I being shy? The Emperor began his seduction mode. I am yours. You can do whatever you want. I'm usually so composed with you. Who knew I could be shy too? How dare this concubine monopolize Your Majesty? You are the supreme ruler, with the entire empire in your heart, as well as all the sisters in the harem. You have the nerve to say you're mine. This concubine will have even more sisters in the future. If I can have even a small place, I'll be eternally grateful. Still saying you're not jealous. Yes, this concubine has always been very possessive. What's mine is mine, and I won't allow others to touch it. Qin Yao had already regained her composure. I shouldn't and can't indulge in this. He is, after all, an emperor destined to have many wives and concubines. Seeing Qin Yao's expression, the emperor felt very anxious. It seemed like she could let go of everything and leave at any moment. Suddenly, a palace maid's voice came from outside. Eunuch, please help. My mistress suddenly fainted and won't wake up. This servant doesn't know what to do. Your Majesty, Empress, Consort Shu's maid Chun Xiao requests an audience. Your Majesty, what should we do? Your beloved consort is looking for you now. Don't go. Why did I suddenly have such strength? Could it be because of what I just said? Surely not. Never mind. Too much anger isn't good for the dragon's essence. I need to calm down quickly. Your Majesty, Sister Shu Fei's illness seems strange. It doesn't seem like she's faking it for attention. Your Majesty, don't be angry. This concubine was indeed jealous just now. But Shu Fei is still young and wouldn't easily fall ill. Honestly, why don't this concubine and your Majesty go check on Sister Shu Fei together? All right, I'll do as you say. Let's go then. What's wrong? You're going like this? Oh, this concubine forgot. Someone bringing the Empress and my clothes. Is your Majesty afraid this concubine will catch a cold? Of course I'm afraid, but Yao Yao in this state is for my eyes only. Possessive. What did you say? Nothing. This concubine said nothing. You are just possessive, wanting to have me all to yourself. Qin Yao, you tease. You want to have me all to yourself too. Just saying it isn't enough. A while later, the emperor and Qin Yao arrived at Shu Fei's chambers. Qin Yao stepped forward and asked with concern, Shu Fei, what exactly happened? The imperial physician tremblingly reported to the empress. Consort Shu's pulse is normal. This old servant thinks that Consort Shu. This is what? What exactly is this? Speak quickly. This is indeed a great taboo in the palace. This old servant dares not deceive you. You need not worry. Feel free to speak. This old servant believes this is witchcraft. Qin Yao couldn't help but ponder. How could there be witchcraft in the palace? And the victim is the usually healthy Shu Fei. Could someone be using Shu Fei to cause trouble? Framing others? Qin Yao calmly glanced at the emperor. Unexpectedly, the emperor grabbed Qin Yao's wrist. Qin Yao was secretly annoyed. Shu Fei's situation was urgent, yet this guy was grabbing her hand for what? The emperor pulled Qin Yao behind him protectively. Yao Yao, stay back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. So, he was worried about me. Holding my hand isn't enough. We even talk like this. But in my heart, a strange, sweet feeling arose. Qin Yao was flustered. Could I really have fallen for this guy? But how is that possible? He's Xin Yuan Jin's descendant. I'm just sleeping with him for the dragon's essence. If I really fell for him, wouldn't I be ruining someone else's child? The emperor frowned. Quickly summoned the imperial priest. Qin Yao noticed the emperor's hand was shaking. I've heard that. Xin Yuan Yin wasn't favored by the Empress Dowager as a child and was almost killed by witchcraft. So he hates witchcraft the most. Qin Yao felt a pang of sympathy. What kind of dangers did he experience to react so strongly? Actually, the curse on Shu Fei is just a beginner's level. I could easily resolve it, Your Majesty. This concubine can help Shu Fei. But the emperor tremblingly pulled Qin Yao into his embrace. The only father who cared for me was killed by witchcraft. I can't let my Yao Yao be harmed by this thing. Qin Yao could only helplessly comfort the emperor. Your Majesty, this concubine is not afraid. Then she reached out her delicate hand, interlocking fingers with the emperor. The emperor came to his senses, his gaze burning. Yao Yao, this is you actively interlocking fingers with me. Don't think about separating in the future. The arriving imperial priest happened to witness this scene. A barely noticeable flicker crossed his face. The imperial priest approached the two, refined and poised. This subject greets your Majesty and Empress. The emperor looked smug. Imperial priest, no need for formalities. This subject thanks your Majesty. The emperor held Qin Yao's slender hand, seemingly showing off to the imperial priest. See? Yao Yao's heart belongs to me now, not you anymore. Is it my imagination? The emperor seems to be flaunting to me. Qin Yao felt helpless and quickly withdrew her hand. Shu Fei seems to be under a curse. I believe the imperial priest knows how to break curses. Imperial priest, please quickly examine Sister Shu Fei. But the emperor, that fool, grabbed Qin Yao's hand again. Qin Yao was very displeased. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The emperor glanced at the imperial priest. There's a tiger's corpse. This subject obeys. After about an hour, he reported, Your Majesty, Empress, Shu Fei has been afflicted by a midsummer curse called dream. It traps the victim in endless nightmares, making it difficult to wake up. This subject has used a flower called manna. To draw it out, the emperor's eyes flashed dangerously. Call Yu Ling Jun investigate this thoroughly. This servant obeys. These are manna leaves. They should be of some help to the eunuch. Who does the imperial priest think is behind this? This subject doesn't know. The 5 poisons originally came from the head of our Dawei delegation and were passed to the Empress Dowager of Dachau. The imperial priest looked guilty. If not for that incident back then, the late Emperor of Dachau wouldn't have passed away, and the Empress Dowager wouldn't have. It's fine now, you may withdraw. Watching the emperor walk towards her, Qin Yao's heart started racing. What's happening? How could I have such thoughts about this unfilial descendant? But why, when I see him walking towards me, do I feel inexplicably happy? No way, no way. Could I really? The emperor interrupted Qi Yao's thoughts. Yao, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go back. We'll continue in the bedchamber. The two embraced tightly and slowly fell asleep. After a while, the emperor was handling documents. Qin Yao was dawdling nearby. The envoys from Dawei and Dian have already settled in the guest house. The palace will host a banquet for them tonight. Qin Yao felt dazed. In her previous life, the Chao and Dian were like fire and water. Her struggle with Emperor Ling Pian of Day had long become a thing of the past. Seeing Qin Yao lost in thought, the emperor asked concernedly, "What's wrong?" Qin Yao snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Can this concubine attend the banquet?" The emperor smacked his lips and came over again. "Of course you can. Yao is the Empress of the Chao, and more importantly, my wife." Qin Yao pinched him hard. The emperor was stunned. "You keep kissing me, what's that about?" The emperor looked smug. Yao, did your hand hurt from pinching?" Qin Yao was speechless. Soon, evening came. The banquet was set. The envoys from both countries were announced. This subject, Nangong Chusi, represents Dawei in greeting your majesty and empress. Why is Liang Fei looking at this Dawei envoy with such passionate eyes? It seems the harem is trying to cuckold the emperor. However, the next second, Qin Yao was shocked. This person is clearly Emperor Ling Pian. The emperor noticed Qin Yao's unusual mood and called out softly, Yao. Qin Yao came back to her senses. Too similar, it's too similar. But how is this possible? Could Emperor Ling Pian also be like me? Your Majesty, Dian's envoy is led by Shecheng. Who is that person in green? The emperor's expression turned cold. The crown prince of Dian, Jingxing. Yao couldn't help but ponder. She unconsciously let go of the emperor's hand. The emperor looked displeased. Seeing a handsome guy made you forget about me? How interesting. Although their appearances are identical, their auras are completely different. To think there could be such similar people in the world. The next second, the emperor had already downed a large jug of wine. Qin Yao was startled. I was staring at Emperor Jing Hong. This guy must be jealous again. Your Majesty, you're still injured. You shouldn't drink. The emperor gently smoothed Qin Yao's furrowed brow. Your Majesty, this concubine just thought the Dian crown prince looked like a woman. The emperor thought. Yao said he was someone who made great contributions to the Chao 300 years ago. Qin Yao must have some luck. That person from the past must have been very important to her to cause such a reaction. Was it someone she loved? The jealous emperor thought Qin Yao's person from the past was someone she had loved. Yao, you told me I'm petty, but aren't I the same? Moreover, you looked at Emperor Jing with that expression. Qin Yao sneakily gave him a kiss. The emperor wasn't angry anymore. With Qin Yao acting coy like this, the emperor's bones turned to jelly. How could he stay angry? The onlookers were in an uproar. Oh my goodness, did you see that? The empress just kissed the emperor in public. It's over. To appease him, she forgot there were foreign officials present. Quick, find some dirt to bury myself in. It seems the spies I planted into Chao are all fools. They kept saying the empress was unfaithful and the imperial couple was growing apart. However, the way she looked at me just now was quite interesting. At this moment, a little girl in luxurious clothes bounced out. Ngu greets the emperor of the Chao. Ninth princess, no need for formalities. Qin Yao muttered, is this Dawei's princess? What is she up to? Emperor of the Chao, do you remember when I was little, I said I would marry you? The ministers whispered among themselves. How can the princess be so? You don't know. The ninth princess has long had feelings for the Dachao emperor. She came this time for this purpose. Qin Yao immediately retorted. The princess remembers childhood jokes so clearly. Do all Dawei citizens have such good memories? The ninth princess trembled with anger. Seeing Qin Yao's demeanor, the emperor looked satisfied. I don't remember your vow. Besides, I already have an empress and have no plans for more consorts. Qin Yao suddenly realized, wait, what's wrong with me? Today I kissed her first and now I'm instinctively defending her. This isn't like me. Oh well, never mind. It seems I've really developed some interest in this guy. Nangong Chusi quickly came out to smooth things over. My royal sister is young and inexperienced. Please forgive her rudeness, your majesties. Seventh royal brother, Ngu, is not being unreasonable. Our country has a treasure. Please ask the Dachao emperor to take a look before deciding. The ninth princess looked smug, as if victory was certain. When the treasure was revealed, Qin Yao froze. This is the nine-curved exquisite pagoda. The ninth princess looked triumphant. This is the pagoda personally crafted by the Qin family ancestor, Qin Yao, in her lifetime. I don't believe you'll refuse. Yao Yao, do you want it? Qin Yao shook her head slightly. Your Majesty need not feel conflicted. This concubine doesn't want it. Of course, if your Majesty feels the ninth princess's sincerity is hard to refuse and wants to bring her into the harem, this concubine can't say anything against it. Qin Yao thought the emperor wanted to take the ninth princess as a consort and thought, since this ancestor is interested in you, I must manage you. You unfilial descendant, if you dare agree, I'll depose you. No, wait, I'll use you up first, then depose you. Yao Yao's jealous look made the emperor unable to resist. The emperor was in high spirits. That won't be necessary. Although this is a Dachao treasure, rather than exchanging it for the Qin family, the ancestors would prefer to see the emperor and empress in harmony. The ninth princess looked venomous. A noble princess of Dawei, actually rejected like this. Emperor, you'll regret this. Your Majesty, this subject apologizes. My royal sister is young and doesn't understand. I apologize on her behalf. This nine-curved exquisite pagoda originally belonged to your country. It should be returned. Please accept it, Your Majesty. The emperor raised his hand to signal. Zita, I accept. Thank you, Envoy Qi. Qin Yao felt warm inside. Although he was jealous about Bai Jinghong, he still brought what I wanted to me. Long time no see, old friend. But it's indeed a bit old. Qin Yao looked displeased. There's so much dust. It's so ugly. As night fell, the banquet was coming to an end. The officials gradually left the palace. The emperor and Qin Yao were also preparing to return and do what needed to be done. Suddenly, a shadow emerged. Your Majesty, Consort Shu's personal maid has committed suicide. It seems witchcraft is involved. Yao Yao, you go back first. Those unsavory methods in the harem. There's no need for Yao Yao to see them. Your Majesty, I also want to go see Sister Consort Shu. Yao Yao, be good. This involves witchcraft. I don't want you to be tainted by it at all. I'll be back soon. After saying this, he gave her a quick kiss. Qin Yao had to compromise. Fine, I won't go. But I can't let him reject me so easily. Your Majesty, bend down. I have something to tell you. When the emperor leaned in to listen, Qin Yao planted a kiss on him too. The maids blushed and quickly covered their eyes. We can't see. We can't see. Yao Yao returned to Wulong Palace. Back in her chambers, little Tadpole appeared. Woman, can you stop being so lovey-dovey with that dog, Emperor? What's become of you? Have you fallen for him? You have, haven't you? Whether I've fallen for him or not, what does it matter? Let me tell you this. You don't understand that all men are scumbags. I've lived 2 lifetimes. It's rare to find someone I like. Why should I avoid it? Besides, the plan was to sleep with him anyway. Even if there are some feelings involved now, so what? As for the future, if he really is a scumbag and abandons me, I'll just have to depose him first, then his women. If he really is a scumbag and abandons me, I'll depose him first. Little Tadpole's jaw dropped in shock. Indeed, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. But little Tadpole's words reminded her. Many start off in love, inseparable, but end up despising each other. Since that's the case, I should focus on getting the Xianyuan sword. If I don't get the Imperial Dragon artifact in the end, prying open that coffin would have been for nothing. A night passed, and the Emperor didn't return. Empress. Last night the Emperor sent word that he was delayed by some matters, so he couldn't return. This old servant saw it was late and didn't want to disturb your Highness's rest, so I didn't report immediately. Please forgive me. Qin Yao was startled. What happened that could keep the mighty Emperor of Dachao from returning? The old eunuch looked troubled. This? Never mind, you don't need to explain. I was just asking casually where the Emperor spent the night. I should return to Fengwang Palace now. That damn Peacher's right. Men are indeed all scumbags. I seem to be a bit miserable. Your Highness, you're back. I came personally today to check on Mao. This subject greets the Empress. State Preceptor, no need for formalities. Is Mauer all right? Mauer is fine now. She'll fully recover in 2 or 3 days. The State Preceptor stared intently at the treasure in Qin Yao's hand. Qin Yao was puzzled. This pagoda has no use other than taking lives unexpectedly. Does he recognize it? The doctor slowly spoke. Folk records mention this as a rare treasure. I admire the one who crafted it, so I remembered its name. Little Kun thought to herself, isn't this nine-curved, exquisite pagoda what the Valley Master has been looking for? Hearing the State Preceptor's praise, Qin Yao's heart began to soar. Oh, State Preceptor, you flatter me. I'm not really that admirable. I have some trivial matters to attend to at Tingxue Garden. I'll take my leave now. As soon as State Preceptor Lu Lao walked out of the Empress's palace, a young eunuch was already waiting. State Preceptor, the Emperor requests your presence. The State Preceptor's eyes sharpened. What does the Emperor want with me at this hour? Little Sun looked anxious. Could it be that the Emperor knows and is unhappy about your visit to the Empress? Is he going to punish you? Oh no. What should we do? This won't do. I can't let our master suffer the Emperor's wrath for nothing. We must ask the Empress to help save him. Shortly after, the doctor arrived at the Emperor's chambers. Doctor, what do you think of this matter? Your Majesty, I believe this is merely the word of a palace maid. It's not credible. This blood letter is the dying words of the maid Chunxia, but it repeatedly hints at oppression from the Empress. The one who cast the curse is likely trying to frame the Empress. I naturally know it wasn't Yao Yao's doing. I just want to ask you, given the State Preceptor's knowledge of witchcraft, could Yao Yao be versed in it? As far as I know, there's no one in the Qin family who understands witchcraft. At this moment, Qin Yao's voice came from outside. Is your Majesty here? Hearing Qin Yao's cold voice, the Emperor's heart sank. It must be because he didn't return last night. She must be angry. Qin Yao spoke coldly. Greetings, Your Majesty, then didn't even look at the Emperor, thinking she should still cover for the State Preceptor to prevent the Emperor's anger from shifting to him. She said, the State Preceptor personally came to Fengwang Palace to check on my mother. I came to express my gratitude. This is my duty. Empress, there's no need to hide anything. State Preceptor, if you have no other business, please leave. I have some words for the Emperor. After the doctor left, the Emperor eagerly embraced Qin Yao's slender waist, her delicate waist. Qin Yao was very angry. Your Majesty didn't return all night. I suppose you were busy with Sister Consort Shu all night. You still have so much energy today? Not bad. Yao Yao, don't be angry. Your Majesty has done no wrong. It's all this concubine's fault. Hearing this, the Emperor couldn't help but feel uneasy. This concubine just wants to ask Your Majesty one thing. Have you grown tired of me? She thought to herself, if he says yes, I'll tie him to the bed tonight and take the Imperial Dragon energy. From then on, he can favor whoever he wants. I'll just wait for my ascension. I will never tire of Yao Yao. I didn't return last night because Your Majesty doesn't believe others' slander against Qin Yao. It's just that day he immediately recognized that Consort Shu was under a witchcraft spell. Witchcraft is a taboo in his heart. He spent the night considering various possibilities. Whether Qin Yao cast the spell or not, he doesn't want to leave her. Faced with Qin Yao, he chose to remain silent. Qin Yao's face was full of bitterness. The peach was right. I don't understand Xianyuan Yin, and Xianyuan Yin has never understood me. It's easy to start, but hard to maintain. She then slowly spoke. Your Majesty, take me. Then Yao Yao will leave you. The Emperor held Qin Yao tightly. He was afraid of losing her. Then he bit Qin Yao's collarbone hard. Qin Yao couldn't believe it. Are you a puppy? You actually bit me. What have I done wrong to make Yao Yao so dissatisfied? That you must leave me? They're arguing because of a misunderstanding. What have I done wrong to make Yao Yao so dissatisfied that you must leave me? Or has it been the State Preceptor in your heart all along, and I'm just a replacement for him? You came here so eagerly. Are you afraid I'd find out about the State Preceptor visiting your Fenghuan Palace? Without him, would you still come to see me on your own? Qin Yao could no longer tolerate it. Xianyuan Yin, that's enough. I thought you were just narrow-minded and easily jealous. I was wrong. Throughout history, only emperors have been so suspicious. Without exception, such an imperial vessel isn't worth having. The emperor grabbed Qin Yao's wrist. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Are you angry? Because of whom? Is it still the State Preceptor? The emperor gritted his teeth. Or is it Prince Jing, who resembles Emperor Ling Tian? Qin Yao was furious. Xianyuan Yin, you're completely unreasonable. Due to her agitation, Qin Yao's grabbed hand started to ache. The emperor showed a pained expression. He slowly released Qin Yao's small hand. Qin Yao immediately broke free. She mockingly said, with such severe paranoia, why bother pretending to care? If we can't communicate, let's go our separate ways. Then she gracefully turned and left. leaving behind a panicked emperor. The old eunuch worriedly said, "Empress, you and the emperor. Why are the emperor and empress arguing again? How will we ever have little princes and princesses? The emperor has had such a difficult life." He finally gained some affection from the late emperor, but the empress dowager frightened him to an early death. His only blood relative, the fifth prince, is a thorn in the emperor's side. Just when he found someone close to his heart, he still can't be at ease. "Your Majesty, would you like some food?" "No need. Issue an order. The empress is not to leave the palace grounds. This old servant understands. I'll inform the Ling Juntong Long. The Dian envoy is here for another purpose. Keep an eye on things. Don't let those who don't know their place upset the empress." "Yes, Your Majesty. I hope the empress will understand Your Majesty's good intentions." Qin Yao thought to herself, if this body wasn't so weak, how could I be repeatedly controlled by the Blood Abyss camp? It's truly frustrating. A distant guard marveled. How does the empress know martial arts? And she's so agile. Do we even need to protect her? Good news, good news. The emperor finally couldn't hold back. Little Ki-Du felt guilty and nervously said, "Woman, I'm sorry. It's my fault for jinxing it. I made you two argue. This has nothing to do with you. All emperors are suspicious by nature. I'm just very angry. He claims to love me, yet he doesn't trust me." Qin Yao regretted. Qin AI really is troublesome. It affects my sword-drawing speed. Why don't we leave the palace? This peach, and you can live freely, be companions in the mortal world, and roam with swords. I can't leave yet. If I go, he'll cause trouble for the Qin family. They've cared for me since my rebirth. I can't repay kindness with enmity. Qin Yao sighed slightly. Never mind. I still need to get the Emperor's dragon contract first. Woman, are you thinking about the doghouse? I'm tired. I'm also exhausted, woman. Don't be sad anymore. Go to sleep. Just then, the door suddenly creaked open. Little Ki-Du was startled as someone slowly walked in. Frightened, little Ki-Du stammered, who goes there?" When he saw it was the Emperor, little Ki-Du prepared to flee. But the next moment, he was terrified. He saw the Emperor slowly taking off his outer robe. Could it be that the dog Emperor wants to do those shameful things while this woman is asleep? The Emperor gently slipped under the covers, holding Qin Yao tightly. "Sleep, Yao Yao. I won't tire of you. Don't think about leaving me, all right?" Qin Yao cooperatively snuggled into the Emperor's embrace. Little Tao had lost all will to live. Let the dog food come more fiercely. Torture this peachless me to death. When little Tao came to his senses, "What's going on? Is this woman pretending to sleep? She's ruining my grand plan." Heavens! Were those subconscious movements in her sleep just now all an act? This woman has no honor. She's an emotional fraud. Qin Yao smiled shyly. "Xin Yunin, you climbed into my bed of your own accord." Then she took out the sleeping drug she had been saving. "Little Tao, you go out first." "All right, then take it easy." Qin Yao slowly unbuttoned the Emperor's clothes. Looking at his strong body, she was almost drooling. But as Qin Yao was about to put the drug in his mouth, the Emperor's voice came. "Yao Yao, you really don't listen." Just as Qin Yao was about to feed the pill to the Emperor, "Yao Yao, you really don't listen." Then, using a pressure point technique, Qin Yao went limp like Sleeping Beauty in the Emperor's arms. The Emperor took the pill from Qin Yao's mouth and threw it away. Little Ki-Du didn't hear any movement inside and wanted to take a peek. The pill hit him right on his little head. "What? Is this an attempt on my life?" The Emperor turned his head and glared fiercely. Frightened, little Ki-Du quickly covered his mouth. "Can he see me?" The Emperor was stunned. Qin Yao's voice came from behind. Xin Yun saw Qin Yao's face flushed red, breathing rapidly. The Emperor panicked. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" The Emperor was confused. He had just hit her sleep point. How could? Qin Yao looked shy. "Xin Yun, I feel unwell." "Yao Yao, shall I call for the imperial physician?" No, your subject wants you." Could it be because of the pill just now? You actually made such a strong drug. Now you're suffering the consequences. Who can you blame? Qin Yao pushed the Emperor away. "You're scolding me? Xin Yun, you're scolding me? You left me alone in the bedroom, and you're scolding me?" Qin Yao tore open her clothes. "I told you, I'm not the Qin Yao from before. I don't like the state preceptor. Not only do you not believe me, you even bit me. This is where you bit me." Qin Yao was crying, snot and tears everywhere. She looked extremely wronged. Seeing Qin Yao like this, The emperor was slightly stunned. He hugged Qin Yao. Don't cry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. From now on, I'll always be with you. I won't break my word. Don't be angry, all right? You dare to scold me? Xinyan Jin, that old man. Even that old man has to be polite to me. I now fully believe that this Qin Yao is not the same as before. Although it's absurd, I have no choice but to believe it. What should I do with you? Yao Yao, are you still feeling unwell? Unwell. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for trying to sleep with you. Before I could finish speaking, the emperor started kissing Xinyan. Be good, and let me sleep with you, all right? I want to as well, but not now. I'm afraid that once you get what you want, you'll leave me. Due to the effect of the pill, Qin Yao's consciousness began to blur. The emperor pressed her hard onto the bed. Yao Yao, be good. Leave the rest to me. Then he actually used his hand to pleasure Qin Yao. Is this what they call ravaging a flower? He could still hold back, as expected of the emperor. Little Kita blushed and covered his eyes. This is too inappropriate for minors. My eyes are tainted. The next morning, Qin Yao had a splitting headache. Where's the emperor? The emperor left early to attend court, but he specifically instructed this servant to watch over you. He said to tell you when you wake up that he'll return to have lunch with you after court. Qin Yao suddenly woke up. Last night, I seem to have grabbed Xinyan Yin's clothes. Did I cry? And while crying, complained about my dissatisfaction. Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. I'm mortified. I don't want to live anymore. Xiao Lu, confused, asked, My lady, what's wrong? Nothing. I want to bathe. Prepare some warm water. As Qin Yao was about to remove her clothes, she paused, looking at the blue and purple marks on her body. Then came a deafening shout. Xinyan, you bastard. This fool angered me, that's one thing. But climbing into my bed in the middle of the night, without a word of explanation, and still refusing to give the emperor's palace its due. This damn man. Forget it. Let's just get dressed. At this moment, the emperor had already arrived. Yao Yao, did you sleep well last night? Qin Yao couldn't bear it anymore. Your Majesty, what do you take this for? Coming whenever you want. You were nowhere to be seen for days. Without a word of explanation. What's this about? That night, I didn't return to accompany Yao Yao. It's because I should have suspected Yao Yao because of the witchcraft matter. Yao Yao, don't be angry, all right? You suspect me? Xinyan? What do you suspect? You were gone all night. Who knows which palace you slept in? You even suspect Yao Yao. I promise you, besides you, I haven't touched any other woman. Qin Yao scoffed. Whether you touch other women or not has nothing to do with me. After saying this, she seemed to catch on to something important. What did you say? You haven't touched other women. But I clearly remember Desan saying before that you have a prince. His name is something like Xinyan Chongsheng. Isn't Chongsheng your child? Chongsheng's background has always been a secret of the royal family. I didn't intend to let Yao Yao know. I didn't expect Yao Yao's possessiveness towards me to be the same as mine towards her. Xinyan Chongsheng, he is my father's son. Once, when he was traveling incognito, he was ambushed. He was saved by Li Taifei, who was then just a farmer's daughter. Later, the farmer's daughter became pregnant. Father Emperor was worried that the Empress might harm the mother and child, so he kept them in the palace. But after Father Emperor returned to the palace, he passed away due to witchcraft before he could bring the child back. To protect the child's life, he was falsely claimed to be my nephew. Clearly, Qin Yao already believed this, but she still stubbornly said, Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? I can take Yao Yao to see the royal family tree. Fine, I'll believe you for now. But what's this about you suspecting me? That Xu Fei, the palace maid who committed suicide, painfully accused Yao Yao of instructing her to poison me. Naturally, it was unfortunate. That day, Yao Yao immediately noticed that Xu Fei was under the influence of witchcraft. Father Emperor was harmed by witchcraft. It has always been my concern. So your Majesty was troubled and spent a night in the study, thinking about whether to have concubines in the future. The Emperor was extremely excited. No, I only want Yao Yao. Your Majesty wants all of me. This concubine would never falsely accuse your Majesty. Aren't you afraid I might use witchcraft to judge you? I'm not afraid. If Yao Yao wants my life, take it. Qin Yao was stunned. She quickly added, this concubine couldn't bear to. So, this is what it feels like to like someone. To mind their suspicions and inquiries. To mind whether their heart belongs only to me. Xinyan, from now on, you're not allowed to distrust me. I have no interest in anyone else. Understand? I'll listen to everything Yao Yao says. Then he lovingly stroked Qin Yao's head. You're not allowed to touch other women either. You belong to me alone. If you dare touch other women, I'll castrate you. You alone are enough for me. Why would I need others? As for the harem concubines, I've never touched them. In another half year, once Li Shun's connections between the harem and the court are cleared, I can rightfully release them from the palace. You're not allowed to bully me either. If you bully me, I'll quietly leave you. I won't. I will never bully Yao Yao. I don't want to hear you talk about leaving me again. If your majesty doesn't like this concubine, I won't call you Yao Yao anymore. How I wish that one day you'll truly stay by my side. Never leave your majesty. Holding back for too long is harmful. You clearly want to have your way with me, but every time at the crucial moment, you hold back. What exactly are you trying to do? When Yao Yao no longer has thoughts of leaving me, I will naturally. Yao Yao, that depends on when your majesty's harem has no other concubines. Your majesty is planning something big, preparing to dissolve the harem in half a year. Half a year later, I will dissolve it. Qin Yao's reaction changed from initial shock to gradually becoming delighted. Really? If I wasn't 100% certain, I wouldn't tell you and get your hopes up for nothing. Qin Yao hooked her arms around the emperor's neck and gave him a fierce kiss. Haha, she thought half a year later, I can have him all to myself. No one else will compete with me anymore. How wonderful. This concubine will wait. Your majesty must not go back on your word. The emperor was clearly very pleased with Qin Yao's initiative, so he whispered in Qin Yao's ear, as you command. At this moment, an old eunuch came to report, Your Majesty, the envoy from Dawei has entered the palace seeking an audience. He's currently in the imperial garden. Understood. Yao Yao, I'll go handle some matters and then come back. All right, this concubine will wait for your return, she replied coquettishly. As soon as the emperor left, little Kidu floated out. If showing off your relationship is a crime, then you and the emperor are absolutely heinous criminals. Little Kidu said seriously. Qin Yao grabbed Kidu's ear. Getting cheeky, are we? My lady, concubine Liang has brought the 9th princess. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. How did these two end up together? Without time to think further, Qin Yao changed into an elegant and luxurious outfit. Concubine Liang and the 9th princess gracefully bowed to Qin Yao. This concubine pays respects. Empress, please rise. You may all stand up. What brings you to see me? Is there something the matter? Empress, I never beat around the bush. The emperor doesn't want to marry me, and I've accepted that. I'm here today to take back what's mine. Does the princess want the 9-curved Linglong pagoda back? Yes, the 9-curved Linglong pagoda cost me 30,000 taels. My brother gave it to you without my consent. You must return it. Seeing the 9th princess almost in tears, Qin Yao couldn't help but smile. Lure, go to my treasury and bring 31,000 taels for the princess. This pagoda is an heirloom of the Qin family. Thanks to the princess for bringing it back. The extra 1,000 taels are my token of appreciation. The 9th princess looked at the smiling Qin Yao with a strange expression. Didn't concubine Liang say the empress had a bad temper? I find her quite nice and generous. If there's nothing else, you may leave now. I'm tired. The 9th princess, holding the banknote, said, I won't take this 1,000 taels for nothing. If you have a chance to visit Dawei in the future, I'll treat you with courtesy. Concubine Liang's face darkened. Is she won over so easily? I've wasted my efforts. Soon after, both of them left. After concubine Liang and the 9th princess departed, Qin Yao couldn't help but ponder. The relationship between concubine Liang and the 7th prince of Dawei was intriguing. Xu Fei was poisoned, and this witchcraft originated from Dawei. If taken lightly, it's just making Xianyun a cuckold, which isn't much. But if taken seriously, this is treason. Throughout history, treason has always implicated 9 generations of the family. Concubine Liang couldn't be that reckless. Could she? I should investigate further. In the Imperial Garden, Your Majesty, the matter of trade between our countries is settled. Dawei is indeed a great nation. It seems I'll receive praise from my father upon my return. Thank you, Your Majesty. The trade and diplomatic relations between our 3 countries will benefit both the nation and the people. Even if it weren't me, any other emperor would make the same decision. Crown Prince, you're too kind. My sister has been quite offensive this time. Thank you for not taking offense, Your Majesty. The ninth princess is still young. It's fine. The Empress is currently looking for concubine Liang and the ninth princess with little Lu. Where are they? They disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Emperor and his entourage were walking towards them. Yao Yao. Qin Yao suddenly turned around. When she saw the Emperor, her beautiful eyes lit up. Her face instantly broke into a radiant smile, truly captivating. Di Jinghong, who had seen countless beauties, was also stunned by Qin Yao's smile. Crown Prince of Dian, Di Jinghong pays respects to the Empress. Di Jinghong was puzzled. Why did her smile seem so familiar? Yet he couldn't place where this familiarity came from. The Emperor strode forward, standing between Qin Yao and Di Jinghong. Why are you here? This concubine heard the red peonies in the imperial garden were blooming beautifully, so I came to dig up a few to plant in my Fengluang palace. She couldn't possibly tell him she was following the ninth princess and concubine Liang. Could she? Di Jinghong looked at Qin Yao, generously praising. The Empress's beauty is unparalleled. The peonies in the imperial garden and the Empress truly complement each other. The Crown Prince flatters me. Your appearance is extraordinary, just like the former Empress of Dian. This child knows how to speak. Listen to how sweet his words are. The Emperor's face darkened. He tightly held Qin Yao's hand. Qin Yao smiled at Di Jinghong, her red lips parting as she said, "But in my heart, Your Majesty is the most handsome." Di Jinghong gabot deeply. Your Majesty and the Empress are in perfect harmony. It's truly the blessing of the great Zhou. Di Jinghong's enchanting peach blossom eyes couldn't help but look at Qin Yao. Di Jinghong's seductive peach blossom eyes gazed at Qin Yao, thinking that the Emperor of Great Zhou was decisive and ruthless. Who would have thought he was also a romantic? Suddenly, two sets of footsteps were heard from afar. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw the ninth princess running towards them. In an instant, she hugged Nangong Chuzi's arm, completely lacking in etiquette. Nangong Chuzi frowned slightly. The ninth princess playfully stuck out her tongue. Qin Yao muttered, so they went to the rockery. No wonder they disappeared so quickly. The ninth princess secretly glanced at Qin Yao, furrowing her brows. Our private transaction. Please don't tell my brother about the Ling Long Pagoda. Qin Yao understood. For peace of mind, she nodded slightly. Nangong Chusi looked at concubine Liang, whose ears were turning red. Qin Yao observed all of this. The relationship between concubine Liang and Nangong Chusi was indeed not simple. Since the trade negotiations are concluded, this minister will take my little sister back. The ninth princess followed behind Nangong Chusi, looking back at Qin Yao several times. Then she ran back, took out a sachet from her waist, and handed it to Qin Yao. The ninth princess lifted her chin with a tsundere expression. This is the princess's face. Where even now? Qin Yao muttered softly. This little girl is truly adorable. Before Qin Yao could say anything, the ninth princess ran back again. The emperor took the sachet from Qin Yao's hand. He handed it to an old eunuch. Take this to the imperial advisor to check if there's any problem. Your Majesty, the Dawei princess is just a child. She's pure-hearted. How could she have any malicious intent? The emperor lovingly patted Qin Yao's head. No matter who they are, as long as it concerns your safety, I can't be at ease. Qin Yao was both amused and touched, knowing Xin Yanin was protecting her. Moved, she threw herself into the emperor's embrace. The emperor kissed Qin Yao's forehead. I just want you to be well. You've been out for so long. You must be tired. Let me accompany Yao Yao back to the palace. Soon after, a young eunuch came running. Empress, it's old General Qin. He asked this slave to pass a message. He said the second young master Qin is returning home tomorrow. He's asking if the Empress could go back for a visit. Qin Yao was startled. The original body's second brother? Oh no, from what she remembered, the original body was closest to her second brother. If I meet him, I'll surely be exposed. What should I do? I understand. Go back and tell old General Qin. The Empress will return tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This slave will go report back immediately. Qin Yao looked resentful. How could you agree on my behalf? The emperor slowly picked up the Empress. Let's discuss this inside. The emperor carried Qin Yao into the bedchamber. He gently placed her on the bed. Yao Yao, are you afraid that second young master Qin Zhe, will notice your changes? Qin Yao softly responded with it's all right. If Qin Zhe asks, just tell him that people change after experiencing life and death. It's not unusual. But what if he doesn't believe it? My personality is completely different from the original. He will surely be suspicious. If I tell Qin Zhe that I'm the Qin family ancestor who possessed his little sister's body, he'll be even more shocked. Let's think about it carefully. Tomorrow, I'll read more novels and try to gauge Qin Zhe's reaction. Yao Yao will naturally find a way to handle it. Whatever Yao Yao decides to do, I support it. Qin Yao snorted coldly. Since you agree to everything, then will your majesty grant this concubine's request? Of course, whatever Yao Yao asks, I will definitely do my utmost to fulfill. Xin Yanin, you're so capable. Really? Stop talking nonsense. I promise you, when you return, I will agree to spend the night with you. Qin Yao was overjoyed. Really? Your Majesty, you mustn't deceive this concubine. I'm a man of my word. How could I deceive you? He finished with a deep, adorable sigh. Just as the emperor was about to continue, another voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Qin Yao, do you really only have loyalty towards me as your ruler? Shui Yuan, the southern border is in danger. I have no time to dally here with you. Let go quickly. The emperor was very shocked. What was that scene in his mind just now? Was that person Yao Yao? Qin Yao asked, puzzled. What's wrong? It's nothing, let's sleep. We have a tiring journey tomorrow. He thought it might be due to lack of rest that he imagined such unrealistic scenes. The next morning, Little Green reported that the emperor had gone to the morning court early and might not be able to see the empress off. Suddenly, the emperor's voice was heard. Yao Yao. Qin Yao was startled. She saw the emperor slowly approaching with a group of palace maids and eunuchs. Qin Yao was overjoyed. Your Majesty, why are you here? Shouldn't you be busy with state affairs at this time? I came to see Yao Yao off. I really can't bear to part. Your Majesty, I'll only be gone for 3 days. Why are you being so sentimental? Qin Yao grabbed the emperor's collar. This concubine is leaving. During these 3 days, your Majesty must not dally with other women, understand? The emperor gazed at her lovingly, unable to let go. Then he started showering her with affection again. He called me his wife? This is the first time he's used such an intimate term. Qin Yao concealed her joy, turned around and waved. I'm leaving. The emperor stared blankly at the departing carriage until it was out of sight. A while later, the Qin family was gathered around eating. Qin Yao behaved obediently. Mother Qin kept adding food. Yao Yao, why have you gotten thinner again? Eat more. Thank you, mother. Indeed, there's a kind of thinness that only your mother notices. Qin Zhe asked with concern. It's been a while. Little sister, are you doing well in the palace? Second brother, I'm doing very well. Here's the crab you love. Eat more. Qin Yao thought, I'm not ready yet. What if second brother notices something's off? Little sister, you keep staring at me, zoning out and smiling foolishly. Did you think of something? No, I just feel that after years of traveling, second brother hasn't been tainted by the outside world at all. In fact, you've become even more handsome and quick-witted. After saying this, Qin Yao prepared to start eating. Qin Zhe was puzzled. Little sister, didn't you always dislike cold foods? Why are you eating crab now? He asked curiously. I remember you didn't like crab before. Has your taste changed after staying in the palace for so long? Qin Yao was suddenly alarmed. Oh no, I forgot about this. Am I going to be exposed? So she had a flash of inspiration. Second brother knows I've never liked crab. This one was meant for you. Why is second brother deliberately teasing me? Mother Qin kept urging. All right. You siblings always like to play around. Stop talking and eat. Qin Yao sighed in relief. She managed to get through it. In the evening, Qin Yao lay alone on her bed. For some reason, she kept thinking about Xin Yanin today, often getting lost in thought. Fortunately, Qin Zhe didn't notice. It had only been a short while since they parted, yet she missed him so much. Qin Yao suddenly sat up. Could it be that I've really fallen in love with him? Not for the dragon energy, but truly fallen for him as a person? The next moment, the curtain was opened, and the emperor stood before her. Qin Yao was speechless. Your Majesty, why are you here? It's the middle of the night. Shouldn't you be sleeping in your chambers? The emperor jumped onto the bed and started nuzzling her. Can't sleep without Yao Yao around. A day apart feels like 3 years. When I was younger, I didn't understand. But now, I truly feel the pain of longing. Did Yao Yao miss me? Qin Yao was both amused and exasperated. Is this really the ruler of a country? Your Majesty, we've been apart for less than a day. Before Qin Yao could finish speaking, the emperor had already pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Yao Yao, I've missed you so much. Qin Yao directly proved her longing for Xin Yanin through her actions. The emperor finally couldn't hold back and prepared to make his move on Qin Yao. The mighty ruler of a nation, sneaking into his subjects' residence. lying on Qin Yao's bed. The two were passionately embracing. The emperor began to use both hands to pull at Qin Yao's clothes. Qin Yao's eyes widened. Just as the two were lost in their passion, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Are you asleep? Qin Yao hurriedly pushed the emperor away. Shuh. Then in a low voice, My mother is here. Qin Yao panicked. She absolutely couldn't let her mother know he was in her bed. The emperor was confused. Why can't she know? You're the supreme ruler. Sneaking into a subject's home in the middle of the night. How improper. You must not make a sound. Understand? The emperor grinned foolishly. As you command, my dear. Qin Yao poked her head out. Mother, I'm already asleep. Can we talk tomorrow? The emperor's hands were not behaving, roaming all over, making Qin Yao's cheeks flush red and her body heat up. Xianyin, stop it. She heard something inside. Mother Qin anxiously prepared to push the door open. Yao, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Qin Yao panicked. Mother, don't come in. There's no one here. It's just me alone. Mother Qin slowly closed the door. But I clearly heard voices just now. Just now a cat ran out the window. It startled me. Seeing Qin Yao like this, the emperor became even bolder. Qin Yao was breathing heavily, her whole body burning. Mother, the cat has run away. I'm going to sleep now. Qin Yao glared at Xianyin. Are you a hungry wolf? Mother Qin prepared to leave. All right then, Yao, sleep early. I'll come by in the morning. Okay, Mother, you should sleep early too. After Mother Qin left, Qin Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yao was annoyed. Did you have to fool around at a time like this? My mother almost noticed. I can't resist my Empress. Even if your mother came in, she probably wouldn't stop us. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Xianyin, I've had enough. You always talk big, but you always back out at the crucial moment. You're so frustrating. As they were playfully arguing, Qin Yao suddenly froze. She felt something hard pressing against her. Qin Yao gently took his hand, slowly moving it downwards. She seemed to feel something. Qin Yao, with a coy expression, it's already like this. Can you still hold back from taking me? Come on, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's enjoy the moment. Yao, I can't hold back anymore. Then he pinned Qin Yao to the bed. You were the one who provoked me before. As he spoke, he began to remove her clothes. Xianyin, let me go. I'll do it myself. Yao, just give yourself to me. You don't need to do anything else. Who knows how long it went on? They did it again and again. Wait. Qin Yao struggled to sit up. No, I really can't go on anymore. But she was pulled back by the emperor again. No, please. The first time isn't supposed to be like this. Be good, endure a bit more. Shui Yuaning, do you ever stop? This is the 9th time already. Aren't you tired? With Yao in my arms, I don't feel tired at all. The next morning, a gentle breeze was rustling. The little tadpole was floating in the air, waving nonstop. Woman, you're awake. The little tadpole was extremely excited. Woman, your whole body is emitting a pure dragon aura. Did you do that thing with the dog emperor last night? Last night, Xianyin took me again and again. I fell asleep in a daze. Even when dawn broke, he showed no signs of stopping. The dragon aura you sense is from all the suffering I endured last night. Is this my imagination? My inner strength from my past life seems to have returned. Qin Yao was very shocked. Wait, I remember he called for servants to prepare water for my bath at dawn. Yes, for people carried in a large tub of water. What's wrong? Then doesn't the entire Qin mansion know that Xianyin was here? As soon as Qin Yao stepped out of the room, Mr. and Mrs. Qin and her second brother were already waiting outside. Qin Yao was speechless, seeing the smiles on their faces. They obviously all knew. Qin Yao was so embarrassed she wanted to hide. Mother! Qin Wu grabbed Qin Yao's small hand. Yao, we used to worry about your situation in the palace. Seeing how attentive the emperor is to you, we're relieved now. Quick go. You've only been away from the palace for a day, and the emperor has come to pick you up personally. He's waiting for you at the gate. What? That bastard just left at dawn. Why is he back again? Arriving at the gate, the emperor smiled. Yao, I've come to take you back to the palace. Seeing such a handsome Xianyin, Qin Yao couldn't help but wonder if the original owner was blind. How could she fall for? Before she could finish her thought, the emperor directly embraced Qin Yao. I've been missing Yao. I'm afraid I can't let you stay at the Qin mansion for 3 full days. Qin Yao shyly said, Your Majesty, my parents are watching. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are open-minded. Yao doesn't need to be shy. As soon as they got in the carriage, the emperor eagerly pounced on Qin Yao. Wait a moment first. Let me catch my breath first. Hearing this, the emperor became much gentler, only slowly kissing Qin Yao's cheeks. The injuries Li Chineo received in Hui Fei's palace, although healed, have left scars. I brought some scar-removing ointment from home. The emperor was delighted. Yao Yao actually remembered these things. Then help me apply the medicine. All right, but you need to let go of me first. The emperor reluctantly released her waist. The two gazed at each other lovingly. Take off your clothes first. The emperor was stunned. He embraced Qin Yao's waist again. Slender waist. Yao Yao, are you teasing me? This old minister has heard that your majesty intends to dismiss the harem. Please reconsider, your majesty. If there's only the empress in the harem, it's not beneficial for the royal family's continuation. In this life, I only need the empress. As for offspring, I only wish to continue the line with the empress alone. Minister, you need not persuade further. The emperor's expression became a bit unnatural. I hear that Minister Wenfei and his wife are very loving. I want to ask if bearing children is difficult. Your Majesty, bearing children is indeed extremely difficult. There will be morning sickness, drowsiness, and mood swings. The childbirth itself is unbearably painful. The emperor looked very nervous. Will it be very painful? The scene shifts to Fenghuan Palace. Xing Yao stands gazing into the distance, looking graceful and heroic. Soon, the emperor arrives behind her. As soon as they meet, they share a kiss to show their affection. I suddenly want to discuss something with Yao Yao. The emperor said, "Speak, your majesty. Your subject will listen." The emperor picked up Qin Yao, looking hesitant. Qin Yao was confused. "What's wrong, your majesty? Just say what you want to say. Why are you being so hesitant with your subject?" Qin Yao gave him a quick kiss. "Your majesty, I am your subject. You can tell me anything." The emperor hesitated no more. "Yao Yao, are you willing to bear a child for me?" Qin Yao was stunned. "I've asked around. Bearing and raising children is extremely difficult. It's all right if Yao Yao doesn't want to." The emperor was anxious. "I don't want Yao Yao to suffer any harm." "Xin Yanin, I haven't thought about having children yet. In my previous life, I was alone until death. I'm used to being by myself. Moreover, can someone like me be a good mother to a child?" Qin Yao was extremely conflicted. At a loss, the emperor hugged Qin Yao. "Yao Yao, don't overthink it. I was just asking casually. It's fine if we don't have children. I can't bear to see Yao Yao suffer." Qin Yao felt guilty. Emperors have always had many concubines. I don't want Shui Yuanying to have other women, but I don't even want to give him a child. Am I being too selfish? The emperor reassured her. "Yao Yao, don't think nonsense. I don't like children. I only like Yao Yao. Xin Yanin, I actually..." Before Qin Yao could finish, the emperor had already pressed her against the table. Qin Yao panted, "In broad daylight? Your Majesty, aren't you afraid someone will see?" The emperor was secretly pleased. "I've already dismissed everyone. Yao Yao, don't worry." In the blink of an eye, it was noon. A radiant Qin Yao carried the lunch she made herself to give to the emperor. Xiao Lu was excited. The emperor will surely be happy when he knows. Who can type out this character in the comments? I'll live stream splitting a durian with one hand. Just as they arrived at the palace gate, they saw Consort Xian kneeling there. "Consort Xian, this servant has already gone twice. The emperor is busy today and can't see anyone. This concubine has urgent matters to see the emperor about. It concerns the life and death of the harem consorts. I hope the emperor will show mercy. Let her in. Consort, please rise. This old servant will help you in." "Consort Xian, please." "Thank you, eunuch." Qin Yao watched Consort Xian enter, thinking, he lied to me earlier about dismissing the harem. Qin Yao's face immediately darkened. Xiao Lu cautiously asked, "Your Highness, shall we still go in? Since the emperor already has Consort Xian for company, let's just go to the Imperial Garden for a walk." By the pond in the Imperial Garden, Qin Yao wore a green lotus leaf on her head. "Is this a premonition of being cheated on?" "Your Highness, this servant has something to say, but doesn't know if she should." "Just say it." "Your Highness, this servant heard that after Consort Xian left the imperial study, the emperor bestowed a large number of precious jewels to her palace. So Xin Yanin, is it because I didn't agree to bear him an heir that he reconciled with Consort Xian and rewarded her?" Qin Yao took off the lotus leaf and threw it aside. "Indeed, heirs are very important to an emperor. I was too naive about an emperor's love. How laughable. Luer, do you know why I brought you here?" Xiao Lu was confused. Isn't it to go fishing? I might be cheated on. I'm coming here early to get used to the environment. Xiao Lu was full of questions. Suddenly, someone lightly tapped Qin Yao's shoulder. She thought it was Xin Yanyin and felt happy. But when she saw it was the Imperial Tutor, her smile immediately disappeared. Imperial Tutor, why are you here? My apologies for disturbing the Empress. I'd like to borrow your Highness's 9-curved Linglong Pagoda. Is that convenient? Of course. But the Linglong Pagoda is a hidden weapon. What does the Imperial Tutor need it for? Forgive my curiosity. I've long heard of this pagoda's fame and have been intrigued. I've wanted to see it since the banquet, but since the stone pagoda was just found, I didn't dare to ask until now. Before, I kept my distance from the Imperial Tutor to avoid suspicion. Now he's actively coming so close to me. Xin Yanyin will surely be jealous. But so what if he's jealous? He doesn't consider my feelings. Why should I care about his? In my past life, I roamed freely in court and on the battlefield. Now I'm stuck in the palace, jealous and restricted even when talking to men. Is this really the life I want? Qin Yao was lost in thought. In my past life, I roamed the battlefield. Now I'm jealous in the palace. Is this really the life I want? Your Highness, what are you thinking about? Hearing the Imperial Tutor's words, Qin Yao suddenly came back to her senses. A person like the Imperial Tutor doesn't fit in this palace. You must have some purpose. When will you leave the palace? Your Highness truly understands me. Once my business here is done, I'll leave within a year at most. What about your Highness? Me? Yes, I had planned to take the Emperor's dragon vessel and then find a chance to leave the palace, to travel and enjoy life, to roam freely. But I was too greedy. I also wanted to taste love. Perhaps I don't belong here. When the time comes, I should leave. You'll leave when the time comes? Qin Yao turned around in panic. When did he arrive? The Emperor stood there, fists clenched, furious. Angrily, he asked, Yao Yao, is that really what you think? Yao Yao, come here. Qin Yao was also angry. Your Majesty, I'm having a private conversation with the Imperial Tutor. If you have no business, please. The Emperor ignored all this. He directly grabbed Qin Yao, then effortlessly threw her over his shoulder. Xin Yanyin, what are you doing? I'm warning you. Xin Yanyin, put me down. You can reconcile with other consorts, go back on your word, surround yourself with other women. I'll just talk with the Imperial Tutor for a bit. I haven't even complained. Where does all this anger come from? The Emperor ignored Qin Yao completely. He glared at the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor seems very diligent lately. This subject doesn't understand your Majesty's meaning. If the work at the Imperial Observatory isn't enough, this subject can take on more tasks. A while later, in the Emperor's chambers, the Emperor pressed Qin Yao onto the bed. Shui Yuani, have you gone mad? Let go of me. The Emperor silenced her with his mouth. What have I done wrong that you still think of leaving me even now? Yao Yao, were all your previous words lies? The Imperial Tutor is leaving. Are you going to leave with him? Did I lie to you? Qin Yao felt wronged. What about everything between us lately? You promised me so many things. Have you fulfilled any of them? Yao Yao, answer my question. Your Majesty can think whatever he wants. Your Majesty, we've never truly trusted each other, have we? Hearing these words, the Emperor froze in place. Your Majesty, let's end this here. At this point, Qin Yao's tears flowed freely. She must be in great pain. Qin Yao's tears flowed like a river, making me want to cry too. Your Majesty, let's end this here. No way, you're mine. I won't allow it. The Emperor forcefully kissed her. Qin Yao pushed him away abruptly. Your Majesty, if I wanted to leave, even the gods couldn't stop me. But I won't allow you to go back on your word and treat everything as nothing. I have never broken my oath. Fine, then tell me, what did you say to Xian Fei in the study today? The Emperor suddenly realized. So it was about this. Tell me, what exactly did you say to Xian Fei? Your Majesty, I can't tell you about this matter right now. But trust that everything I do is for your own good. You can't say? Then your Majesty can wait. Come see me when you can talk about it. You may leave now. I'm tired. The night breeze rustled softly. Little Tadpole asked his daughter worriedly, Are you all right? Still upset about today? You don't need to act strong in front of me. I heard everything you said to the Emperor just now. I understand. If you want to cry, just let it out. Qin Yao looked melancholic. What could be wrong with me? Suddenly, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Dong, dong, dong. Qin Yao got up, puzzled. Who could it be at this late hour? As soon as she opened the door, she saw it was the emperor. Qin Yao's eyes widened in surprise. She then tried to close the door forcefully. The emperor pushed back hard to keep it open. Yao couldn't overpower him. She coldly said, "It's so late. Does your majesty have business?" The emperor saw the ointment for bite marks that the servant had brought, which Qin Yao hadn't used. His heart sank. Yao, something's happened to Xian Fei." Hearing this, Qin Yao's face immediately darkened. Xian Fei is in trouble? Your majesty should go accompany her. Why come to this concubine? Even the imperial tutor is helpless. So, your majesty rushes here to find me? It seems you care more about Xian Fei. You said I was the only one in your heart. It was just empty words after all. I actually believed it. How foolish. Yao, the prime minister has served the country diligently. Xian Fei is his daughter. I can't disappoint a loyal subject's heart. Your majesty, say no more. Let Luer come in to help me change. I understand the reasoning behind not disappointing a loyal subject's heart, but my relationship with Xianyun should also end. Shortly after, Qin Yao arrived at Xian Fei's bedside. After examining her, Qin Yao had a solution. Imperial tutor, do you have silver needles? Yes, Xian Fei has been infected with the Daoi's evil bone, which feeds on the blood of the 4 main organs. Once infected, without someone with exceptional internal energy to force out the worm, Xian Fei will die within 7 days. After a series of swift movements, a worm the size of an earthworm shot out. Liang Fei was so frightened she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the worm scurrying around, the emperor exclaimed, Yao. He quickly pulled Qin Yao behind him, fearing the worm might harm her. Your Majesty, don't you want to know who the owner of this worm is? That doesn't matter much. What matters more is safety. Seeing the emperor so calm, it seemed he already knew who had planted the worm. As they spoke, the worm began crawling towards Liang Fei's feet. Xing Yao immediately pointed at Liang Fei. The blood bone isn't picky, but for it, the most nourishing is still the blood of the 4 main organs, especially when injured. Liang Fei tried desperately to defend herself. No, it's not true. I've never seen this thing before. Xing Yao grabbed the worm from Liang Fei's ankle. Sister Liang Fei, this worm seems quite fond of you. Do you have anything to explain? Liang Fei stammered, unable to say anything coherent. If not for today, I would never have believed you were a Dawei spy. Do you have anything else to say? Liang Fei collapsed to the ground. At this point, kill me or torture me as you please. I have nothing more to say. Take Liang Fei to the imperial prison. Interrogate her thoroughly. We must uncover Dawei's plot. Your subject obeys. For that person, you were willing to stay by the side of someone you don't love as a spy. Was it worth it? As she was about to be taken to the imperial prison, Liang Fei heard these words. Tears streamed down her face endlessly. Qin Yao sighed softly. This child Liang Fei really couldn't see clearly. Such a good life, wasted like this. At this moment, the emperor seized the opportunity and embraced Qin Yao from behind. You've been busy half the night. You must be tired. Let me carry you to rest. Now that the Dawei spy has been captured, I'll tell you everything you want to know, all right? Xianyun, that's enough. Put me down quickly. The emperor gently placed Qin Yao on the bed. Xianyun, if you have nothing to say, go accompany Xian Fei. Xian Fei was infected with the bloodworm. When she wakes up, she'll be recovering from a serious illness. Don't you care about her? Go. I don't want you anymore. I've never had anything with Xian Fei. Enough, Xianyun. With your 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, go wherever you want. Don't come bother me again. After the misunderstanding was cleared, their feelings deepened. I've never had anything with Xian Fei. Accompanying her late at night, letting me cure her poison. This is what never had anything means. Yao, actually everything today was a play acted out by me and Xian Fei. Qin Yao was completely confused. The first time witchcraft appeared in the palace, I knew there must be a Dawei spy. If Dawei discovered your true identity, they would surely harm you because of your past life's campaign against Dawei. So that day when Xian Fei sought an audience in the imperial study to report that Liang Fei might be a Dawei spy, I had her act out a play with me. Your Majesty, I heard you wanted to bury yourself in the harem for the Empress. I'm willing to expose the Dawei spy on the condition that your Majesty allows me to stay in the palace by your side. Xian Fei doesn't want you to understand. Your Majesty's feelings for the Empress run deep. There's no room in my heart for anyone else. Are you willing to help me one last time before leaving the palace? Xian Fei's face was full of bitterness. This concubine is willing to do anything for your majesty. The Dawei spy has already shown their hand by using witchcraft before. We'll pretend to be careless and let them try to harm the Empress again, to clear all threats from the harem. So that's why you gave Xian Fei so many rewards and acted so anxious when she was poisoned. I didn't discuss it with you beforehand. I was afraid the Dawei spy might notice, and it would put you in danger. Hearing the Emperor's explanation, Qin Yao felt extremely regretful. So that's why I wrongly accused her. Later, when the palace servants reported that you were having a private conversation with the imperial tutor in the royal garden, I originally didn't mind. But when I heard you say you don't belong in the palace and should leave when the time comes, I lost control of my emotions. Yao Yao, I was wrong. Please don't leave me, okay? Yao Yao, don't send me away. I won't go anywhere. I want to stay with Yao Yao. You've been busy half the night. Aren't you tired? The Emperor was suddenly delighted. Has Yao Yao forgiven me? I suppose so. After all, it was a lack of trust between us. There's nothing unforgivable. Yao Yao, I've never touched Xian Fei, nor any other woman. Xinyanin, can't you be serious for once? We just made up, and all you can think about is that. Yao Yao, you're the only one in my heart and eyes. I'm already hopelessly in love. Xinyanin, when did you learn to be so clingy? Have you suddenly forgotten about the book under the pillow? The Emperor and Qin Yao arrived at the Ministry of Justice prison. He still won't confess? Your private affair with Dawei's 7th Prince Nangong Chuji. Did you really think others couldn't see it? Your Majesty, Your Highness, if you want me to betray Azzy, you might as well kill me. After your spy identity was exposed, you only want to protect your lover. Don't you want to know what happened to the Minister of Revenue? My father? Your Majesty, my family knew nothing of my actions. I beg your Majesty not to punish them. They were unaware from beginning to end. The Minister of Revenue has been accused of forming factions, corruption, and abuse of power. He and his associates have been stripped of their positions and imprisoned. Liang Fei screamed frantically, Father, Mother, Brother, did I harm you? Azzy, save me, save my family. Don't be foolish, sister. If Nangong Chuji truly cared for you, how could he let you stay in the harem to work for him? Now that you're exposed, he won't save you. Instead, he'll silence you. Liang Fei went mad. Shut up. I won't let you speak of Azzy like that. I prevented those around you from sending messages back to Dawei. Nangong Chuji will receive the news soon. If you still want to save your parents' lives, make a bet with me. What bet does your Majesty propose? Let's bet on whether Nangong Chuji comes to save you or kill you. If it's the latter, you must reveal all your intelligence exchanges with Dawei. What if Azzy sends someone to rescue me? Then you can leave with him, and I'll spare your parents. Liang Fei agreed without hesitation. I accept your Majesty's terms. I trust Azzy. He said he'd never abandon me. After speaking, the two prepared to leave the prison. Tired? I've already ordered the servants to prepare lunch. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Is the dungeon too oppressive? It's nothing, I just feel a bit short of breath. Suddenly feeling dizzy. As she spoke, Qin Yao fainted. The Emperor was shocked. Shortly after, the imperial physician examined her. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Felicitations, Your Majesty. The Empress is with child. The Emperor's face was beaming with joy. What should she avoid? What precautions should be taken? Your Majesty need not be overly anxious. The first 3 months are crucial for the fetus. Your Majesty only needs to be careful not to be too intimate with the Empress. I understand. You may all withdraw now. I'll go check on the Empress. Qin Yao was covering her belly, her face showing concern. Seeing this, the Emperor was taken aback. Why does Yao Yao look like this? Qin Yao was pregnant, and the Emperor was overjoyed. But seeing Qin Yao's serious expression, he became worried. This child comes so suddenly. For me, it's an unexpected blessing from heaven. But for Yao Yao, thinking of the past, perhaps I don't belong here. When the time comes, I should leave. If I want to leave, even the immortals couldn't keep me here. Is this joy in my heart for this child, or because with this child, Yao Yao won't think of leaving me? If I truly care for her, I shouldn't use any reason to keep her by my side. Not even a child. The Emperor caressed Qin Yao's cheek. Yao Yao, carrying a child for 10 months is no easy task. If you, the Emperor made a difficult decision. What I mean is, if you don't want the child, I can give you the best miscarriage potion. Qin Yao was furious. Xinyanin, what are you saying? Don't be angry. Be careful of your body. Xinyanin, I dare you to say that again. I'm warning you, Xin Yanin. I'll only say this once. Listen carefully. This is my child. I want this child. I've never regretted this child. The emperor was stunned hearing these words. Qin Yao continued coldly. If you don't like this child, if you don't want our child, I'll leave the palace right now. I won't bother you again. Yuer, pack our things. We're leaving. The emperor finally snapped out of it and hugged Qin Yao from behind. Xin Yanin, let go of me. Let go. Qin Yao kept hitting the emperor's chest. Have you gone mad? Yao Yao, I'm just too happy. You want our child. I'm truly overjoyed. Qin Yao was angry. What are you trying to say? One moment you say you don't want the child. The next you're happy, like a fool. The emperor gently picked up Qin Yao. My treasure, I'm misunderstood. You can punish me however you like. When I heard the news of your pregnancy, I was too excited and lost my head. Then seeing your confused expression, I remembered you said you didn't like the palace before and might leave in the future. That's why I said those things. The emperor looked guilty. So you thought I was afraid of being trapped and didn't want this child? Feel it properly. This is a living, breathing life. Could you bear to give it up? Xin Yanin, I didn't explain clearly before, which led to your misunderstanding. Let me say it again today. I will never leave you. This is my own choice. I want you, and I want our child. The crown prince Xinyun Changsheng returned to the palace. What will we do next? Xin Yanin, I swear, I will never leave you. I want you, and I want our child. Hearing Qin Miao's confession, the emperor shed tears of joy. Qin Miao was surprised. He's crying? Qin Miao teased the emperor. Your servant is with child. On such a joyous day, your tears are quite untimely. Yao Yao is right. Let's talk to the child now. We can't let him misunderstand that his father doesn't want him. The emperor was so happy he became silly. The child's ears haven't even formed yet. The emperor rambled on about the child's name. Now it's transmitted to the Qintian realm, observing heaven to determine the fate of the world. Your Majesty, do you like your servant more, or the child in your servant's womb? Be honest. Of course, I like Yao Yao more. Meanwhile, the emperor summoned the crown prince from outside the palace. Why have you returned from Qingshan Temple? I heard that the empress is pregnant, so I intentionally returned from Qingshan Temple. Your Highness the Emperor, the empress is resting. Perhaps you should come back in a few days. Since my mother's death, I've been studying at Qingshan Temple. On the way, I thought about paying respects to the empress upon my return. I hope eunuch Dan won't obstruct me. Besides my mother, no one is worthy of being empress. Father must have been captivated by this woman. This time, I must make father wake up in time. As the door opened, the emperor's face darkened. Who allowed you to return to the palace without permission? How dare you? Xinyun Changsheng was startled. With a pitiful expression, your son returned abruptly because I missed father so much. Please forgive my selfishness. The emperor's expression softened. You are so filial. If I blame you further, it would be too heartless. Xinyun Changsheng feigned innocence. Originally, I was to arrive at dawn tomorrow, but I miss father so much that I traveled day and night. All right, father, I heard the empress is pregnant. I'd like to pay my respects to her. Is it convenient? The emperor hesitated. I don't want anyone disturbing her rest. If you upset the empress, I will certainly not keep you in the palace. Hearing this, Xinyun Changsheng was shocked, frozen in place. He showed a disgusted expression. Father has indeed been bewitched by this enchantress. Your son understands and will obey father's teachings. It's late. I shall take my leave. The crown prince maintained a calm exterior. Your son understands. I will follow father's instructions. It's late, so I'll take my leave. The emperor returned to Qin Yao's side, sitting down gently. Qin Yao had already awakened from her sleep. The emperor kissed Qin Yao's cheek. Did I wake Yao Yao? I've been awake for a while. I heard everything you said. The child rushed back overnight. It wasn't easy. Why didn't you let him in? Yao Yao was sleeping so soundly, I didn't dare let anyone disturb you. Besides, his background is not something to be exposed. He has always thought himself an orphan and believes I failed his mother. He might harbor ill feelings towards you. The emperor felt very guilty. Qin Yao comforted him. This isn't your fault. The emperor smiled mischievously. Seeing the emperor's playful mood, Qin Yao smiled coyly. What does your majesty want to do? The imperial physician said we can't be too intimate. However, Qin Yao's hand slowly slid down. I don't believe I can't handle you. But the emperor grabbed with his large hand. Qin Yao's cheeks turned bright red. Xin Yanin, where are you putting your hand? Xin Yanin, you're so shameless. The next morning, as Qin Yao just opened the door, She found the crown prince already sitting on the bench outside. She slowly walked over. Your servant pays respects to the Empress. He thought to himself, so this is the woman who bewitched father. I was curious about what extraordinary skills she possessed to gain such favor. Now I understand. This woman indeed has a face that could topple a nation. Qin Yao teased. What a handsome little boy. Your face is so fair and soft, just like a steamed bun. Her praise left the crown prince bewildered. Qin Yao directly grabbed the crown prince's cheeks, saying, the texture is really nice. The crown prince couldn't believe it. How dare this woman be so disrespectful to me? However, Qin Yao was still laughing carelessly. Haha, you're not even resisting. That's great. Call me sister. Let me hear it. The crown prince finally couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped Qin Yao's hand away angrily. I'm the crown prince. But at this moment, the emperor walked over. Changsheng, didn't I tell you last night that you didn't need to come pay respects? But since you're here, it's just as well. The crown prince took note of this. He ran into the emperor's arms, crying, Father, the empress, she pinched me. Father, you must do me justice. Qin Yao turned back with a smile. So you want to play this game with me? Then let me play along. Then she hugged the emperor's neck. I was too fond of the crown prince just now, and couldn't control my strength well. Your servant knows her mistake. The emperor immediately comforted Qin Yao. Changsheng has always been sensible. He won't dwell on this matter. Yao Yao, don't blame yourself. The crown prince was left speechless, standing there with nothing to say. Changsheng, you've grown up. You should help share father's burdens. The empress has already apologized. Can you not hold it against her? Xinyun Changsheng saw the situation wasn't in his favor and could only go along with the emperor's wishes. He stammered, Of course, your son won't hold a grudge. Yao Yao, come. Let's have breakfast together. Crown Prince, would you like to join us? The Crown Prince couldn't eat it all. I won't disturb the Emperor and Empress's meal. Your son will take his leave. Your son bids farewell. Then he left angrily. Not only does he favor this woman so much, I absolutely won't let it go. We'll see about this. At this moment, a young eunuch ran over in a panic. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Last night, concubine Liang was attacked by an assassin in prison. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Last night, concubine Liang was attacked by an assassin in prison. The emperor's face darkened. That was quick. Shortly after, the emperor arrived at the imperial study with Qin Yao. The old eunuch was already waiting there. As your Majesty predicted, an assassin broke into the prison, intending to silence concubine Liang. Dawei couldn't hold back anymore. How did concubine Liang react? Concubine Liang, after drawing Dawei's secret network in the court, she bit her tongue and committed suicide. When Qin Yao heard about concubine Liang's suicide, her body trembled involuntarily and her face darkened. The emperor quickly embraced Qin Yao. Now that the Empress is pregnant, I will specially pardon concubine Liang's crime and allow her body to be returned to her family. You may go now. Back in the palace, concubine Liang was truly resolute and devoted. She wholeheartedly loved Nangong Chusi. It's a pity she trusted the wrong person. Now that she's awakened from her dream, it's naturally hard to accept. However, concubine Liang was attacked just 2 days after being imprisoned. This proves that Nangong Chusi had planned this long ago. Dawei's intentions are truly malicious. The emperor looked exhausted, his headache unbearable. Qin Yanin, are you feeling unwell? The emperor tightly embraced Qin Yao. Yao Yao, let me just lean on you quietly for a moment. Qin Yao was extremely worried. Where exactly are you uncomfortable? Is it a headache? The emperor endured the pain. I'm fine. Don't worry. It's just my old problem. I'll be fine after some rest. Qin Yao immediately checked the emperor's pulse. The pulse was chaotic, with surging qi and blood, indicating bone deficiency. Qin Yao pressed the emperor onto the bed. Without my permission, don't move. Seeing Qin Yao at this moment, the emperor was stunned. Qin Yao, without hesitation, took out silver needles and swiftly inserted them. The emperor joked, Yao Yao, are you trying to murder your husband? But Yao Yao is indeed skilled. It doesn't seem to hurt much. Qin Yao put away the silver needles and pondered for a moment. When did your headache start? Since I ascended the throne, but the intervals were long. It's only gotten worse in the past 2 years. In the past, I didn't fear illness or death. But now I don't want to die. I can't bear to die. If I die, what will happen to my Yao Yao? Qin Yao caressed the emperor's face. This type of poison spreads through the blood, affecting the whole body. The intervals will become shorter. Soon, it will lead to death from blood depletion. Moreover, this poison has been in your body for 5 or 6 years. Do you have any idea who might have poisoned you? In 56, I had just ascended the throne. To be able to poison me, then, could it be my mother? Hearing this, Qin Yao was shocked. How could there be such a heartless mother in this world? Qin Yao looked shocked. How could there be such a heartless mother in this world? Mother hated my father, and hated me even more for always favoring him. She wanted to kill me to avenge the martial emperor. Qin Yao hugged the emperor, comforting him. Your Majesty, from now on you have me. This is clearly favoritism. From now on, I'll be the one to favor my man. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I can cure this poison. We just need a piece of blood jade as medicine to prepare the antidote. The one who tied the bell must untie it. The medicine must be in your mother's possession. Let's go meet this viper of a woman. Soon after, they arrived at the gates of Sanemi Palace. The old palace maid looked extremely nervous upon seeing the emperor, almost dropping the water basin she was holding. Rongi, what has happened? At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out. It was the Empress Dowager Li Miaozi, the emperor's birth mother, who had been under house arrest for 5 years. Upon seeing the emperor, she showed a look of disgust. What are you doing here? The old palace maid quickly shielded the Empress Dowager, fearing to anger the emperor. Rongi, you don't need to protect me. He's just a coward, weak and incompetent like his father. Qin Yao couldn't bear to listen anymore and was about to step forward to slap her, but was pulled back by the emperor. The emperor sarcastically said, "It seems you're living quite well here. If you died, I could live even better. This throne should have been mine." Qin Yao immediately shielded the emperor behind her. With a sharp gaze, she sneered, "So you're the empress chosen by Xin Yanyin. You have no manners or etiquette at all. Unfit for the position. Xin Yanyin is indeed incompetent." If Xin Yanyin wasn't so heartless, you and your son would have been dead long ago. If he's incompetent, why is he the supreme ruler of this great dynasty, and not the son you so diligently supported? The emperor was quite pleased. But now with Yao Yao, he was no longer the despised one. The Empress Dowager became furious upon hearing this. "You, shut up. If it weren't for this bastard, this empire would surely be mine. He's a complete disaster." Xin Yanyin is an accomplished and courageous emperor. He's 1,000 times better than your son. If you weren't Xin Yanyin's birth mother, I would kill you today. Very well. You dare to slander me and offend me like this? Today, I'll take your life. With that, she charged forward. The emperor immediately shielded Qin Yao. He shouted angrily, "You dare touch her, try it." The Empress Dowager angrily rushed towards Qin Yao. The emperor immediately shielded Qin Yao. He shouted angrily, "You dare touch her, try it." Qin Yao pushed the emperor aside. She demonstrated her acupoint sealing technique, immobilizing the Empress Dowager. "I came here today to capture the Lingjiandi and take the blood jade to cure Xin Yin's poison. I don't want to waste words with you." The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth. You won't get it? Even if I die, you think I'd let you die so easily? From now on, if I hear you slandering my husband again, I'll make you beg for life and death. All right? You seem to particularly love your other son, don't you? Qin Yao revealed a cruel expression. "I don't mind executing him by slow slicing in front of you." The Empress Dowager was completely panicked now. "You can't harm the young prince." Seeing the Empress Dowager's expression, Qin Yao was particularly satisfied. She smiled and took the emperor's hand. "Let's go." The Empress Dowager was so angry she could bite her teeth to pieces. Before leaving, Qin Yao reminded the Empress Dowager, "I not only know the art of poison, but also how to cure it. Even without the blood jade, I can ensure Xin Yin's safety and longevity." Just as they walked out of Sanemi Palace, Qin Yao sighed. "Someone like her doesn't deserve to be your mother." The emperor immediately picked up Qin Yao and started kissing her. Qin Yao looked sympathetic. "Have you suffered all these years?" The emperor lovingly held Qin Yao. "With Yao Yao here, I don't suffer." Qin Yao was upset. "You just let that woman pin those things on you. Didn't you know how to fight back against those baseless accusations?" Qin Yao felt sorry for Xin Yanyin. "From now on, you have me. I don't know. Even if this poison can't be cured, having Yao Yao by my side in this life, I'm very content." Qin Yao playfully tapped the emperor's nose. "Your Majesty, don't talk nonsense. I have a way to get that blood jade. Just wait and see. What method does Yao Yao have? I won't tell you yet. Let's go back to the palace for a meal. Your child is hungry." The next morning, "Why is there so much food in the morning? I can't eat anymore." I'm going to throw up. Your Highness is now pregnant. The Emperor has specially instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare various nutritious soups and dishes. They are to send 6 meals every day, not missing a single one. Your Highness is now pregnant. The Emperor has specially instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare various nutritious soups and dishes. They will send 6 meals every day, not missing a single one. Qin Yao pouted, feeling helpless. This snow frog soup is not bad. Xiaolu smiled brightly. My lady, please drink more. Has added many nutritious ingredients. Qin Yao suddenly remembered Da Huang. Send some of this soup to Da Huang as well. Xiaolu was a bit worried. But will His Highness the Crown Prince appreciate your kindness? Just go, at least I've shown my goodwill. As Xiaolu walked out with the soup, she brushed past the Emperor. The jealous Emperor was full of envy. That's for the child's portion. Yeah, what about my portion? Of course, I'll personally make yours. Why be jealous of a child? The Emperor lovingly pinched Qin Yao's cheek. But how could I let you cook personally? Qin Yao suddenly remembered something important. All right, Your Majesty. I have something to show you. She took out a red jade stone from the drawer. The Emperor was delighted. This is the blood jade. Where did Yao get it? The blood jade has a unique fragrance that's hard to conceal. I smelled it that day in Sinang Palace. To be safe, I knew the Empress Dowager would send it out of the palace. I instructed Xiaolu to find some people with keen noses to guard the palace gates. Everyone leaving the city was searched. That night, we found the blood jade in a carriage. The Emperor gave a thumbs up. Yao is so clever. I'm ashamed to be inferior. Qin Yao looked smug. Of course I am. Just as the two were being affectionate, Xiaolu rushed in panicking. My lady, it's terrible. It's terrible. What happened? Speak slowly. Xiaolu fell to her knees. My lady, the snow frog soup I sent to the Crown Prince. He fainted in his study after drinking it. The imperial physician diagnosed it as poisoning. Qin Yao frowned. What's going on? Shortly after, they arrived at the Crown Prince's chambers. A young eunuch cried out, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for His Highness. His Highness was poisoned after drinking the soup sent by the Empress. The Empress is trying to kill our prince. The Emperor glared at the young eunuch. You don't know. Go out first. Yao was thinking. Even the imperial physician said there was poison in the soup. Could someone have poisoned it on the way? What exactly happened? At this moment, the young eunuch who was about to leave thought. Clearly, it was the Empress who poisoned him. Yet the Emperor didn't get angry or punish her on the spot. Could it be, as His Highness said, that the Emperor has been bewitched? As Qin Yao was pondering, the Emperor suddenly grabbed her delicate hand. Chongqing's poison has been neutralized. He's fine now. Yao, don't worry too much. Were you scared? Why is your face so pale? Not really. But Your Majesty, don't you suspect me? This scene has been repeating from Consort Shu to Consort Xian, and now to the little dumpling. Do you really have no doubts about me at all? The Emperor lightly flicked Qin Yao's forehead. Silly girl, if I can't trust you, who can I trust? Don't say such things again. Qin Yao felt relieved. After experiencing so much hardship, they would no longer argue and hurt each other like before. She trusted him. At this moment, the Crown Prince's brows slightly trembled. He thought, in the past, father would never easily let go of someone who hurt me. But now he protects this woman at every turn. Qin Yao sat by the bed, puzzled. The little dumpling was clearly awake. Why hadn't he opened his eyes? The next moment, the Crown Prince slowly opened his eyes. Crying with tears and snot, he pleaded, Father, please save me. I'm in so much pain. Looking at the pretending Crown Prince, Qin Yao understood. This child was taking out his anger towards Xinyan and on others, even poisoning himself. The Emperor sighed, feeling helpless. Dishan, Gomin, Your Majesty, this old servant has inquired with the hidden guards at Chongqing Palace. 2 of them saw the Crown Prince himself put poison into the soup to frame the Empress. The Emperor's eyes were sharp. Chongqing, the Empress is my wife. You should respect her as you respect your father. The Crown Prince cried, looking aggrieved and angry. I only have a mother consort, not an Empress mother. Father has completely forgotten my mother. Your bedfellow? I am not your birth father, and your mother consort is not my bedfellow. The Crown Prince was confused. Impossible. Impossible. You can disown me, never see me again, leave me in the Eastern Palace without care. But you can't deny my mother. You can't forget her. Qin Yao felt sympathetic. Your Majesty, that's enough. He's still a child. Some things are not suitable for him to know yet. The crown prince glared fiercely at Qin Yao. The hot-tempered Qin Yao took a deep breath. If you weren't just a little brat, I'd hang you up and make your butt bloom in no time. The crown prince had poisoned himself to make the emperor angry at Qin Yao. Qin Yao was furious. If you weren't just a kid, I'd make your butt bloom in a minute. Your butt bloom. The emperor held Qin Yao's delicate hand and said earnestly, Chongsheng, you're still young. There are some things we can't tell you yet, but you should be mature enough to understand. The emperor stroked the crown prince's forehead. I don't know what you're thinking, but if he knew you were harming yourself, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Have you thought about that? The crown prince lowered his head, speechless, realizing his mistake. Since you know you were wrong, you should apologize to your empress mother. The crown prince stammered, this son was wrong today. Please, please forgive me. Qin Yao took a deep breath. Fortunately, he didn't call me empress mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to react. Qin Yao stroked the crown prince's head. Remember, don't do such self-harming things again in the future. Understand? The crown prince said, I thought you were trying to harm me. Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry. If you dare do this again, I'll hang you from the rafters and whip your butt. Late at night, they left hand in hand. Qin Yao thought, Xin Yanyin is so gentle even to a child who isn't his own. The emperor saw Qin Yao smiling and couldn't help asking, what's Yao Yao smiling about? I think your majesty will surely be a great father in the future. For Yao Yao, I will certainly do my best. Saying this, he showered everyone with affection. Then does Yao Yao prefer a boy or a girl? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Does your majesty think I'm carrying a daughter or a son? If it's a daughter, I hope she's like Yao Yao. Then I can spoil you both mother and daughter without worry. If it's a boy, even if I die before Yao Yao because of the poison, he can take care of Yao Yao for me. Xin Yanyin, don't say such foolish things. Not only will your poison be cured soon, even if you die first in the future, I absolutely won't remarry. Hearing this, the emperor looked stunned. After a while, in the empress's palace, Shao Ke pouted, you too, are you even human? Every day you're either showing off your love or on your way to show off your love. Qin Yao leisurely drank her tea. What should I do to make Xin Yanyin ascend to godhood after 100 years? Shao Kidu rambled on. It's simple. Look at how much your dog emperor has contributed to the common people in this world. However, it's impossible for an emperor not to have some blood on his hands. So, woman, do you want to make the dog emperor ascend to godhood? How should you do it? To make Xin Yanyin ascend to godhood after 100 years? Shao Kidu looked serious. Woman, do you really want the dog emperor to ascend to godhood? Qin Yao firmly replied, it's not that I want to, I must. Shao Kidu pouted, woman, look at yourself now. Who is it that used to scoff at worldly love? Qin Yao and the emperor were either showing off their love or on their way to do so, causing the eternally single Xiao Taoyao to complain. Woman, are you even human? All day long, you're just showing off your love. You don't do anything remotely human-like. Qin Yao indeed asked the question that had been bothering her lately. What should be done to make Xin Yanyin ascend after 100 years? Well, it's simple. Look at what your dog emperor has done in the mortal world that benefits all living beings. However, rulers often have blood on their hands. At this moment, Tao Yao suddenly realized, woman, do you want the dog emperor to become a god? Qin Yao was unusually firm. It's not that I want to, I must. TSK, TSK, TSK. Remember who used to scoff at love? Now look at you. Provoked like this, Qin Yao's murderous glare immediately silenced Xiao Taoyao. At this time, Ning Xi suddenly arrived with people. This subject will soon depart for Dawei. I'm returning the Linglong Pagoda to your highness, and bidding farewell. You're leaving so soon? When will the imperial tutor depart? This subject's affairs here are concluded. I will leave in 3 days. Ning Xi felt a little sad inside. You ask this. Do you also feel reluctant to see me go? However, Qin Yao's next words shattered his self-delusion. My silly girl, Luer, and the imperial tutor's personal guard Axon are in love. Please allow them to be together and let Luer go with you. Axon was so excited he could barely speak. Really? The imperial tutor sighed. So it wasn't for him after all. Since your highness is willing to part with her, this subject will not obstruct. After returning to Dawei, I will officiate their wedding. Good. In 3 days, I'll have Luer prepare her luggage. This subject is leaving and has nothing to give you. I heard the Empress wants to cure the Emperor's poison. I have some medicines here that your highness might find useful. Then this palace thanks the imperial tutor. She looked closer and saw many things she needed. Now she could cure the emperor's poison. Immersed in joy, Qin Yao didn't notice Ning Si's changing expression. So unknowingly, from the moment you were no longer the Qin Yao of before, we began to drift apart, leaving me alone where I was. Well, there will be a day when we meet again. In the evening, the emperor lay shirtless on the bed. If it hurts too much, just cry out. I'm not afraid of pain. Yao Yao, just do it. Qin Yao directly inserted a needle. A sharp pain shot through the emperor's head. Qin Yao asked worriedly, does it hurt? The emperor's thoughts had already drifted to Xin Yun Yuan's memories. Why did you suddenly block me? Now you know it hurts? If that sword had been off by another centimeter, even the great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't have saved you. Are you trying to worry me to death? I know I was wrong. General Qin, have mercy. Can't you let me worry less? You don't need to shield me. Just take care of yourself next time. Xin Yun Yuan suddenly embraced Qin Yao. Rather than watching you in danger, it would be better to kill me directly. But Qin Yao pushed him away. As an emperor, if you indulge in personal feelings, you cannot take care of the world. Moreover, I only promised your father to assist you and stay by your side. There's no personal affection. In my heart, you're just a child. Qin Yao, do you have any heart at all? Hurry and recover. Once you're well, return to the court. Without my orders, don't come to the southern battlefield again. No, I won't. If I can't be with you in this life, even in the next life, for eternity, I will always cling to you. The thought stopped there. Xin Yunin felt a bit dazed. He turned his head to see Qin Yao laughing. Your Majesty, look how fat these poison worms have grown inside you. Let's use them for medicine. Before she could finish speaking, the emperor suddenly embraced Qin Yao. Yao Yao, do you believe in past lives? Why do you ask? I just seem to recall scenes from a past life. I can't remember clearly. At this, Qin Yao became excited. If he was really reincarnated, then he had a chance to ascend. They could be together forever. Xin Yunin, do you remember your identity in your past life? It seems I was also an emperor. As for the name, I'm not sure. An emperor of the Great Wei Dynasty or the Great Yin Dynasty? Which emperor were you in your past life? Xin Yunin said he saw his past life, and Qin Yao turned into a curious child, insisting on knowing which emperor he was. Xin Yunin knew that in his past life, he was just a kid in her eyes. So he nervously explained that he couldn't remember clearly. It doesn't matter. I'm by your side in this life. Hearing this, Xin Yunin suddenly pressed down on Qin Yao's waist. I want more than just this life. I want this life, the next life. Xin Yun's expression as he spoke overlapped with Xin Yun Yuan's image in Qin Yao's mind. Could he be Xin Yun Yuan? A flood of memories rushed into her mind. The emperor entrusting his child, hoping Qin Yao would take care of Xin Yun Yuan until he grew into a qualified emperor. After saying this, he breathed his last. Xin Yun Yuan began to cry. He had no family left in this world. The child cried very sadly. Qin Yao hugged him. Don't be afraid. You still have me. At this moment, the little boy took up the burden. He stopped crying and composed himself. We will wholeheartedly devote ourselves to the world. We won't disappoint you. I believe in you. Time flew, and Xin Yun Yuan turned 18. The grown child gradually developed different feelings for Qin Yao. Prime Minister Qin, I'm already 18. Why can't I accompany you to battle? No, you're still young. You don't need to go to quell this rebellion. If you go, I'll be even more worried. Qin Yao, why do you always treat me as a child? Why don't you believe in me? I resent you. I only have the loyalty of a subject to your majesty, nothing improper. Please don't say such things again. During this expedition, Qin Yao fell into the enemy's trap. She was injured and fell unconscious. It was the emperor who led troops to rescue Qin Yao. The ministers wanted to use this opportunity to dismiss Qin Yao. Your Majesty, we think Prime Minister Qin has deep roots in the court. In the future, she might develop private interests to support her own faction. Why not take this chance to dismiss Prime Minister Qin? We have never doubted Prime Minister Qin. Don't mention this again in the future. Qin Yao, who had just woken up, overheard these words. She immediately prepared to resign. You are now a qualified emperor. You no longer need me. I request to resign from my position. You what? Without waiting for the emperor's approval, Qin Yao turned and left. Yao 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 Yao. Xin Yin's calls brought her back to reality. Yao Yao, why are you in a daze? Are you angry? I'm not angry. I'm not an unreasonable person. She gave him a random kiss. Let's sleep. I'm tired. She felt she was overthinking. How could Xin Yin possibly be Xin Yuan? He was just a child who hadn't grown up. The next day, Lua was crying while packing her luggage. My lady, I don't want to leave you. Qin Yao patted her head. I don't want to leave you either, but I can't hinder your lifelong happiness. I want to stay with you forever, my lady. Silly girl. Palace maids must leave at 25 to marry. Now you found someone you like. It's a match made in heaven. But I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Look at how good my relationship with the Emperor is. It is indeed good. Yes, and I can see that Axon is honest and kind. He'll treat you well too. After you marry, when you two are intimate and affectionate, you'll be secretly happy. At this moment, an untimely cough sounded from behind. Intimate and affectionate? My Yao Yao, your choice of words is quite bold. You are left with a suppressed smile, giving them privacy. Qin Yao immediately approached with a grin. Oh, your majesty is back from court? Are you tired? Hungry? I'm neither tired nor hungry. By the way, on my way back, I saw the crown prince's servant bringing something for you. I had Shan bring it here. A little bun. What did he send me? When the box was opened, a string of candied haws lay inside, emitting an indescribable smell. The emperor quickly pulled Qin Yao into his arms. Don't touch it, it's poisoned. This child is good at heart, but he's too mischievous now. He dares to poison in front of me. Qin Yao analyzed. No, if he wanted to poison, he could have been more careful. Being so blatant, he clearly wanted to be discovered. It's more like a child's prank. The emperor hugged Qin Yao lovingly. I know he meant no harm, but it's time to tell him his true identity. The mischievous child, out of jealousy, actually sent a poisoned string of candied haws. To prevent him from doing anything worse, the emperor took Xianyun Changsheng to the ancestral hall. Father, why did you bring Changsheng to the ancestral hall? I originally planned to tell you when you were older, but I see you're young, yet more mature than most. There are things I shouldn't hide from you anymore. They came before Xianyun Zhao's memorial tablet. Changsheng knelt down, though somewhat confused, but he still did as told. The emperor took out the imperial edict. Changsheng, open and read it yourself. Changsheng took it and looked. He was shocked to find out he was the late emperor's son, and his mother was the late emperor's consort. Father, what's going on? Am I not your son? Don't be sad. The late emperor did this to protect you. Protect me? Years ago, when the late emperor traveled incognito to Jiangnan, he encountered bandits and fell into the water. He was saved by a woman from the Yu family. After recovering, the late emperor was grateful and wanted to be with her. But at that time, the empress in the palace was vicious and cruel. The late emperor feared she would harm the pregnant Yu woman. He didn't dare bring her back to the palace. But that year, your mother died in childbirth, and the late emperor was poisoned by the empress. Before dying, he entrusted you to me. A parent's love for their child plans for the long term. The late emperor's actions were all to ensure you a peaceful life and longevity. Xianyun Changsheng sobbed, thinking to himself, no wonder mother is so much older than father. So my father was the late emperor. The emperor before me is my royal brother, and that woman is my sister-in-law. Changsheng called out royal brother with a trembling voice. The emperor put his hand on his head. An elder brother is like a father. If you wish, you can still call me Father Emperor. Changsheng then became happy. Father Emperor. The emperor sighed in relief. Indeed, a lifelong habit of addressing someone can't be changed overnight. It's hard for such a young child to know such a secret. Let's go. I'll take you back. Father Emperor, I want to go with you to see the Empress. I've done foolish things before and feel guilty. I want to apologize in person. Indeed, I wasn't wrong about him. Changsheng is truly a good, well-mannered child. I understand that royal brother and sister-in-law haven't announced the Empress's pregnancy to the world out of consideration for my feelings. They didn't want me to think that once royal brother has an heir, he won't treat me well anymore. I was ignorant before. Royal brother has taken care of me for years. Now, I don't want to trouble royal brother and sister-in-law anymore. At this moment, Qin Yao looked at little Tao Yao with disdain. If you have time, go back to the heavenly realm and ask Xianyun how likely it is to become a god. Don't just wander around aimlessly all day. Returning to the heavenly realm consumes a lot of dragon energy. You're so stingy, giving me less and less dragon energy. I won't do it. Fine, fine, here, take it. Such rich dragon energy. Wait, this dragon energy isn't from you. It's coming from outside, and there are two streams. The Emperor is back. I need to leave first. Seeing the two people enter, Qin Yao was overjoyed. Little Bun, why are you here? Did you miss me? Come, let me hug you. However, Xinyan and Chongqing didn't come forward. He just stood there timidly and called out, Royal sister-in-law. Yao Yao, I've already told Chongqing about his background. He's here to apologize for his previous prank. Your Majesty knows he was wrong. Please punish me, sister-in-law. Qin Yao looked at him with a mischievous smile. Punishment. She then pinched his little cheeks. Sister-in-law, I'm still young. My cheeks aren't good for pinching. You should pinch royal brother instead. No, I like pinching you, Yao Yao. The Emperor hugged her. Be good. You're pregnant, yet still so lively. Aren't you afraid of falling? Don't be so mushy. Chongqing is still here. Now when Chongqing saw them like this, there was no jealousy in his eyes. Instead, he felt like he was watching a couple he shipped. Don't worry, Chongqing. Even though I'm having a child with your royal brother, I'll still treat you as my own. When our child is born, they'll have to call you royal brother too. Really? I can be a royal brother too? Of course it's true, she said, placing his hand on her belly. Since learning about his background and the Emperor's sacrifices for him, Chongqing's relationship with his royal brother and sister-in-law deepened. He came to pay respects to his sister-in-law every day. Qin Yao couldn't resist Chongqing's chubby face and had to pinch it every day. However, Chongqing was worried. Of course, he wasn't worried about his cheeks. Sister-in-law, your belly is getting bigger with my little brother or sister. If you keep hugging me like this, it might not be good for them. It's fine, sister-in-law knows what she's doing. By the way, Chongqing saw that sister-in-law likes to drink snow frog soup, so I made some myself and brought it over. I hope sister-in-law doesn't mind. Oh my, you're so small, not even as tall as the stove. You can already make soup. It's not very good. If sister-in-law likes it, Chongqing will make it every day and bring it to you. Chongqing likes sister-in-law. After saying this last sentence, Chongqing felt a bit shy. Sister-in-law likes Chongqing too. Come keep sister-in-law company when you have time in the future. Although Chongqing was a child, it didn't stop the Emperor from getting jealous. He had just returned and quickly hugged Qin Yao to assert his ownership. Oh my, Chongqing is still here. The Emperor said sourly, don't mind him. Royal sister-in-law, he called out and hugged Qin's waist. Tonight is the annual Lantern Festival. Would sister-in-law like to go see the lanterns with Chongqing? Does your Majesty want to go? The Emperor hugged Qin Yao, looking doting. If Yao Yao wants to go, we'll go. Having had enough of this public display of affection, Chongqing left with a red face. This subject won't disturb royal brother and sister-in-law's intimacy. I'll take my leave. The Emperor stood there with a smug smile. However, Qin Yao didn't understand. Why did he suddenly leave? Seeing Chongqing leave, the two cuddled again. Yao Yao, do you like Chongqing a lot? Of course, the little bun is so cute. He's well-behaved and easy to love. Actually, I see myself in the little bun. In my previous life, I wasn't as lucky as the owner of this body to have loving and kind birth parents. When I was a child, my mother died early. There were many children in the household. To get a bit of father's love, everyone schemed against each other, harboring resentment and wariness. Hearing this, the Emperor felt heartache. Yao Yao, you have me. Yes, I'm so fortunate to be able to make up for the desolation of my previous life with this one. It's all because you're by my side, never leaving. We're going to the Lantern Festival tonight. Your Majesty, come with me to change into casual clothes. As you wish, my lady. When night fell, the streets were lively. The lanterns in the river carried many people's wishes. Who knows how many will come true? Qin Yao and her group came to a lantern stall. Which one does Chongqing want? Chongqing wants the lotus lantern. Young master has good taste. This lantern has been blessed in a Buddhist temple. The stall owner's eyes sparkled, as he could tell this family was either rich or noble. They would surely be generous. He hoped his praise would bring more silver. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Yao only paid for the lantern with no extra tip. Watching the family leave, the stall owner was on the verge of tears. Are nobles so stingy nowadays? At the riverside, the Emperor lit the lantern and handed it to Chongqing. Then he looked at Qin Yao. Why are you looking at me like that? Your husband hasn't thought of anything. My lady is still frugal in managing the household. There's a lot you haven't thought of. With such a virtuous wife, what more could a husband ask for? Can't you go a moment without being lovey-dovey? Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't? Chongqing held the lantern, looking at the opposite bank. Father Emperor, do you see how loving royal brother and sister-in-law are? Just like you and my mother. You can rest assured now. Thinking of this, he set down the lantern. This lantern, carrying his wish, floated downstream along with others' wishes. What wish would Chongqing make? Such a small child, probably just about food, drink, and play. What about you? What wish did you make? Guess. Is it for peace in the world? No wars. The emperor shook his head. War between Dachao and Yin is imminent. I don't believe you're not worried. I am worried, but it's not the heaviest thing on my mind. I only wish for Yao Yao to be safe and happy. Though they were an old married couple, hearing these words still warmed Qin Yao's heart. Let's go home. Let's go home. Then the three of them left. Only the unfulfilled wishes remained in the river, perhaps along with some people's longing. Can you believe it? Just because of a casual promise, an emperor never married anyone until his death. A month after the Lantern Festival, the war between Dachao and Dachu became urgent. General Qin volunteered, wanting to take his second son to the battlefield. But Qin Zhan was already on the battlefield. The emperor didn't want all the men in their family to go to war and was about to refuse. Suddenly, a servant came to report. 3 nights ago, Dachu invaded the border. General Qin Zhan led 1,000 cavalry deep into enemy territory. But somehow, military intelligence was leaked, and they were ambushed by enemy forces. He has been missing for 2 days now. What? General Qin and the emperor's faces instantly darkened. Qin Zhan's night raid must have been with his trusted men. How could there be a traitor? I don't know, your majesty. I only heard that on the night General Qin set out, someone seemed to have seen a person dressed as a prince at the enemy border. The emperor's eyes lowered. It had finally come to this. I understand. Old General Qin, the front line is in dire straits. I order you and your second son Qinze to mobilize troops immediately. Set out tomorrow. This old subject obeys the order. I'm going to the Palace of Compassion. No need for anyone to follow. Don't tell the Empress either. A moment later, the Emperor pushed open the door to the Palace of Compassion. The Empress Dowager wore a smile of successful scheming. Xinyan, you came faster than I expected. As your mother wished, your beloved youngest son has already betrayed the country. Xinyan, for all your calculations, you couldn't anticipate Yao. Now with the help of the Yin Crown Prince, what belongs to us will soon be reclaimed. Whether it's the throne of Dachao or the supreme power, it should all belong to my Yao. The Emperor smiled faintly, watching the Empress Dowager's performance. After 6 years, Mother Empress still hasn't improved at all. Just as foolish and laughable as before. Do you really think Prince Yao could escape from my grasp? The Empress Dowager immediately became anxious. What do you mean? Yao has already reached Dachu. How can you touch him? What can you do to us? The Emperor pushed her away. Think carefully. Prince Yao was under house arrest, surrounded by my people. How could he escape to the border? The Empress Dowager woke from her dream. It was you. It was you who let him escape. It was you who protected him all the way into the Yan's camp. Is Mother Empress wondering why I let Prince Yao escape? Actually, Mother Empress is right. The late Emperor and I were too soft-hearted. I thought if Prince Yao behaved himself, I would keep him in a detached palace for life, never letting you two meet again. You beast! But alas, Mother Empress and Prince Yao weren't content with peace. Since Prince Yao had thoughts of betrayal, I decided to lend him a hand. Let him betray as a prince, gain Yan's trust, then have his people bring back Yan's internal information. This way, Prince Yao has rendered great service to Dachao. You used Yao. You used me. At this moment, the Empress Dowager deeply regretted her actions. The Emperor kicked her away. Indeed, if the Yin discovers that the Prince Wu who sought refuge with them is actually a traitor, they might not be satisfied even with 1,000 cuts. No, my Yao. He's your brother. You can't do this to him. Xinyan, you beast, you monster. Take her to the Pear Garden dungeon and guard her well. With this, their mother-son relationship seemed to have ended. The next day, the army was ready. The Emperor personally saw them off. When the country stands, our homes stand. When the country falls, our homes fall. We will not allow any foreign power to covet our Dachao territory. Fighting for our Dachao is also fighting for your parents, wives, and children back home. I hereby pay my respects to the soldiers and wish for your triumphant return. After speaking, he drank the wine in one gulp. The soldiers at the foot of the city were in high spirits. Qin Yao felt emotional. After so many years, Dachao was still strong in arms. As an ancestor, she was quite pleased. Yao Yao, don't worry. Your father and second brother will arrive in 2 days. Your eldest brother is a lucky man. Nothing will happen to him. It's already been 6 months. By the time the army returns, our child should be born. Yes, Yao Yao, can you promise me? Let's not have any more after this. Just one child will be enough. Wouldn't that make your majesty the emperor with the fewest offspring in history? I can't bear to see Yao Yao suffer anymore. Besides, Emperor Ruin of the founding dynasty had no children until he abdicated. I'll be content with just one. Hearing this, Qin Yao was shocked. Emperor Ruin of the founding dynasty, that disobedient little brat Xianyuan Yuan, never had any children in his entire life. That night, she dreamed of the past. Qin Yao resigned and left. Xianyuan Yuan pursued relentlessly. You can't leave. I won't let you go. I've already resigned. Please allow me to leave the imperial city, Your Majesty. Your Majesty should focus on selecting concubines or choosing from the imperial clan to fill the harem and continue the lineage. I won't select concubines. I don't want anyone else, only you. If you don't stay, I'll never marry for life. Your Majesty, don't make promises you can't keep. Please go back. Xing Yao, I'll show you if I can do it or not. Continuous night rain. He still moved forward, seemingly without purpose, until he met someone. Qin Yao, this king has returned. Qin Yao immediately woke up, breathing heavily. Nangong Chun, Qin Yao's first love, had returned. How would he handle their relationship? Qin Yao, who dreamed of Nangong Chun, suddenly woke up. She held her slightly aching forehead, wondering if it was related to the recent battles. At this time, gossip-loving Tao asked with a curious face, "You just called out Nangong Chun. Tell me, who is Nangong Chun?" Qin Yao looked dejected, recalling the past. Nangong Chun has always been a special existence in my heart. Gossip Tao pondered. Nangong Chun, why does this name sound familiar? Qin Yao immediately became excited. You've heard of him? Gossip Tao suddenly realized. I remember now. The immortal who opposed Xianyuan in the divine realm was called Nangong Chun. Qin Yao grabbed Tao's neck. Quick, tell me what happened. Back then, when the world was divided into 3, Xianyuan Ji fought more with the Emperor of Dechu. Even if there was enmity, it wasn't with Nangong Chun. Woman, don't be like this. Let go of me. I don't know the details. I just know that every time Lord Xianyuan would challenge Nangong Chun to a duel, he would curse, saying things like shameless, using beauty to seduce his capable minister, something about a General Qin, and so on. At this point, Gossip Tao realized something. Woman, I remember your surname is Qin. You wouldn't happen to be the General Qin that Lord Xianyuan mentioned, the one seduced by Nangong Chen's beauty, would you? What exactly happened? Quick, tell me. Gossip Tao became energetic at the prospect of juicy gossip. Qin Yao felt a headache coming on. She was already troubled and didn't answer Tao's series of questions. Xiao Tingwei, let me be quiet. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside. Tao left like a peach. The Dog Emperor is coming. Woman, wait until the Dog Emperor leaves, and I'll come find you again. Remember to tell me. Seeing the emperor arrive, Qin Yao immediately smiled. Your Majesty is all wet. Why not wait until the rain stops before coming? The emperor didn't answer her. That usually serious face also wore a smile. Yao Yao, Dachao has won. Qin Yao was also excited. An urgent report came from the army 800 li away. Your father and second brother led troops directly to the border defense line, crushing the rebels and pushing the enemy back 30 li. Your eldest brother Qin Zhan has also escaped danger and is safe. The army will return triumphantly in a few days. That's wonderful. Does my mother at home know? Looking at the happy beauty, the emperor couldn't resist giving her a kiss. I know. Yao Yao cares about Madame Qin. After court, I sent someone to notify her. Dachao has won a victory, thanks to your Majesty's excellent planning. This concubine congratulates your Majesty. Does Yao Yao get a reward? What reward does your Majesty want? Qin Yao sighed. This war was all thanks to the bravery of the Qin family men. I was just casually complimenting you, but you took the opportunity to climb up and even ask for a reward. Suddenly, the emperor asked, I heard from the servants that you woke up from a nightmare earlier. I want to know what dream Yao Yao had. Qin Yao tensed up. Then, with a downcast mood, she said, I dreamed of an old acquaintance. You wouldn't know them even if I told you, so it's better not to say. She thought to herself about her past with Nangong Chun. Only Xin Yuan Jin and that little brat Xin Yuan Yuan knew about it. It's better not to let Xin Yuan Yin know. She then composed herself and smiled slightly. It's nothing, just some old memories. The emperor looked at Qin Yao with concern and embraced her. If only I were from Yao Yao's time. Qin Yao hugged him back. If it were that time, this concubine might not have ended up with your majesty. Why? Back then, I was either at war or on the way to war. I had no leisure time. She then gave the emperor a kiss. Then, cupping the emperor's face, she continued, but if I had met you then, with your looks, I might have had someone capture you and keep you in my backyard, enjoying you day and night, consuming you completely. Hearing these words, the emperor kissed her directly. Qin Yao playfully complained, I wasn't finished yet. By now, the emperor was no longer listening. The sound of passionate kissing could be heard from the room. Meanwhile, in Nangong Chusi's dream, a blurry figure appeared. My descendant, do you want to sit on the throne? Nangong Chusi looked terrified. Who are you? Suddenly, the mist cleared, and Nangong Chun appeared before him. Founding Emperor, do you recognize this king? Nangong Chusi immediately knelt down. Of course I recognize you. Your portrait hangs in the ancestral hall of our Da Wei royal family. I have always admired you. Now that you've appeared in my dream, I am greatly honored. I am willing to serve the founding emperor. He didn't care if this was real or a dream. As long as it could help him ascend to the throne, he wouldn't miss any opportunity. Nangongchen was pleased with this response. Since this king has chosen you, naturally, I'm here to help you ascend the throne. But this king has one task for you to do. Nangong Chusi was excited. I'm at your command, founding emperor. This king wants Qin Yao. Nangong Chusi was stunned. You mean the Empress of the Chao, Emperor Xin Yuanin? In an instant, he replied without hesitation. Your descendant will go through fire and water, sparing no effort to fulfill the founding emperor's wish. Nangong Chun smiled slyly. Good news, good news. Qin Yao is actually pregnant with twins. Xin Yuanin won't have just one child. Just now, when the imperial physician re-examined her, he was shocked. His mouth trembled, and he could barely speak clearly. This worried Xin Yuanin greatly. Is something wrong? Your Majesty, the Empress's pulse is unusual. This old servant suspects that the Empress might be carrying twins. Both of them were shocked. Twins! Xin Yuan was overjoyed, but he couldn't help worrying. Years ago, after giving birth to Qing Zhan and Qing Zhe, Madame Qin's health was depleted for several years. The imperial physician quickly reassured the emperor not to worry excessively. The Empress is young and healthy. She just needs to take more supplements from now on. Go tell the Imperial Medical Academy to prepare more nourishing medicines and foods. The more the better, the more expensive the better. Yes, this old servant will take his leave. After the imperial physician left, Xin Yuan embraced Qin Yao. Yao Yao promised me. Let's just have these two children. No more after this. I can't bear to see you suffer again. All right, I promise. This will be the only time I give birth in this life. Your Majesty is so unwilling for me to have children. Is it because I'll become fat and ugly when pregnant? Xin Yuan immediately embraced Qin Yao, cuddling her. No, you'll become more beautiful. Qin Yao liked this. She pinched the extra flesh on her belly, looking displeased. Look at this. It's all fat. I've gained so much weight. I don't care. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for this. Xin Yuanyin's face broke into a smile. He then gave her a quick kiss. I'll take responsibility. I'll be responsible for you in this life and all lives to come. Meanwhile, in the Dowei Palace, Ling Xi sat in the courtyard with someone standing behind her. Ling Xi slowly spoke. You are the founding emperor of Dowei. You're not afraid. With such composure, you're indeed worthy of being the vessel this king has chosen. Ling Xi felt a bit melancholic. When the emperor sent me to Dachao, I knew this day would come. I entered Dachao as the imperial advisor. Persuading the Empress Dowager to step down was actually to use a parasite to extract the vessel within her body and transfer it into mine. All of this was for today, for my body to become your reincarnation vessel. Very good, very good. You're very clever. Your body wasn't suitable originally, but after being cleansed by the vessel, this king is now satisfied. Ling Xi sighed thinking of that person. It's a pity I can't see him again. If he hadn't been the Empress back then, perhaps despite the melancholy in her heart, it was time for her to disappear. Nangong Chusi immediately appeared. Congratulations, founding emperor, on obtaining a physical body. He flexed his body. After 300 years, he could finally walk the earth in physical form again. Founding emperor, as per your arrangements, I have already handed the alliance letter to the Diyin messenger. However, Diyin has always been proud. Having just suffered a defeat, it may not be easy to form an alliance with them to attack Dachau at this time. You don't trust this king? Your descendant absolutely doesn't mean that. I'm just worried. Put aside your unnecessary worries. Since this king has promised to let you ascend the throne, I will not go back on my word. What this king wants, he must obtain. At this point, he thought of that figure in his heart. 300 years ago, you'd rather grow old alone than enter this king's harem, just because this king had touched other women. After this king became a god, I waited for you in the heavenly realm for 300 years. Just as you were about to ascend, unexpectedly, that old fool Shui Yunji ruined my plans. But it doesn't matter. This king has come to find you now. As for your man and child, they can simply be killed. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. This king also had women and children 300 years ago. Now we can consider ourselves even. But Nangong Chusi was still a bit worried. Founding emperor, you seem so confident in defeating Dachau. You must have a winning strategy. Could you reveal a bit of it? A pearl slowly formed. Of course. This time, this king is determined to succeed. It's time. It's time. Qin Yao has given birth to a boy and a girl, a dragon and phoenix pair. Today was originally a clear morning. Qin Yao was having breakfast with Chongsheng as usual. Today they were eating tangyuan. Qin Yao was craving it. But just as she was about to eat, a sharp pain came from her belly. She spilled the tangyuan. In her heart, she shouted at the two little ones, "You two brats, couldn't you let me eat one bite first?" Seeing his sister-in-law in discomfort, Chongsheng didn't know what to do. He hurriedly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. You must be going into labor." Hearing this, Chongsheng panicked even more. What should we do? What should we do? He was dizzy and didn't know how to handle the situation. Don't panic. Go call the midwife and imperial physician. All right, I'll go right away. A moment later, the emperor ran like a madman to the birthing room door, his face full of anxiety. The old eunuch hurried forward to advise. The birthing room's bloody smell is too strong. It will offend your majesty's dragon body. The emperor didn't move away. He had no mood to listen to what the eunuch was saying. He entered and saw Qin Yao in distress. He quickly went forward to comfort her. Then he turned and shouted at the imperial physician, "She's in too much pain. Quickly find a way to stop her pain." The imperial physician was frightened. "Your Majesty, women must go through this when giving birth. This old servant is powerless to help." Suddenly, a wave of intense pain came, causing Qin Yao to cry out. This broke the emperor's heart. After a while, the cry of a baby was heard. "It's born! It's born!" The empress has given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Having just given birth, Qin Yao was so weak she could barely speak clearly. "I want..." Yao, what medicine do you want?" "Dang." This left the emperor completely confused. After saying tangyuan, Qin Yao fainted. The emperor was terribly worried. He held Qin Yao tightly. The midwife, holding the two babies, came forward. "Your Majesty, the empress is just weak after childbirth. Please don't hold her so tightly, lest it cause her blood to flow backwards." Hearing this advice, the emperor quickly loosened his hold on Qin Yao. "Your Majesty, please name the prince and princess." Even now, the emperor hadn't looked at the children once. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yao. "I've already thought of names. The boy will be Huan Rumo, the girl will be Qing Huan." After saying this, he kissed Qin Yao's forehead. Yao, you've worked hard." After a while, Qin Yao woke up. She looked at the children in the distance and reflected inwardly. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon's aura, plus the inner strength from her previous life, this body might not have been able to give birth to these two children. "I'm fine now, Your Majesty." "Go look at the children." "No, I only want to look at Yao. I don't want to take my eyes off you even for a moment." "You big fool. I'm really fine now. I'm not afraid, that's right." He gave her a quick kiss. "Let's go look at the children together. I want to know if they look like you or me." "All right, whatever Yao wants." So the family went to see the two new members. Even little Tao Yao came to join in the excitement. The two babies reached out towards her. "Qin Yao, it seems like they can see me." The emperor looked at the two little ones with a gloomy face. Just these two little things made Yao suffer so much. "When you grow up, I won't let you off easily." A moment of silence for the little ones. The little ones seemed to sense the gloom emanating from their father. They immediately started crying. So the emperor and Qin Yao decided to each comfort one child. Looking at the child in his arms who resembled Qin Yao, the emperor's heart softened. But the next second, a warm flow came from the little one. Everyone could barely hold back their laughter. "Your Majesty, it seems he has wet himself." The next second, an angry roar echoed through the palace. Suanyuan Rumo. A month later, Qin Yao finally completed her postpartum confinement. She felt like she was about to get moldy, especially during this time. Shui Yuanin treated her like a precious treasure, afraid she might break if held too tightly, afraid she might melt if kept in his mouth. She even began to wonder if he would carry her on his back to court. Just as she was thinking this, the emperor appeared behind her. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me, to come together to the imperial garden? Why did you come by yourself?" As he spoke, he picked her up, making Qin Yao blush. "Xin Yuanin, there are people around. Mind your image." But the emperor didn't care at all. "In my eyes, I see no one but you. By the way, Yao Yao, it's the end of your confinement today. Your aunt's family has all come. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go quickly." In the bedroom, the family was playing with the two little darlings. That general who commanded armies and made decisive kills was now helpless against the little one pulling his beard. "Don't pull my beard. Wife, please control him." At this moment, Qin Yao appeared at the door. Her mother immediately handed the child to Qin Zhai. General Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yaoer, you've lost weight. Your face has no meat on it," her mother said worriedly. Meanwhile, the two big men who led armies in battle were in a panic. "Father, I don't know how to hold a baby." General Qin was also helpless. "Father doesn't know either." Suddenly, the little one started crying. "Oh no, oh no. I made him cry. What should we do?" At this moment, the emperor came over and took the child. "Brother, let me take him." "Your Majesty, your Majesty." After taking the child, the little one really stopped crying. This amazed Qin Zhan. Seeing the emperor like this, Qin's mother was also very reassured. "The two little ones' charming eyes are like the emperor's, while their nose and mouth are like yours, Qin Yao." Qin Yao agreed. "Yes, Qin Huan's temperament is like his, while Rumo is like mine." At this time, General Qin came forward to report military matters. Qin's mother quickly took the child. She comforted Qin Yao. "Don't worry, the big battle is over. Your eldest brother and second brother have both returned. As for other matters, the emperor will make his own decisions. You should trust him." Qin Yao said she wasn't worried, but in her heart, she was always uneasy, feeling that something was about to happen. As soon as they came out, General Qin said, "Xin Yuan is to be drawn and quartered for colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. This is just deserts." General Xing hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "This old servant has also heard that the Empress Dowager has learned of this matter. She has now taken poison and ended her life." Hearing this news, the emperor felt a sense of loss in his heart. General Xing quickly bowed and said, "This old servant has spoken too much, but I hope your Majesty will not tell the Empress about this. She has just given birth and should not hear of such bloody matters." At this moment, the emperor was already lost in his thoughts. Although he hated this mother, she was still his mother after all. As he said, there was still some lingering affection in his heart. Just as he was feeling melancholy, a jade hand grasped his. "Is there anything this consort cannot hear?" "This consort insists on hearing it. If it's Yao Yao, you can hear everything. Then tell me, let me hear it." General Qin suddenly produced a scroll. "This is a message from the Dawei embassy. Please, your Majesty, take a look." When she saw this scroll, Qin Yao became uneasy. This iris flower, wasn't it the symbol of Nangong, Chun, 300 years ago? The uneasy Qin Yao returned to the imperial study with the emperor. "What is Yao Yao thinking about? You've been distracted ever since you saw this thing. The letter says the third prince of Dawei is coming to visit. The war has just ended, and their visit is likely not with good intentions." Yao Yao's premonition was not wrong. This time it is indeed a bit thorny. "Tell me, has something big happened?" The sixth prince of Dawei has suddenly risen to power. Recently, he has been measuring the national territory with lightning speed, clearing the granaries, implementing the land system, unifying measurements, and so on. The old king has named him crown prince, and his ascension to the throne is only a matter of time. Moreover, he is belligerent. If he becomes the ruler of Dawei, I'm afraid the fires of war will not cease. Hearing this news, Qin Yao became more worried, because the rapid implementation of the land system was the method of that person from 300 years ago. Plus, he had his unique iris flower embroidery pattern. Has Yao Yao thought of something? It's not certain yet. Let this consort confirm it later before telling your majesty. Then he shook his head. How could it be possible? That person had become a god. How could he return? Perhaps it was his descendant imitating him. All right, I'm willing to wait. As long as Yao Yao stays by my side. Just don't abandon me. We already have 2 children. Where could this consort run off to? Seeing the emperor so worried about her, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh. That was 300 years ago. How could I possibly go back? He looked at the letter, muttering, people from the past shouldn't appear, right? Just then, Luer appeared at the door. Your Majesty, Empress, Lu has returned. The atmosphere became tense. Luer had been lost to Dawei back then. Her appearance here now proved that the Dawei envoys had entered the imperial city without permission. Qin Yao knew that Nangongchen had returned, but didn't know what his purpose was. She just didn't know what his purpose was. Just now, Luer's return let him know that the Dawei envoys had entered the imperial city without permission. He was very anxious. While the emperor was considering countermeasures, Qin Yao held the scroll, very worried. Even if the 2 countries joined forces, he wouldn't panic. But Nangongchen was too difficult to deal with. The emperor held her hand. Don't worry, we'll make plans after meeting them. No matter what, I will do my best to protect Yao Yao and the children. For Qin Yao and the children, he wouldn't hesitate even to die. Qin Yao kissed him. This consort knows. This consort will always stay by your majesty's side. Lu is still waiting for you outside. Go quickly. I'll wait for you to come back. Qin Yao came out and saw the tearful Luer. She wiped away her tears sympathetically. Silly girl, you've suffered out there, haven't you? You look so haggard. Where's Axon? Why isn't he with you? At the mention of Axon, Luer's tears fell even more. Your Majesty, please don't ask. Qin Yao grasped her hand. Luer, you've suffered. If you don't want to go back, you can stay by my side and help me take care of the children. Yes, this servant will never leave again. I will accompany your Majesty for life. Don't cry. You must be tired from the journey. Go rest in the side room. Thank you, your Majesty. Suddenly, Qin Yao thought of something and asked, by the way, Luer, did you see a man in purple robes with an iris flower embroidery on his sash in Dawei? How does your Majesty know? Anxious, she momentarily lost composure and hurriedly asked, quick, tell me where you saw him. Several months ago, the 7th Prince of Dawei came to seek the national teacher. Since then, the national teacher has changed to wearing purple robes with iris flower patterns. Qin Yao immediately became restless. She knew he had returned, using the national teacher's body to come back. Your Majesty, what's wrong? It's nothing. You rest first. I'll have someone prepare the side palace for you right away. Qin Yao knew that Nangongchen must know her identity. Nangongchen was always ruthless in governing the country. Anyone who opposed national policy would have their entire clan executed, not even sparing the elderly, weak, women, and children. That year, even Qin Yao, who was used to battlefields, felt a chill. The scene of the elderly, weak women and children being beheaded together still haunted her to this day. Qin Yao, this world will belong to our Dawei. Since you've already helped Xianyuan Yuan ascend the throne and accomplished your mission, leave Dachao. Why not stay by my side? Thinking of this, Qin Yao had a headache. Who opened his coffin for no reason? Was he here to reminisce or to declare war over past events? Now she was the Empress of Xuanyuan's dynasty, a mother of 2 children. How could she fight him? Suddenly, the emperor appeared and embraced her, then carried her back. You don't need to worry too much. I'm here. I will protect you and the children. Qin Yao looked at him in shock. He actually knew what she was anxious about. The emperor placed her on the bed and explained, after Yao Yao called that person's name last time, I went to investigate. Nangongchen was indeed brutal, but he was the most accomplished emperor in the history of the 3 kingdoms. Qin Yao directly hugged the emperor, fidgeting nervously. This consort is thinking about how to protect your Majesty and the children. But this consort is nothing. I thought living a second life, I wouldn't have to fight for power. This life, I could just eat, drink, and take it as a vacation. Who knew Nangongchen would also live again? What should we do? He knows I'm the Empress of Dachao. What if he seeks revenge on me? Even if he takes revenge on me, what if he takes revenge on our 2 children? I'm so useless in this life. I can't even protect my own husband and children. It's so frustrating, so frustrating. The emperor quickly embraced the anxious Qin Yao. Yao Yao is my empress, the mother of Emoer and Qinghuan. I am your husband. It has always been the husband's duty to protect his wife. Why does Yao Yao think differently from others? I don't care. I just want to protect your majesty. Protect our 2 children. Qin Yao sighed, thinking to herself that in this life, she had no backing power. At least her inner strength and strategies were still intact. She should be able to help Xin Yuaning. The emperor looked at her lovingly. All right, I'll let Yao Yao protect me. Then followed a loving kiss. Stop fooling around, now is not the time. Nangongchun is not only cruel, but also holds grudges. This time he must have come with the Dawei envoys. We should make plans early. But the emperor wasn't worried at all. I consider it a blessing in 3 lifetimes to actually be able to face off against Dawei's founding emperor, known to all as a god. He's not so easy to deal with. How can you still joke at a time like this? Yao Yao, don't worry. I'm here. Another morning came. The pampered Qin Yao woke up in bed. The space beside her was empty, just like how you wake up every day. Except she has someone who dotes on her. You're single. She knew Xin Yuan must have gone to court. Looking at the 2 little ones, her heart felt warm. They're growing so fast. They've grown so much in just a few months. Suddenly, the sound of turning pages came from beside her. The emperor was actually sitting there reading a book. You didn't go to court? The emperor responded, his eyes carefully scanning the book's contents. What are you reading so intently? Qin Yao looked closely. It was a detailed account of the founding veterans, General Qin, and the things about Dawei's founding emperor. The emperor immediately put down the book. It's just baseless rumors. Qin Yao needn't be troubled. Qin Yao smiled on the surface, but was frantic inside. I don't believe you. Baseless rumors? You were reading it so intently. The emperor didn't care about all that. In the morning, of course, a good morning kiss was most important. What did the book say? Nothing. Seeing his guilty look, Qin Yao wasn't reassured at all. Seeing the book's contents, Qin Yao thought, what's all this about? What nonsense is this? Someone even said that Xin Yuan is my child with Nangongchun. This is all absurd. She angrily threw the book. The author never imagined that the person involved would actually see the gossip he made up. The emperor immediately comforted Yao Yao. Don't be angry. Qin Yao anxiously asked the emperor, do you believe these things? I don't believe it. That's right. What the book says is all false. I did have a connection with Nangongchun back then, just the kind you're thinking of. But this consort swears I was only captivated by Nangongchun's appearance at that time. We absolutely did not do anything pleasurable. If we did, this consort would. The emperor directly covered Qin Yao's mouth, not letting her continue. I believe you. As for the past, I don't need to know. I only need to know that Yao Yao is my empress, the mother of my 2 children. The empress has always been. Looking at her beloved in front of her, Qin Yao felt warm inside. She had really changed a lot. Before, she would get angry at the slightest thing and often bite me. Now she believes in me all the time and always stands by my side. This feeling is really nice. Yao Yao, I need to leave the palace for a while. Would you like to wait for me to return and have dinner together? Leaving the palace? Yes. The envoys from Dawei and Dian will arrive at the city's guest house today. I need to meet with them. But don't worry, Yao Yao. I know what I'm doing. I'll definitely be back before dinner. All right, I trust you. Go early and come back early. A while later, 2 carriages appeared in the city. So this is the capital of Dachau. Nangongchun looked at the bustling streets. He couldn't help but sigh. It has changed so much. It's even more prosperous than Dawei's capital. Chu Ci, you have disappointed me greatly, but it doesn't matter. Now that I, the king, have returned. In the carriage beside, the dying crown prince watched this scene with some surprise. That's Ling Ci. The crown prince is not mistaken. That is indeed Ling Ci. But his clothes and demeanor are vastly different from when we first met. Does the crown prince feel he's different from before? Yes, very different. It even makes me feel that this isn't Ling Ci at all. But there's a familiar feeling. It's identical to when I first met the Empress of Dachau. After a while, the 2 groups entered the city. Old General Qinzhan was ordered to come and receive them. At this time, the emperor also appeared here. This surprised Nangongchun a bit. He had thought he would only see the emperor in the evening. He wanted to see what abilities this emperor, who had only been on the throne for 5 years, had to make Qin Yao willingly enter the palace as a wife and mother. The emperor also turned to look at Nangongchun. Is this the person troubling Yao Yao? Nangongchun. the man who moved Yao Yao's heart 300 years ago. But Nan Gongchen suddenly called out a name, Xin Yuan Yuan. This surprised the emperor greatly. What did he call me? Rivals in love meet with red eyes. But Nan Gongchen suddenly called out Xin Yuan Yuan's name. This left the emperor very shocked. While the two were sizing each other up openly and secretly, the dying crown prince was watching the show from the side. At this time, Nan Gongchen bowed his head first. This foreign minister has seen portraits of Emperor Ren before. Upon seeing your majesty, I couldn't help but call out Emperor Ren's title. But Nan Gongchen was very surprised. His lost ancestor brother actually bowed to the emperor of Dachau. The emperor, however, said coldly, Ling Ci. A flash of killing intent also appeared in Nan Gongchen's eyes. Thank you for your majesty's forgiveness. Nan Gongchen hurriedly stepped forward. Ling Ci has no ill intentions towards Dachau. Your majesty is magnanimous and won't hold it against him. But the emperor smiled and said, Ling Ci? You say he is Ling Ci? Nan Gongchen, hearing this, immediately became a bit flustered. What does the emperor mean? People's personalities and preferences always change with time and circumstances. It's common for people. At this point, the emperor was more certain this wasn't Ling Ci. I didn't say anything. Why is the seventh prince so nervous and eager to explain? The dying crown prince suddenly broke the deadlock. He coughed and said, We've had a long journey. Why don't we enter the guest house first to discuss further? The guest house has already prepared meals in advance. Everyone, please follow General Qin inside. Seeing the emperor about to leave, the dying crown prince spoke up to invite him. I wonder if your majesty has dined yet? Would you care to join this crown prince and the seventh prince for a meal? But the emperor's face was full of warmth. I'm afraid not. The empress is waiting for me in the palace to dine together. The dying crown prince nodded slowly. I've heard that your majesty and the empress are deeply in love. It was inconsiderate of me. At this time, Nan Gongchen smiled. He understood why Xin Yuan had intervened. The opportunity for Qin Yao to become a god. It turns out he knew his son Xin Yuan was too obsessed with Qin Yao and would eventually reincarnate for her. He's been worrying too much for his son. The king, thought 300 years ago that little Xin Yuan had different thoughts about Qin Yao. Now it seems it wasn't just my imagination. At this moment, the emperor reached into his sleeve. If I'm not mistaken, your country's invitation cards don't have the custom of using iris flowers. He took out that world's invitation card. This iris flower on the invitation card, I find it quite unnecessary. After saying this, he threw it towards Nan Gongchen. This invitation card concerns your country's reputation, yet it has been replaced like this. Seventh Prince, could it be that someone is dissatisfied with the Dawei royal family and wants to rebel? If you need my help, Nan Gongchen broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly refused. No, that's not necessary. This invitation card must have been switched on the way, trying to sow discord between this prince and my father. Thank you for your reminder, your majesty. This prince will thoroughly investigate. But the emperor's face darkened. I'm not joking. Unnecessary things should go back where they came from. Isn't that right, Ling Ci? He was about to leave. Ling Ci turned and bowed. What your majesty said is indeed their first confrontation. It ended with your majesty's slight victory. Of course, this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, in the palace, Xin Yuan Changsheng was starving. Why hasn't imperial brother returned yet? Qin Yao was also a bit resentful. Yes, we've been waiting all afternoon. Why don't we eat first? Okay. Qin Yao immediately started feeding the little bun. Just then, the emperor returned. Qin Yao looked at him with a grievous face. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Imperial sister-in-law is hungry. The emperor quickly sat down beside her. Imperial brother, where did you go? Why are you only returning now? No talking while eating or sleeping. Have you forgotten the palace etiquette? I'll have Teacher Yang visit Changxing Palace. Tomorrow is a rest day anyway. Hearing that Teacher Yang was coming, Changxing looked expectantly at imperial sister-in-law. Qin Yao sighed. Changxing will be more careful in the future. Your Majesty, please don't punish him. It's finally a rest day. Let him relax a bit. Seeing the couple back to their loving selves, Changxing sighed in relief. Finally escaped. After dinner, they sent Changxing away. Qin Yao worriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?" "I met Ling Ci today. He was wearing purple robes. His demeanor and behavior were completely different from before. Qin Yao's brows immediately furrowed. The current Ling Ci is already a male courtier. We need to plan ahead. The emperor smoothed out her furrowed brows. I don't like seeing Yao Yao worry about anyone other than me and the children. Qin Yao immediately hugged the emperor. All right, from now on, your subject will only think about your majesty. Are you angry? Please don't be. At this moment, the emperor's face grew even darker. Yao Yao, I will kill him. What? The emperor looked at Qin Yao with a serious face. Anyone who covets Yao Yao, I will kill them all. After the first confrontation with his rival, the emperor returned to the palace, his heart very agitated and full of resentment. I will kill him. Anyone who covets Yao Yao, I will kill them all. Then he changed to a worried expression. I don't want to lose Yao Yao. Yao Yao can only be mine. Qin Yao, seeing the emperor's unusual behavior, was very concerned. She comforted him. Your subject belongs to your majesty. No one can take me away. Your majesty is tired. You'll feel better after some sleep. The emperor, lying on the bed, looked at Qin Yao. Yao Yao, don't go. I won't. I'll stay with you. The emperor's heart calmed a bit. He didn't know why his emotions were so intense. And so, he fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Can't lose Yao Yao. Kill Nangong Chun. Kill him. Then a figure appeared before him, constantly shouting, Kill Nangong Chun. Who are you? Suddenly, that person appeared in front of the emperor. I am you. Meanwhile, Qin Yao had already found Tao Yao. Woman, why do you look so unhappy? I just fell asleep. If only you were human. Qin Yao interrupted him directly. Xin Yuanin seems a bit off. What's wrong with the dog emperor? Is he sick? No, I just checked his pulse. It's not an illness. It seems to be caused by restlessness. It seems he's been off since he went to the brothel to meet the envoy today. Woman, there's no use telling me. I can't get close to the dog emperor. Do you know where the envoy's residence is? Hearing this, Tao Yao immediately panicked. Woman, what are you planning? You want me to go see that Nangong Chin? I suspect you're sending me to my death. Oh no. Tao Yao immediately started persuading. Just take a look from afar. Tao Yao immediately refused. No, absolutely not. I'll have the imperial kitchen prepare Buddha jumps over the wall for you. Hearing about Buddha jumps over the wall, Tao Yao agreed without hesitation. Qin Yao was a bit worried and instructed him to just take a look from afar. It's okay if you don't see anything. Don't take risks. You won't miss out on the Buddha jumps over the wall. Don't worry, I value my life the most. If it doesn't work out, I'll just transform back to my original form. He won't be able to discover me. A while later, he appeared in Nangong Chen's courtyard. With such poor hiding skills, it was hard not to be discovered. Tao Yao met his gaze and was about to leave quietly. A hand grabbed the scruff of his neck. It's over, I've been caught. Nangong Chen looked at him. You're that little lackey always around Xin Yuanji, that old immortal. Tao Yao, you can insult the immortal, but why insult me? Since you've caught me, do what you will. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Nangong Chen's murderous gaze. Tao Yao immediately lost his bravado. If you're going to kill me, could you do it gently? But Nangong Chen smiled slightly. He sent you, didn't he? Seeing his actions, Tao Yao panicked a bit. Hey, what are you doing with that rope? I'm going to take you to the palace for a banquet tonight and return you to him. Help! A while later, Nangong Chen appeared in the imperial palace. Tao Yao looked at the dishes, drooling. At this time, the emperor also arrived. Seeing that Qin Yao didn't come along, Tao Yao felt a bit panicked inside. Could it be that she was going to abandon him? The emperor stopped in front of Nangong Chen. This foreign official pays respects to the great Chao emperor. Due to the emperor's strong aura, Tao Yao was forced to return to his original form. I didn't expect that with Dawei's vast territory and abundant resources, you'd still need to take a peach from our great Chao's banquet. Your Majesty jests. This official took a liking to this peach and wanted to take it back for a closer look. I've made myself a laughingstock before your Majesty. Nangong Chen was unexpectedly polite, but the emperor didn't give in at all. Everything should follow the principle of first come, first served. I have my eye on this peach first. Nangong Chen smiled slightly. Is your Majesty referring to this peach, or to someone else? After the banquet, Nangong Chen sent people to kidnap Qin Yao's maid, Luer. He threatened Qin Yao to meet with him. Qin Yao knew he had ill intentions, but she couldn't bear to see those around her get hurt. Besides, it was just a meeting. Qin Yao decided to face the challenge. The carriage arrived at the palace gate. Nangong Chen had been waiting there for a long time. The maids saw Qin Yao. she excitedly said, "My lady, don't come. Be careful. It might be his trap." As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped by the man in red behind her. Qin Yao rebuked him. The man in red froze. Unfortunately, he was no longer the accent from before. This person had lost his will and had been turned into a medicine man. He now served as Nangong Chen's attendant. Qin Yao cursed. "Your madness of many years still hasn't been cured. You've come up with such a vicious method." Nangong Chen, however, was very satisfied. After 300 years, Qin Yao's temperament hadn't changed. 300 years ago, Nangong Chen was sitting in a tea house, sipping tea. Suddenly, a commotion arose from below. It was Qin Yao riding by on horseback. Two sleazy men were harassing her on the street. Qin Yao wouldn't stand for such humiliation. She took out her whip and lashed at the two men. The two men begged for mercy, but it was too late. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Chen fell in love with Qin Yao at first sight. This woman was not only free-spirited, but also possessed such stunning beauty. It was truly rare. Later at a palace banquet, Nangong Chen saw Qin Yao again and learned that she was the famous female general. Nangong Chen approached her and invited her to go boating together. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao refused, citing their different positions. This aroused Nangong Chen's desire to conquer. They met again 7 years later. By then, Qin Yao had resigned from her official position and left the Chao. From then on, they drank and joked together daily, inseparable. Nangong Chen was completely captivated by Qin Yao. He offered his kingdom as a betrothal gift, wanting Qin Yao to be his woman. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by Qin Yao again, because Nangong Chen already had other concubines in his harem. This made Nangong Chen very unwilling. In this life, Qin Yao understood. She never really liked Nangong Chen back then. Unwilling to talk more with him, she turned to leave with her maid. But she heard Nangong Chen say that her current husband was actually Xianyuan Yuan, the little boy he had raised 300 years ago. Qin Yao didn't believe it. It was too absurd. But Nangong Chen didn't seem to be joking. He wouldn't make up such a story to deceive her. Whether to believe it or not, she could find out by asking when she returned. Qin Yao trembled slightly, her expression full of disbelief. She laughed bitterly, saying she was too foolish. That's why she was kept back then by such a clumsy excuse. But when did Xianyuan realize that she was Xianyuan Yuan? Or was he deceiving her from the very beginning? Qin Yao was very unwilling, her heart filled with resentment. She fainted. She realized that this life's reincarnation was just a joke. When she woke up, the emperor was sitting by the bed with a worried face. Qin Yao called him Xianyuan Yuan. The emperor froze, not expecting Qin Yao to know about this. Qin Yao's face was full of mockery. She also didn't expect Xianyuan Yuan to admit it so easily. She avoided the emperor's outstretched hand. She questioned why he had toyed with her like this, making her live again. Whose idea was it really? The emperor confessed. It was his own idea. Qin Yao laughed coldly and was about to leave. Xianyuan Yuan, you've really outdone yourself. The emperor hugged Qin Yao, not letting go even as she struggled. Take pity on me, hit me or scold me. Just please don't leave me. If I had to do it again, I would still make the same choice. Qin Yao sighed. Things had come to this point. She had no strength to pursue it further. She only blamed the emperor for not considering her feelings at all. But Xianyuan Yuan was just afraid of losing her. Qin Yao wanted to calm down by herself, so she sent the emperor away. She sat in the chair with a headache, not knowing what to do. The emperor left the bedchamber. His first action was to have people keep a close watch on Qin Yao. She was not allowed to leave the palace. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Yao, but he couldn't afford to lose again. Whether Qin Yao resented or hated him, as long as she didn't leave him, it was enough. Xiao Taozi learned about this from Qin Yao. She finally understood that she had also been fooled by the god emperor. Qin Yao sighed. A maid came to report. The emperor hadn't eaten today. Qin Yao still cared for him, so she had food sent over. Xiao Taozi, watching from the side, understood. Qin Yao couldn't let go of the emperor. The emperor received the meal sent by Qin Yao. He was very touched. He also sent some delicacies in return. Meanwhile, the improved medicine men that Nangong Chen had Chu Si make were ready. But they were far inferior to the batch from 300 years ago. Nangongchen was curious why Chu Ci valued living people so much. Chu Ci scoffed, saying it was just a few lives. Nangongchen shook his head. If one day you, as a ruler, act like this, you will be feared by all under heaven and fall into an irredeemable state. Chu Ci didn't understand. Is it what a ruler wants, the fear and submission of all under heaven? Nangongchen replied, true submission is when people revere you from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Ci knelt and thanked him for the teaching. Just then, an attendant came to relay a message that the emperor requested his presence. Nangongchen set off. On the way, suddenly a sound came from the bamboo forest. It was a dagger. Nangongchen swiftly dodged it. Dissatisfied, he said, "Little brat, didn't Qin Yao teach you in your past life to respect your elders?" The emperor sneered. "Yao Yao only taught me that enemies should be eliminated as soon as possible." Nangongchen said, "Qin Yao hates deception the most. Do you think she will reconcile with you?" Xin Yuan withdrew his dagger. He didn't dare hope for Qin Yao's forgiveness. Nangongchen continued to provoke. "How is it that when Qin Yao quarrels with you, you come to make trouble for me? So you planned this all along?" "That's an unpleasant way to put it. I helped you regain your original memories and told Qin Yao. I was just going with the flow. You should be thanking me. No need for more words. Come at me. I'm not like you and Qin Yao with reincarnated bodies. If a mortal like me dies, I can't be reborn." Xin Yuan's dagger was already flying. "If that's the case, I'll teach Xin Yuanji's descendant a good lesson." At night, Qin Yao waited for a long time in the palace, but didn't see the emperor return. As she was about to turn back to her room, Xin Yuan hugged her from behind. "It's so late. Your servant was about to sleep. Does your majesty have any business?" The emperor caressed Qin Yao's cheek. But Qin Yao discovered the wounds on his body. She questioned, "What happened with these wounds?" The emperor was reluctant to say more. "The walls have ears. Let's talk inside." Qin Yao pulled the emperor, sat him on a chair, carefully examined his wounds. "They're so severe." The emperor comforted her. "Don't worry. They'll heal quickly." Qin Yao demanded to know what really happened. The emperor said, "I had a small accident during practice today. Just minor injuries. But these wounds are so deep. How can you call them minor?" Xin Yuan knew Qin Yao still cared for him, so he pulled Qin Yao close. Qin Yao called for the best medicine in the palace. She looked at the emperor with concern, but couldn't bring herself to say any harsh words. The maid brought the medicine. The emperor took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body. The maids blushed repeatedly at the sight. Seeing this, Qin Yao waved for them to leave. Preparing to apply the medicine herself, the emperor smiled and asked, "Yao Yao, are you jealous?" Qin Yao wouldn't admit it. The emperor said, "From now on, only Yao Yao can see my body. Is that okay?" He then buried his head in Qin Yao's embrace, acting coy, and told her he had gone to see Nangongchen today. Qin Yao got angry. "So he's the one who hurt you." The emperor pinched Qin Yao's cheek, telling her not to worry. Qin Yao sighed. It was late, so they discussed the rest tomorrow. The two slept together. Meanwhile, Nangongchen was also badly injured. Chu Ci applied medicine for him. "It seems we can't take Qin Yao away this time." Nangongchen promised Chu Ci that he'd help him become the new emperor of Dawei upon their return. But there was one condition. Chu Ci must grant him the position of imperial advisor. Chu Ci immediately agreed, but he was puzzled. "Why are you so obsessed with the Empress of Dachau?" Nangongchen said, "In my previous life, I couldn't have him. It's just an obsession in my heart. I will do my utmost to help you, senior." "Very good, Qin Yao. Next time I will definitely have you." Qin Yao sat in the palace, feeling a bit drowsy. Suddenly, she heard a cry. A donkey ran in. It turned out to be Xiao Taozi. He was supposed to eat at the tea house today, but encountered Nangongchen, who turned him into a donkey. He was sent to deliver a message to Qin Yao to meet at the tea house. Qin Yao worried this was another of Nangongchen's tricks. But the donkey also said Di Lin Tian was there. Qin Yao thought, this is bad. In my previous life, Di Lin Tian was my mortal enemy. If she and Nangongchen team up against Xin Yuaning, there's no chance of winning. Qin Yao changed her clothes, determined to go take a look. Unable to use the palace gate, she had to climb the wall. In a private room at Hongyulu, Di Lin Tian was drinking tea and discussing with Nangongchen. "It's been over 300 years since we last met. Yes, time flies. We must have a good reunion this time." Just as they mentioned another old friend who hadn't arrived, suddenly, Qin Yao pushed open the door. Nangongchen smiled, staring at Qin Yao. Qin Yao picked up the tea and said coldly, "If you don't want your eyes, you can gouge them out now." Nangong-chun was used to such words. Qin Yao put down the teacup. She questioned, the wounds on Xin Yuan Ying's body. Were they your doing? Nangong-chun admitted he provoked first. Qin Yao put a sword to Nangong-chun's neck. Nangong-chun asked, puzzled, Qin Yao, how are you any different from a caged bird like this? But this was Qin Yao's choice. It had nothing to do with him. The sword pushed forward. Blood appeared immediately. Qin Yao angrily asked, where is Di Lin Tian? Then she noticed there was another man beside them. Qin Yao couldn't believe it. He had also been reborn. In their previous life, they had fought 12 battles, still without a clear winner. Di Lin Tian stated he wouldn't take sides with anyone. Qin Yao knew he always liked to watch the show. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Qin Yao turned to leave. But Nangong-chun called out, you're sick. It's just a cold. Don't waste your concern on me. I advise you to withdraw your troops soon. Stop bothering Xin Yuan-yin. Is he that important to you? How am I inferior to him? I already have children. Even if Xin Yuan-yin and I part ways, there won't be anything between us. Nangong-chun, our grudges from the previous life are settled. Don't come bother me again. Stop opposing Xin Yuan-yin. Otherwise, it won't end well for you. Di Lin Tian and Nangong-chun were left staring at each other. Qin Yao hasn't changed much in this life. You're the one who's changed. Nangong-chun, go treat your wound quickly. Losing too much blood can be fatal for mortals. Qin Yao returned to the palace. A maid relayed that the emperor had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Indeed, she had been discovered. Qin Yao told him about today's events. But the emperor asked her to drink the medicine first. The emperor said with concern, you caught a cold yesterday. Going out in such cold weather, you're intentionally making me worry. Qin Yao downed the medicine in one gulp. Xin Yuan-yin embraced her tightly. Qin Yao said, although I want to see Nangong-chun behind your back, it was for a reason. I won't abandon you and our children. Whether you're Xin Yuan or Xin Yuan-ing, you're my only husband. The emperor was moved by these words. The two quickly became intimate. Nangong-chun returned to his mansion and was painting. He heard Chu Si ask, why are you so obsessed with the Empress of Dachau? Nangong-chun was reluctant to say much. It's not that I'm obsessed with Qin Yao. It's just that I've never failed to get what I want, except for him, from the previous life to this one. He's never been mine. Is it worth causing a war between two countries for an obsession in your heart? Nangong-chun began to ponder. He asked Chu Si to bring some wine. Meanwhile, Qin Yao returned to her family home, bringing her two children for her family to look after. The border was restless, and war could break out at any time. Once the situation calmed down, she would bring the children back to the palace. Don't worry, little sister. Second brother will take good care of the children. Second brother joked, but you came in such a hurry today. You'd better open the door soon. Don't let the emperor have to climb over the roofs. Qin Yao blushed. The emperor indeed missed Qin Yao so much he couldn't even eat, unable to bear being apart from her, even for a moment. Learning that Qin Yao would stay overnight at her family home, the emperor suddenly stood up. He ordered the eunuch to prepare casual clothes, intending to leave the palace. Qin Yao had just put the two children to sleep when the emperor pushed open the window. The children who had just fallen asleep were startled awake. Qin Yao was quite helpless. Xin Yuan-yin said passionately, I really missed you. He spoke while approaching her. Qin Yao blushed, thinking he had improper intentions, but the emperor saw through it and teased her. Qin Yao said, if you're tired, just sleep. Your Majesty can sleep inside today, so I can also take care of the children at night. The couple became intimate again. They didn't know how long such days could last. The next day, Qin Yao said goodbye to her family. When the world is at peace, I will surely spend time with Mother and Yao Yao. I already miss the children. Qin Yao said, although we've only been apart for a while, I'm still very worried about them. The emperor held her lovingly in his arms. He comforted her. When the war is over, I will surely spend time with you all. The carriage started moving. Without the children, the two could enjoy their time alone. In the garden, Qin Yao asked, why did you make Ling Si the imperial advisor of Dachau? He's not even from Dachau. The emperor replied, Ling Si is an expert in boneless techniques. 5 years ago, I sensed a bone in my body. That's why I kept him here. I didn't expect it to be such a big hidden danger. Lin Si came to our Dachau actually to search for the 9-curved Linglong pagoda. The emperor's expression became serious. This treasure is definitely related to the war. When Nangong-chun came, I noticed the small attendant beside him. He's different from normal people, said to be a medicine person made by Shini Valley. In the previous life, Nangong-chun's medicine army was invincible. They conquered all battles. After unifying the three countries, they rarely appeared. Wei and Yin already have intentions to unite. If they really use the medicine people, it will be troublesome. The emperor comforted her. Yao Yao, don't worry. I will protect you and the children. A eunuch brought news. The king of Wei had passed away today. Prince Nangong Chu Ci succeeded to the throne. The couple was shocked. Nangong Chun had acted so quickly. The emperor decided to lead troops personally in 5 days. Attacking Wei rashly, how would the world view it? But witchcraft has always been deeply despised. The emperor's personal campaign would make everyone uneasy. You stay here. Wait for my return, Qin Yao said. But if you go to war, who will manage the court? The emperor said firmly, of course you. I trust no one but you. Qin Yao was touched. They embraced again. I'll wait for you, whether in the underworld or in heaven. 5 days later, the army assembled. Xin Yuan Yin rode out to lead the campaign. Qin Yao didn't tell him she was pregnant again, to avoid distracting him. They said goodbye. Xin Yuan Yin, you must return completely intact. After the emperor left, Qin Yao stayed in the palace to nurture her pregnancy. But for a whole month, there was no news. Handling court affairs daily was very tiring. Yet her heart was worried about the emperor. She had constant nightmares. Eunuch Deshan presented today's memorials. The court was now very stable. Your Majesty can rest before handling them. It's fine. Qin Yao refused. You don't know the court situation. Now is when unrest can easily occur. I can't be negligent. This memorial says the Western Shu vassal king seems to be acting strangely. It's truly foolish. But we needn't bother. Let them bring about their own destruction. After Qin Yao finished with the memorials, she turned to see the 2 sleeping children. She couldn't help but think of Xin Yuanyin. With him not by her side, Qin Yao missed him more with each passing day. Little Peach comforted her. That dog emperor is after all the son of the God King. He'll definitely be fine. Qin Yao said, I'll grant you a whole year of Buddha jump wall. Can you help me send a message? It's not that I don't want to help. My powers are very limited in the human world. If I encounter Nangongchen again, I won't be able to return at all. Don't worry. The dog emperor will definitely return safely. Qin Yao sighed. I hope so. In the military camp, Xin Yuan Yin was treating his own wounds. The enemy's key figures were too powerful. General Qin suggested sending a message back to request reinforcements. But the emperor firmly rejected it. Absolutely not. If the empress knows, Yao Yao is already struggling to deal with the court officials alone. I can't make her worry more. This is what Yao Yao asked me to bring. It's your Qin family's treasure. General Qin was shocked when he opened it. It really is the 9-curved Linglong Pagoda. A soldier reported capturing a live drug person. It was locked in a cage, still struggling fiercely. The emperor asked General Qin to bring the Linglong Pagoda closer. The drug person indeed stopped, very afraid of this object. The 2 armies clashed. Nangongchen and Xin Yuan Yin fought with swords. Little brat, you've improved quite a bit. Come and fight for your life. Xin Yuan Yin charged towards Nangongchen, but Nangongchen disappeared from his horse. He was nowhere to be seen. Just then, quicksand suddenly appeared on the ground. The emperor's horse sank into it. This was bad. Nangongchen sneered. All's fair in war. You're still far behind. Qin Yao woke up startled. Fortunately, it was just a dream. The 2 children were babbling. Qin Yao knew the little ones also missed their father. When you grow up, mother will teach you horseback riding and swordsmanship. Okay. The children happily agreed. Seeing Qin Yao, her heart softened. She wondered when Xin Yuan Yin would return. A maid reminded Qin Yao that she had an appointment with the crown prince to view flowers in the imperial garden today and prepared to dress her. The 2 were having a good time together. Qin Yao reminded him to slow down, lest he fall. Suddenly, the tree shadows moved. Who's there? A cold arrow shot towards the crown prince. Qin Yao immediately flicked a leaf, blocking the arrow. Luckily, the crown prince was unharmed. Qin Yao ordered the guards to thoroughly investigate the assassin. The assassin had come through a secret passage built by the late emperor. It seems someone wanted to make a big deal out of this incident. At court, there had always been dissatisfaction with the handling of the vassal king. If the emperor doesn't return this time, they would push for a new emperor to ascend the throne. My children are still young. The throne would naturally fall to the vassal king. What a clever scheme. Qin Yao ordered. Tomorrow, bring this assassin's corpse before the court officials. Just wait for them to show their hand, and we'll catch them all at once. Let them know what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own feet. I will not allow any turmoil in the court. The next day, In the court, the officials looked at the corpse with fear. Qin Yao said His Majesty is personally leading the campaign, risking his life. At such a time, the border vassal king attempts to shake the empire. All of you officials are loyal servants of the state. We absolutely cannot tolerate the vassal king causing trouble at this time. I have ordered the execution of the vassal king. I presume none of you gentlemen have any objections? One official knelt down to plead for the vassal king. Then 2 more requested Qin Yao to retract her order. But they accidentally revealed their true intentions and were caught red-handed by Qin Yao. Qin Yao immediately ordered the 3 to be dragged out and executed. This empire will always belong to the Xianyuan family. As long as I, Qin Yao, am here, no one will dare to cause trouble for even a day. The officials being dragged out cursed loudly. Qin Yao, you demon empress, you won't come to a good end. Qin Yao sneered, drag them out and behead them. From this day forward, the vassal king will be imprisoned in his own mansion. We'll wait for the emperor's return to decide his fate. The officials knelt and bowed to the empress. Meanwhile, Diling Tian rode his horse to Nangong Chen's military camp. What did you call me here for? I don't want to be involved in your war. Nangong Chen said, I just want to borrow the treasure in your hand for a while. Don't be so stingy. Diling Tian didn't understand what use the silver bell had. You'll know when the time comes. Little Peach, hiding in the clouds, saw this scene and thought, this is bad. The silver bell can make the drug people go berserk. The emperor is in trouble now. I must go find the God Lord for help. In the 9th heaven, the God Lord was sleeping soundly. No matter how much she called, he wouldn't wake up. Little Peach had no choice but to shout, dinner's ready. Only then did the God Lord slowly wake up. Where's the food? It's not even mealtime yet. Little Peach explained the situation to him. The God Lord then remembered he still had a son. In that case, I should go help him. The God Lord sighed deeply. It's all karma and reincarnation. It's time for me to take action. With that, he flew down to the mortal world. On the battlefield, Xianyuan Yuan was fighting with the drug people. His strength was almost exhausted. Nangong Chen mocked, I advise you to surrender early. It's for the best. In your dreams. Suddenly he felt dizzy. Could this really be the end for him today? At that moment, a loud shout was heard. Nangong Chen, stop! But it was too late. Nangong Chen channeled his power and transformed into a sword, striking towards Xianyuan Yuan. The God Lord waved his hand, intercepting the sword. Xianyuan Yuan was safe. Nangong Chen's face changed. The God Lord, disregarding his image, cursed loudly. 300 years ago you opposed me, and now you dare to harm my son. Nangong Chen said, you think your arrival can change the situation? The silver bell rang, and the surrounding drug people stood up again. The God Lord scoffed, boy, you're being too arrogant, boy. As he spoke, he summoned the 9-curved Linglong Pagoda from General Qin's hand. Qin Yao created this pagoda 300 years ago for this very moment. Go Linglong Pagoda! It emitted a dazzling light. All the drug people around collapsed. Nangong Chen couldn't withstand it either and fell to his knees. He glared at the father and son with hatred. The next second, he disappeared and fled. The God Lord, angry, shouted, if you've got the guts, don't run. Come back and fight me for 800 rounds. Little Peach gently said, God Lord, he's already gone. Do you think I can't see that? Xianyuan Yuan called out, Father. The God Lord turned around. Are you all right? It's all karma and reincarnation. Let your father help you clean up the battlefield. The devastated battlefield turned into a paradise of blooming flowers. The God Lord soared into the sky. Nangong Chen fled back to the 9th heaven. Diling Tian seemed to have already guessed the outcome. Nangong Chen said, here's your soul back. Diling Tian took it and reminded him, the God Lord will be here soon. When the God Lord arrived, Nangong Chen had already fled to an unknown place. The God Lord complained, if you hadn't lent your soul to Nangong Chen, we wouldn't have had this trouble today. Diling Tian sighed. Then your son and Qin Yao wouldn't have woken up. The God Lord suspiciously asked, you don't happen to like my daughter-in-law too, do you? Diling Tian exclaimed, how could that be possible? You're thinking too much. In the mortal palace, when Qin Yao woke up, she was lying in Xianyuan Yuan's arms. Surprised, she asked, Xianyuan Yuan, how did you come back? The war ended early, so I rushed back immediately. As he finished speaking, he kissed Qin Yao. Qin Yao still seemed a bit dazed. Am I really not dreaming? The emperor looked at Qin Yao with sympathy. You've had a hard time these days. Qin Yao angrily pinched him. You know I've had it hard, yet you didn't send me any news. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I made you worry. The couple had been apart for a long time and missed each other dearly. There was a knock on the door outside. They stopped their actions. It turned out to be a maid bringing their 2 children. The little ones toddled towards them. Xin Yuan sighed. They've grown so big. Unexpectedly, the little one suddenly called out, Father Emperor. This delighted the emperor immensely. When you were away, I talked about you every day. Who knew that one day the child would learn to say it? You take the children. Xin Yuan couldn't help but pounce on Qin Yao. He said passionately, Yao Yao, I really missed you. While removing her clothes, Qin Yao shyly said, I missed you too. The couple became intimate again. Outside the imperial city, the mortal world was bustling with people, peaceful and lively. 100 years later, the God Lord feared he might go looking for Nan Gongchen again. Feeling guilty, he said, I'm just too bored. That's why I come to see you every day. Di Ling Tian laughed. Finding entertainment is easy. Have you forgotten what day it is? The God Lord then remembered. Today was the day Xin Yuan and Qin Yao would ascend. But Qin Yao doesn't have a divine body. We must use divine magic to create a soul for her. That's the only way then. The God Lord stood up and left. Xin Yuan was sleeping peacefully in his coffin. The God Lord stepped forward to infuse him with divine energy. In the mortal world, Qin Yao had reached her final day. Xin Yuan, in this life, I married you. I have no regrets. In the next life. But before she could finish, her hand fell limp. Xin Yuan knew the time had come. He asked Eunuch Deshan to bring poison. Eunuch Deshan was in tears, but still obeyed the order. Xin Yuan woke up in the celestial realm. His first action was to search for Qin Yao. Xin Yuan was a bit anxious. He hurriedly asked the God Lord about Qin Yao's whereabouts. At this time, Qin Yao's divine body was about to form. Xin Yuan looked at the large fruit, feeling a bit confused. After the fruit split open, a small baby appeared before their eyes. All 3 of them were a bit helpless. Fortunately, time in the celestial realm is long. They could raise her slowly, and she would eventually grow up. Little Qin Yao rejected Di Lin Tian's touch, but was very close to Xin Yuan. The 2 quickly became familiar with each other. The God Lord joked, although her body has become a child's, her personality is still the same. Di Lin Tian, however, was a bit worried. We must not give Nan Gongchen any opportunity. But they didn't realize that someone hiding behind a tree had already learned everything. This time, I will definitely have you. Nan Gongchen noticed Little Peach in the bushes. Little Peach thought to himself, not good. What does the God Lord want? Of course, I have something for you to help with. In the courtyard, Xin Yuan was combing little Qin Yao's hair. Yao Yao, do you really not remember anything from before? Little Qin Yao was confused. Remember what? My head hurts. Xin Yuan held her lovingly. I will wait for you to grow up. Little Peach peeked from outside the door. Is Xin Yuan God Lord here? Little Qin Yao discovered a talking peach. Xin Yuan, displeased. If you have something to say, say it quickly. The God Lord asked me to inform you about today's investiture ceremony. Please go there for a while. Little Qin Yao really liked this peach. Xin Yuan said reluctantly, Yao Yao, I have to leave for a while. Play with Little Peach here for a bit. I'll be back soon. Qin Yao happily agreed. Xin Yuan pinched the peach, threatening, if I come back and Yao Yao is harmed in any way, I'll juice you and drink you. The peach gulped and said, don't worry, I'll take good care of Qin Yao. Seeing Xin Yuan leave, the peach sighed in relief. Woman, do you really not recognize me? Little Qin Yao honestly replied, I don't. Then do you know how many this is? Little Qin Yao answered, 384. The peach was shocked. Oh no, she's really become mentally challenged. You're the mentally challenged one. Woman, don't hate me. I was threatened too. Little Qin Yao didn't understand. The peach waved to Nan Gongchen hiding outside, signaling he could come in. However, Nan Gongchen had also changed into a child's appearance. Little Qin Yao was curious about who he was. Nan Gongchen answered, I'm a little immortal from this mountain, about your age. You can call me Brother Chun. How disgusting. Nan Gongchen was taken aback, doubting if Qin Yao had really lost her memory. Or you can call me Brother Nan Gong if you like. We can be childhood sweethearts, grow up together. You could even marry me in the future. I won't marry you. You're not as handsome as my brother. Brother is handsome. Nan Gongchen was about to leave in silence. When has this god lord ever suffered such humiliation? He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Qin Yao, do you want to play hide and seek? Qin Yao agreed immediately. Indeed, she was a child. Follow the plan, he told the peach. Nan Gongchen then revealed a sinister expression. In the back garden, the two came to a large peach tree. Amazed by the scenery before them, it's so beautiful. If only we could live here forever. Yao Yao, I can always be with you. Yao Yao said, I want to be with my brother forever. The thing hanging on the tree seems to have something written on it. Pray for Qin Yao's safety forever. Xin Yuan Yuan pays respects. Nan Gongchen's face changed. Little Qin Yao asked him what was written up there. Nan Gongchen sighed in relief. Fortunately, the child couldn't read. He pulled Qin Yao away. Let's play hide and seek. I'll go hide. You count to 20 and then come find me. Little Qin Yao said, but I only know how to count to 10. That's okay. Then just count to 10. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao started counting from 8. How unpredictable. Good thing I know magic. Nan Gongchen disappeared from the spot. Here I come to find you. Little Qin Yao searched everywhere. There was no sign of him. Where did he go? Suddenly, a roar came from behind. A big tiger appeared out of nowhere. Qin Yao fell to the ground in fright. The tiger's paw was already reaching for her. Qin Yao hurriedly ran away. The little peach was speechless watching this. God Lord, it's your turn to appear now. Wait for me to be your hero and save you. Qin Yao ran to an open space. Nan Gongchen stepped on a mechanism beneath his feet. The ground under Qin Yao suddenly collapsed. Little Qin Yao screamed. Nan Gongchen appeared and rushed over. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. A hand was seen grabbing little Qin Yao. Xin Yuan Yuan arrived just in time. Yao Yao, I'm sorry I'm late. Let's go home. Nan Gongchen watched this scene, gritting his teeth. Xin Yuan Yuan said coldly, I warn you, don't set your sights on Qin Yao again. Nan Gongchen sneered. You think I'm afraid of you? The atmosphere was tense. Qin Yao nestled in Xin Yuan Yuan's arms, coaxing, I'm hungry. Want to eat? Okay. Let's go home and eat. We won't fight today. Let's set another date. Nan Gongchen jumped in anger. You little brat, have you no integrity? But little Qin Yao stuck out her tongue at him with a sly look. Nan Gongchen got even angrier and grabbed the little peach. In the courtyard, little Qin Yao and Xin Yuan Yuan were dining together. Xin Yuan Yuan reminded, Yao Yao, don't go with strangers in the future. It can be dangerous. Little Qin Yao innocently replied, I understand. Brother, I'll always stay with you from now on. Xin Yuan Yuan contentedly kissed her forehead. But Qin Yao asked, why don't you kiss my lips? Xin Yuan Yuan explained, we're not husband and wife yet. At least wait until you're of age. Qin Yao said, then I want to grow up quickly. The second year, spring. Brother, have I grown up now? Not yet. The fourth year, summer. How about now? Still need to wait a bit longer. The 10th year, spring. Can I marry brother now? Another year passed. The little peach said, you never lost your memory, did you? All these years, and Nan Gongchen didn't get any advantage at all. I did lose my memory, but my brain still works. I wouldn't let him take advantage. The little peach still didn't believe. Do you really not remember anything from before? Qin Yao was annoyed. Why is this peach so troublesome? You dare to dislike me? I'm the one who... But I'm the little peach you watched grow up, she said mysteriously. Actually, this tree once bore another immortal fruit. Qin Yao was very curious and asked which god it was. But the little peach wasn't sure either. Suddenly, a voice came from the peach tree. Qin Yao then noticed a silver-haired handsome man sitting on the tree. He said, I am Lin Si. May I ask your name? Qin Yao stared at the person in front of her. The little peach quickly covered Qin Yao's eyes. Lin Si jumped down. Hello, young master Lin Si. I'm sorry for disturbing your nap. May I know your name? My name is Xin Yuan Yao. Lin Chi understood. You are Xin Yuan. Yuan's sister, right? Come closer. I'll tell you. I'm actually Xin Yuan Yuan's wife. Don't be so surprised. I'm already 14 years old now, but he still hasn't made a move. Qin Yao said naturally about bedroom activities, making Lin Si blush repeatedly. Qin Yao held him, not letting him go. Today you must help me. You just need to kiss me once. Lin Si was scared. Miss Xin Yuan, this isn't right. Just as they were about to kiss, an angry shout came. What are you doing? Yao Yao, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why haven't you come home? Qin Yao said mischievously, Brother, I met Lin Si under the peach tree. Young Master Lin Si also played along. Xin Yuan's expression darkened. Who's your uncle? Lin Si replied calmly. God Lord, your sister is now of marriageable age. Qin Yao added fuel to the fire on the side. Brother, she wants to propose to you. Xin Yuan pulled Qin Yao, about to leave. Qin Yao winked at Lin Si. Lin Si reacted quickly. He hurriedly chased after them. I fell in love with Yao at first sight. Please bless us. We've already confessed our feelings, and he has already kissed me. Qin Yao was very satisfied. Xin Yuan was on the verge of exploding. If you don't want to die, move away now. Qin Yao continued to provoke. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Xin Yuan picked her up. Yao, I originally wanted to wait until you grew up a bit more, but now it seems we can't wait any longer. As he said this, he leaned in to kiss Qin Yao. Nangong Chun, who was observing from the side, was utterly shocked. Qin Yao was thrown onto the bed. Xin Yuan was very angry. I've been too lenient with you all along. Now you even want to rekindle things with Lin Si. Xin Yuan tore off Qin Yao's clothes. Qin Yao apologized. I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to become your wife sooner. Xin Yuan sighed. He grabbed Qin Yao's hand. Without a word, he kissed her. Both were breathing heavily. Xin Yuan bit Qin Yao's neck. What should you call me at a time like this? Lord Xin Yuan? Husband, which do you prefer? Who taught you to say these things? As he spoke, Xin Yuan took off his clothes. Qin Yao said, I've wanted to say this for a long time. You always thought I was too young. You never knew how hard it's been for me all these years. I originally wanted to wait 2 more years, but today, I can't wait any longer. The bed shook, swaying gently. Nangong Chen stood outside, eavesdropping. He insisted he was just passing by. When the little peach pointed this out, he became angry from embarrassment. Then he noticed Lin Si hiding nearby. Excuse me, I'm looking for Miss Qin Yao. Does she live here? Today she was angrily taken away by God Lord Xin Yuan. I'm worried she might be punished. Nangong Chen replied sarcastically. Punished? I think that's exactly what she wants. He pulled Lin Si to the wall. Listen for yourself. Lin Si blushed as he listened. The next day, the two went to see the God Lord. The God Lord asked, What brings you here? Chun wants to marry Yao. Isn't it a bit early now? But it's fine. The God Lord leaned in and asked, Have you done that thing? Qin Yao's face darkened. Xin Yuan, you can't ask that in front of me. Be careful, or I'll tell your son all about your past embarrassments. The God Lord, frightened, said, I won't say it. I won't say anymore. When do you two plan to get married? The sooner the better. Your son thanks you, father. But the God Lord wanted Qin Yao to call him father too. Old man, are you tired of living? The two left the palace. Yao, do you really not want to call my father by the common term? Qin Yao said, I originally didn't want to, but for your sake, what's the harm in calling him father? Xin Yuan was touched and hugged Qin Yao. Thank you, Yao. 1 month later, they had a grand wedding. A 10-mile procession of red finery, adorned with pearl flowers. I declare the wedding ceremony now begins, announced Peach. The couple entered the hall. Di Lin Tian asked, You haven't given up, have you? Nangong Chen retorted, Am I ugly? Di Lin Tian laughed. At least you're self-aware. Nangong Chen cursed and dragged him away. First bow to heaven and earth, second to the parents, then to each other. The ceremony is complete. People say they envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals. Yet we have both. This is truly life's greatest joy.